Racial classification, Victoria. 1. Introduction, the of's legacy in uncertain times. Abstract. In this introductory chapter, the recent and current of's legacy is discussed as the interplay between reductive contextualism and critical responses to it. 3 interrelated contexts shape the of as fluctuating between attempts to fix his legacy and to critically examine the driving forces behind the ongoing reproduction of the approach. 1. Race in science and the impact of science on producing both racist and anti-racist arguments. 2. The transfer between the 18th century or theological approach to humanity and modernity, the 19th century or secular scientific vision of science. And 3. The public or political engagement of scholars in legitimizing particular politics against human dignity. Relying on Hand's approach to exploring the complex nexus of pre-modernity, modernity, and Winter's application of vision to the issue of whiteness, we develop a framework for the imminent critique of race in science. Following the of's approach to human variation, as numerous adaptations, provides options for revising the entangled history of race in science. Keywords. Is senior postdoc researcher at the Center for History of Science at the University of Graz, Austria, and principal investigator of the project, A Critical History of Genetics and its Implication in Central Eastern Europe, supported by FWF. Her recent publications focus on race in science and its operation in Central Europe, Historicizing Roma in Central Europe Between Critical Whiteness and Epistemic Injustice, 2021, A Critical History of Health Films in Central and Eastern Europe and Beyond, 2023, Special Issue of Romani Studies, Epistemologies in Romani Studies, Moving Beyond Othering Otherness, 2024. Is Professor of History of Science and Director of the Center for History of Science at the University of Graz, Austria. His main research areas are Renaissance science and early modern history and philosophy of science and medicine, Enlightenment studies, history of life sciences, and anthropology. He has been Fellow of the Swiss National Science Foundation, the August In Visiting Researcher at the Trust Center for the History of Medicine at University College London and the Padova. He is a visiting professor at Hautes en Sciences Sociales (EHESS) and the Center CAK in Paris. His books include Newton, 2003, Scholarly Knowledge. Textbooks in Early Modern Europe, 2008, 2019, 2nd edition. 1.1 Historicizing's Legacy Through the Challenges of Reductive Contextualism. The ongoing revision of legacy reflects one of the core principles in critical, namely, that the changing present redefines the past. The logic underlying the reproduction of interest in and his work is primarily determined by the debates about the history of the biological arguments for and against racism, 2018, 234. Infinite horizon of such is, in turn, determined by the constantly expanding body of knowledge about the origins of man and doubts about its reliability. Sociological biography is constantly being updated with new twists, thanks to the fact that both texts and the well-documented life of the researcher remain valuable sources for critical reflection, as well as political speculation. Further recent actions surrounding his legacy, such as displaying his bust in the public environment at the University of, implementing the Project Sensible 2022-023, aimed at investigating the origins of skull collection and returning its remnants, 2023, call for connecting the authorship of racial thought and its circulation in various areas of public policy. Revising's legacy challenges the recognition of the history and philosophy of science through the lenses of modern and postmodern approaches. If culture and history define use but cannot themselves be defined in terms of usefulness, 1989, 139, does history define justice? Can historical justice regarding legacy fall into line with transitional justice for those against whom race-informed practices were applied, and reconsider contemporary approaches to studying human variation? Is revising's legacy meaningful and useful for overcoming multiple forms of epistemic injustice toward those by race science? These questions raise the task of contextualization, particularly complicated in the case of legacy. While race in science is one of the streams in history of science connected with the mission to produce significant narratives, the question asked by White, 1998, 22, what are historical representations of can be paraphrased as what are historical contexts of? In consonance with La Capra 2013-17, we problematize the legacy of in terms of reductive contextualism, which relegates the work and play of the text to the margins of one or another chronology, serving one or another historical representation. The collision of double sensitivity, central to contextualism, concerns sensitivity to the standards of knowledge explored on the one hand, and sensitivity to one's own process of knowledge production on the other. Richard, 2004. This collision generates multiple challenges for exploring the past of science. Historicizing the legacy of, as a parental figure of anthropology, represents the widest possible range of such challenges. The interpretation of his impact is often aligned with recognizing his embeddedness in the inception of anthropology, which started with the scandal of domination and exploitation of one part of mankind by another. Fabian, 2014, X. The Exemplary Narratives, 2005, 1982, in which is situated as a typical representative of his era, who, due to circumstances, still acts as a figure whose significance should be questioned, are accompanied by the negation of such views as and historically inaccurate. The copious contextual reductionism of his legacy constitutes a permanent, La Capra 14, which can be explained only partially through the overproduction of historical literature in a time of postmodern diversification of the past. Attacking contextual reductionism chiefly targets one or another set of contextual forces, and this selective struggle for critical, against the overflow of reductionist contextualization, should be seen as a source of additional challenges. Three interrelated contexts shape the of as fluctuating between the attempts to fix his legacy, and to critically examine the driving forces behind the ongoing reproduction of the approach. 1. Race in science and the impact of science on producing both racist and anti-racist arguments. 2. The transfer between the 18th century or theological approach to humanity and modernity, the 19th century or secular scientific vision of science. And 3. The public or political engagement of scholars in legitimizing particular politics against human dignity. Several generations of attempts to explain the racially informed production of knowledge in general, and conceptualization of race in particular, attest not only to the intractability of race science, but also to the complicated development of its critical acceptance. Many recent publications have been targeted at the ultimate negation of racially informed knowledge call for delegitimizing race and racial identity, entirely Hill, 2021. However, neutral or even positive evaluations of race science, and especially its classification scheme, can be seen as engines for the ongoing application of racial classification in favor of progress in medicine, 2018, or physical anthropology, Bhopal, 2007. Moreover, the broader question of archiving race science, which has been debated during the recent digitalization of its collection, points to multiple contradictions in interpreting the impact of racial classification on science, 2022. Practically both extremes as regards the historical role of in scientific racism battle with one another through very similar sets of storytelling devices, namely the indirect use of myth, or what 1961, 603 defined as displacement, due to the pressure of the intention to produce credible, logically motivated, and morally acceptable narratives. Encoding through proven categories, White, 1998, such as racism, scientific fact, or even progress, not only fulfills the mission of making challenging events more familiar, but also decreases anxiety in the face of moral and epistemological relativism regarding race in science. Thomas Junker's attack, 1998, on Stephen Jay, 2014, who, according to Junker, directly blamed for equipping the Nazis with the racial anthropology, is exemplary. Junker builds his critique by accusing of engaging in a historically inaccurate, transforming visualization of racial classification from primary linear structure to a hierarchical figure. Junker designs his argument in terms of the triumph of imagination over mind, 1961, 596, in his argument, which he explains through presentism. Obviously, Junker overlooks the close relation between his argument in favor of accepting, as one of the pioneers of race science, and his approach to historicizing the theorization of the evolutionary process. 1977, who consistently deconstructed any linear narrative of scientific progress in understanding evolution, ranked among those scholars who, by following the canon, only perpetuated a path with limited opportunities for reasonable skepticism and self-criticism. For 1977, who recognized the heuristic role of preformation and recapitulation theory, remained one of those who connected pre-racial classifications, such as typology, and extrapolation of his explanation of animal extinction to humans. His visualization of interpretation of human diversity thus resonates with the very audible motif of recapitulation in the visualization of different races in see more in's chapter in this volume. Further, in his own interpretation of Juncker 2018 fully applies the of the historical source, 1989, 146, in favor of Proving's dedication to the idea of human unity. These extremes in approaches to the racially informed production of knowledge reverberate with the growing uncertainty about the independence of anti-racist rhetoric as capable of producing knowledge free from the risk of being misused by racially minded experts, 2022. The historical responsibility for producing race-informed arguments and the re-examination of the Enlightenment as the cradle of modern racism brings legacy to the context of continuities and ruptures between and modernity. Since the publication of the punchy text, The Racial Contract, by Charles W. Mills in 1997, delegitimizing Western philosophy and its racist underpinnings has led to the recognition of race science as a radical agent, even as one of the main authors of Western thought. Mills combines recognition of the original role of the racial contract in shaping Western civilization since antiquity with a division of the racial contract's operation into two periods, an overt one in times of colonialism and its long-term echoes after that. This temporal duplicity led him to focus on the role of scientific ideas in tacitly subordinating the racial contract even after the era of overt legal enforcement of racial discrimination had ended. Mills suggests a rejection of the division into bad scientists, to whom the role of scapegoats for racism is attributed, e.g. and good scientists seen as apologists of anti-racism, Mills, 1997, 117. This rejection implies that Mills' view on Western science is inherently racist, which in combination with accepting its epistemic hegemony, relegates the interrelation between science and other agents of knowledge production, including religion, to the margins of critical. Historically informed reflections on adapting racial thinking for various purposes by the most prominent philosophers reveal the complicated relationship between science and religion as a driving force underlying the meteoric rise of racial science since the last quarter of the 18th century, Keel, 2018. The view on race science as a long-term agency of human thinking brings into question the many intentions to eliminate the concept of race from social constructions of humanity because the concept is biologically non-existent. Because race in the biological sense has already been disproved, a belief in race is tantamount to a belief in elves, fairies, and winged horses. Hill, 2017. In this argumentation, it is easy to recognize the ultimate ignorance of racial thinking as a power structure embedded in many, if not all, realms of social life. Furthermore, this ignorance is also not reflected upon, because it corresponds to the modern, secularized notion of science, especially natural science, as the highest level of professional competence. These two main lines of deconstruction regarding race in science, the complete stigmatization of the social sciences represented in Mills' writings, and the primacy of the natural sciences in developing anti-racist arguments, further complicate the task of historicizing race in science. The contemporary of brings him into the grip of mutually conflicting approaches to historicizing modernity, 2014. The view on as the father of modern racial anthropology, disseminated since the 1970s, is questioned by those who reveal the complicated relationship between science and religion as a driving force underlying the meteoric rise of racial science since the last quarter of the 18th century, Keel, 2018. Being one of the agents of transfer from pre-modern to modern approaches to the operation of science, is often historicized through placing him into multiple classifications and typologies that aim at exploring the interrelation between teleological and scientific visions of humanity, 2014. While typologies connect mutually contesting approaches with the clusters of names or even geopolitical localities, 2018, the positions of particular scholars are predominantly defined through mutual negation and debated in terms of the primary authorship of one or another idea. For instance, historicizing the legacy of Georges, through putting him into opposition to a wide range of his companions, leads to the obviously weak and predictable conclusion regarding eclecticism on the mechanisms of evolution, 1986. One of the examples of reducing legacy to labeling him as a member of particular cluster is recognition of his belonging to vital materialism, an umbrella concept introduced by Timothy for stressing the emancipation of his cohort from its theological background. Indicating as comparable to Christian 1, describes their stance regarding the forces behind life as not to be conceived as some independent entity, but rather as an emergent property dependent upon the specific order and arrangement of the components. 1989. By interpreting legacy through signifiers such as materialism, intends to deconstruct the persistence in adapting texts as often explained in terms of following the continued reproduction of a teleological framework. Attempts to attribute the dialectical opposition of part and whole that interprets human variation as mostly modeling, rather than describing actual state of art to an explanatory scheme introduced by 2124. For the transitory character of the interrelation among races, decisive for temporality in human variation, is lost in favor of coming down on its idea of degeneration as a response to physical causes. In terms of White, applies the concept of culturally sanctioned meanings, White 22 such as materialism, which assist him in proving his vision of natural science and its history through the rupture between pre-modern and modern times. Relative to this, massive critical response to his interpretation has focused on his representation of legacy, which could be defined a White as exclusively provisional and contingent historical. 16. This negation is embedded in a trend away from binary oppositions aimed at providing a historically vision of the relationship between and modernity. Charles Wolfe revises the boundaries between vitalism and mechanism through the lens of, as a form of historical proof that epistemologies have their dialectical development, 2014, and should be explored through such peculiar forms of symbiosis. In his interpretation of this approach as improperly, notes a retrospective reconstruction of science explored by as subsequent history, the two original instigators of a research program and their divergence, 2007. This vision, according to, can neither embrace such practices as medicine nor what could be defined now as health propaganda. It represents rather a debate on races, the central domain, according to, for interpreting the complex relationship between premodernity and modernity in the epistemologies of, and his contemporaries. Understanding the relationship between mechanistic explanation and vitalist approaches through the modern transformation of histories of humanity into an instrument of political legitimation, 2020, resonates with the trend to follow the relationship between different periods of natural science as a dialogue. The critical revision of options for applying the concept of vital materialism to exploring the transfer from teleological logics to scientific programs of examining nature culminates in the detailed investigation by Philip Sloan, who follows the role of in the inception of vitalism, Sloan, 2019. By placing the definition of vital in quotation marks, Sloan not only emphasizes the conventionality of the irreconcilable opposition between the vital and the mechanistic, but also creates the necessary tension between irony and. Sloan deconstructs often taken for granted divisions, such as mechanisms versus vitalism, idealism versus materialism or preformation versus epigenesis through following the multiphase transition from a previous metaphysically grounded teleological theory of life to a materialist thesis about the constitution of living beings through their construction from a special kind of vital matter. 19. The hybrid character of views investigated by Sloan questions the standpoint trope disseminated in the history of science. Instead of such a trope, Sloan follows how accommodated the dynamic relations with the world's multiplicity, Watson, 2011, 66, including human variation. A vision of the Darwinian revolution as a rolling process, in which the end of the 18th century and the first third of the 19th century represent formative years, 2005, opens the floor for revising continuities and ruptures of progress in developing the idea that species were not created separately from each other, and 2011, 2017. While a conversation with romantic science, 2016, has recently obtained a solid place in historicizing biology in the late 19th century, the question of why the next generations of thinkers engaged in dialogue with Romanticism and its representatives calls for extending or even transforming the timeline of such a relational approach. With this extension, not only the evolutionary turn, but a wider range of mutual connections can be recognized in favor of problematizing the statement that 19th-century racism cleared all these contradictions between mechanism and organicism by unilaterally developing certain aspects of his doctrine. 2022. Reducing legacy to the task of demonstrating its relation to racism aggravates the risk of moral relativism. Looking at by using his biography as a source of signifiers for differentiating modernity from increases epistemological relativism. The interplay of moral and epistemological reductionisms practically blocks the options for recognizing his political engagement, his participation in establishing the modern order of the operation of science, which Hans has explored in terms of legitimacy, the capacity to ground scientific and moral progress in rational insight alone, 1990. Apparently was concerned not only about the debates over slavery, but also with many other issues that divided society at the time and that called for expert opinions. Through his correspondence, it is possible to follow his involvement in multiple public activities, from demonstrating the efficiency of the first attempts to vaccinate children against smallpox, 1777-2006, 122, to attacking slavery. This part of his life, however, remains largely relegated to the margins, especially in contrast to the debates regarding the ideas that he promoted or attacked. In the narratives aimed at presenting him exceptionally as a creator of modern scientific racism, is oftentimes seen as a cabinet scholar whose scholarship stemmed from the colonial practices of forced purchasing. Repeatedly is pictured as primarily a thinker who adapted and mixed the best ideas of his time, and who remained in the shadow of Encant Goy 2017-2019. These displace the very important task of understanding how connected the different floors of the production and dissemination of a racially informed vision of human history. Counter-narratives often emphasize friendships with leaders of the abolitionist movement and his devotion to promoting equality between whites and people of color, 2018. The examples of a balanced view on sociological biography primarily address his complex in regarding evolutionary thought, which require further effort to relate to his political engagement. One of the exceptional examples of moving beyond the established frames of narration is following the interest in non-Western occult practices such as shamanism, one of the many lines of convolution between and 1989. Such narratives introduce serious doubts regarding the straight nexus of pre-modern and modern affiliation of. How can we engage the task to revise legacy and avoid the risk of collapsing the philosophy of history and historiography because of inevitable reductionism? 1993. 1.2's legacy toward an imminent critique of race in science. As we can observe, not contextualization but the choice of context leads to reductionism. One of the shared features of inevitably alighted into a vision is what White has defined as a cold chronology, with fewer dates and events than a hot one White 24. Minimalist and short-term retrospectives of legacy have reverberated with no less problematic traditions to emancipate the contemporary fight against scientific racism from its dark past. We share a critical view on such transcendent critique as Obsolete, 2016, which treats the issue of science in one-size-fits-all manner, La Capra. A more inherently dialectical, immanent critique that avoids speaking the language of false escape, invests in what La Capra defines as self-critical historiography, aimed at reflecting upon our own interrelation with issues such as race in science and epistemic injustice. But is a long-term or hot chronology and precondition for overcoming the weaknesses of reductionist contextualism. For instance, the of embryology, intertwined with systemic racism and systemic sexism, follows the ongoing reproduction of the great chain of being as a cross-temporal complex metaphor through an impressively long timeline, Gilbert, 2021. The generations of analogies aimed at proving a hierarchical order of social life with women and non-whites occupying lower positions because they are considered not fully developed embryos of white men. While this approach provides a nuanced understanding of the intersectionality between gender and race, the historical predispositions for emancipating knowledge in embryology from systematic injustice are missed. Instead, Gilbert focuses on the driving forces behind the ongoing reproduction of the great chain of being as a zombie idea, which prevents the rejection of knowledge based upon superstition, even in the face of empirical evidence. This idea builds Gilbert's in the tradition of transcendent critique that does not furnish the methods for reflecting upon the complexity of the relationship between pre-modern and modern epistemologies. In short, it offers a stringent picture of how science should not be done, but lacks specification for identifying desirable directions in knowledge production. It further questions the call for revising the agenda of embryology articulated by Gilbert himself, who reconsidered the options for and limits of reintroducing the agenda of developmental organicism in the face of extensive changes in genetics, ecology, and modeling in developmental biology. Gilbert and Sarkar, 2000. Operating as a commitment to a social, rather than to a moral or a dogmatic critique, immanent critique is embedded in particular communities, including camps of scientists whose members reflect their standards, often leading to demands for changes in these standards. 2013. As a promising strategy for transforming normative standards, including knowledge production and its implications, immanent critique is driven by the contradictions between ideology and reality. 1981, 338. The power and authority of such critique, rooted in collective reflections, reveals the continuities and changes in normative standards, as well as explanations for these processes. In short, its Hans insists that investigations into the signified that frame the of epistemologies, like truth metaphors, can be preceded by placing longitudinal sections, which emphasize the deficiency of historical material as a challenge to the narrator. This initial self-critique operates in favor of equipping the narrator with a series of points, unknown, not explored, or unfamiliar events, through which a curve of critical historical narrative may be drawn. 2010, 31. In this turn, Gilbert's narrative provides a thoughtful problematization of the vicissitudes of embryology through pre-modern and modern eras, including the puzzling question of why influential embryologists like Ferdinand II, who followed this pathway and who were abolitionists, are absent in such narration. Accepting the challenge of missing events and historical facts calls for reorganizing approaches to timelines of narration. Differentiation between genealogy, one counter-exertion as the historical structural route to the other, and parallelism, one counter-exertion mirroring another, 2022, 8 as two interrelated practices of critical, can be seen as a promising direction for developing an immanent critical approach. Understanding affinity with previous cohorts of scholars, and those who have followed in terms of genealogy and parallelism, becomes even more if we add whiteness to the well-established discussion regarding race, species, and variation. Hudson, 1996. The ambitions of Indeed aimed at exploring larger populations by subjecting the human species to the same kind of biological analysis and classification previously used only for plants and animal. 252. With this exceptional contextualization, the idea of human variation, aka the reflection of plasticity, sharpens his agreement with and the opposition to as Hudson offers. But claiming blurred boundaries between the categories of race and species seems to be an insufficient explanation for exploring the trend to indicate that exceptional human groups belonging to humanity, in terms of the general direction of human progress, is seen as questionable because of their degradation, as among Lapps and other Arctic peoples in View 3. The motif of moving degradation to total extinction is one of the most echoed continuities in race-informed constructions of human groups from pre-modernity through modernity, and until nowadays. Who accepted this idea of transitoriness of human races, articulated the multifold threat of extinction which follows chiefly from the competition of tribe with tribe, and race with race, and recognized the grade of there as to be a most important element in the success of competing nations. 1871. In the middle of the 20th century, Ruth had stressed the tragic destiny of the pygmy and semi-pygmy peoples due to their smaller brain size and the questionable ability among these groups to function in modern civilization. Remarkably, in discussing this purely academic question, Ruth contrasts these groups to the already disappeared Bushmen who might not have been able to adjust themselves to machine civilization, but in spite of their cranial capacity, they were not a reproach to the human race. In Mead 2019, 5051, one decade later, Joseph Sidney, one of the ideological inspirers of the International Biological Program, which connected racially minded experts across the globe during the 1960s and 1970s, brought forward the mission of exploring genetically important socially or linguistically isolated groups in industrialized communities until they disappeared. 1964. 191, 193. following the construction of blackness through the symbolic death roll of Black people, and 2022, and non-whiteness as a dead-end option introduces new connections between premodernity, with its primary focus on salvation, and the modern obsession with progress and development. Blackness as one of material conceptual indeterminacy, mediating the discontinuity of epochs, clearly determines the vision on non-white humans and their destiny. Theorizing the difference between whites and people of color, in terms of two extremes regarding human maturity, had inclined to situate other races or varieties as transitioning between Caucasian and Africans. This construction unites pre-modern focus on salvation with modern idea of progress as something that results from an imminent process of development. Turner 2020, 135. In this sense, the abolitionist sentiment shared by stemmed from considering slavery as a deadening practice that prevented the desirable scenario of redemption for non-whites. The fact that whiteness was first biological and then cultural, and it was further associated not with but with the cradle of human civilization, only intensified this oscillation between pre-modern metaphor and modern rationalization. This pre-modern modern duplicity of the approach to human variation reverberates with understanding of the meaning of, as a transfer from anxiety in front of unknown, and not yet examined to a more bearable and manageable fear. 132. Through this implicative connection, the relationship of which emblematizes premodernity to the history of concepts, in the narrower, terminological, or even modern sense, is defined as an ancillary one, seeks to burrow down to the substructure of thought, the underground, the nutrient solution of systematic crystallizations, but it also aims to show with what courage the mind preempts itself in its images, and how its history is projected in the courage of its conjectures. 2010, 5. Courage in telling the history of humanity as a transition from non-whiteness to whiteness is a part of story about transformation as a fundamental alteration of state, Few al. 2017. In its understanding, it should dispel the fear amongst contemporaries in the face of unknown humans and their presence in a human past and present. In its narrative, the shift from the category of evolutionary outcomes, such as species or race, to processes such as adaptation, transformation, or development, is stabilized by the omnipresent whiteness as the only desirable pattern of such transformation. Humans who were, too, champions in deserve this option for salvation. Further, in its methods for amassing knowledge, it is easy to recognize the modern mode of acquiring such knowledge, which examined through the metaphor of an act of violence, 7, that distinguished modern epistemologies. The transformative drive introduced by as a universal feature of all humans can be easily interpreted as bridging the myth of human salvation and a purely biological approach to explaining human variation. The mythological component of the transformative drive helps to place the environment at the margins of his narration and to focus on the temporal measurement of human variation. This turn had shaped the abiding agenda of examining the risks of human extinction in terms of race through Darwinian modeling of the evolutionary process, Beer, 2009, to later conceptualizations of adaptability and more recent interdisciplinary research on the role of human activity, and 2017. The intensive use of visualization in texts aimed at discussing human variation can be interpreted as a reflection of his involvement in the modern project of building a neutral and geometric space of meaning, free from all difference. 2020, moreover, the richness of Daniel's illustrations for 1790 and the choice of the illustration for 1796 helped to form a consistent application of the multiple metaphors of maturity for the races. Who applied this approach to connecting premodernity and modernity for constructing the idea of race as preoccupation, recognizes two modes of race, pre-modern, race as substance, and modern, race as political function, 2003. The transitory vision of human variation is aligned with the pre-modern idea of race as substance, as well as interpretation of human variety and its origins. With his abolitionist claims, had shifted to operating with race as a political function, being aligned with the Enlightenment view on natural law as having a dual character, namely, a physical and a moral character, i.e. related to human actions, deepens this stance through claiming historical interrelation among human variations, 2024. With this shift, engages the game of legitimacy and the appropriation of control over human lives, two emblematic features of modernity. In this context, the contemporary of legacy reverberates with the challenges himself faced. 1.3 Legacy in the lens of adaptation. Despite long-term reductionist contextualism, and partially because of it, has attained a unique recognizability among further cohorts of anthropologists. The contributors of this volume unpack this generally circulated cultural memory, 1982, through investigating different adaptations of texts. There are two main reasons beyond our choice for exploring legacy through the lens of adaptation. Firstly, according to, exploring adaptation brings forward the urge to adapt, and therefore perhaps the very process of adaptation. 2006, 107. Understanding why one or another text continues to be adapted implements tracing the registering of human consciousness in the text itself, and our contributors solve this task regarding the adaptation of in different contexts. This historical variety explains the other reason for choosing adaptation as a method for examining legacy, namely, sharpening the possible conflict between chronologically and syntactically structured series for us, cases of adaptation. White, 25. Bringing together various adaptations is decisive, not only for questioning already established historical imperatives, but also for practicing through concepts of genealogy and parallelism. Further, texts in the wider meaning meant to include his way of visualizing races have become canonical to such a degree that many readers of adaptations have no direct experience of texts. This prompts us to trace adaptations, especially those that turn the sacred elements of his approach to human variation on their head. At the center of the chapter by, we can locate the adaptation implemented by himself, who sought to tell the story of humanity as part of a general natural history, but with an emphasis on the changing role of man in the vicissitudes of humanity. In the course of time, the formative drive and ins varieties of humankind revises the role of the relationship between and can't, moving toward distinguishing the uniqueness and commonness of vision. It navigates a detailed analysis of intertwining geology and biology for humanity. Efficiently shows how instructive theological argument and metaphor, including the great chain of being, has been for developing modern methodology of historicizing. Victoria situates adaptations of by following generations of thinkers in the context of colonial power and its tectonic transformation determined by delegitimizing slavery. In her chapters, Conceptualization of Human Perfection and its Evolution through the History of Colonial Power, texts are explored as one of the starting points for long-term patterns that appropriate initially anti-racist arguments by racially minded scholars. 2. This upwardly mobile cultural accreditation crucial for race in science has helped to gain respectability or increase cultural capital. 91. Exploiting the best options for historical comparison demonstrates how another instrument of adaptation, namely, repetition with variation, assisted U.S. and French anthropologists, adherents of polygenism, helped to transform this approach to human variation. The dissemination and alteration of racial classification in 19th-century polygenetic U.S. ethnology and French anthropology sheds light on the features of texts which have made their further possible. Problematizes the recent dogmatic critique of, as one of those who pioneered the long line of skull collection that led to the epidemic of racially based comparisons. In her interpretation, a transnational community of overtly racist anthropologists, who followed in his obsession with collecting human skulls for proving the polygenetic, rather than the monogenetic, origins of human diversity, achieved long-term recognition by recording purely applied research, alienated from much of the epistemic nuances of variety and race. And interrogate the invention of the Malay variety by, as an exemplary case of interdisciplinary, in response to the call for such research introduced in the chapter by. Malay variety, language and emotionality in a transitory race not only deepens the newly established trend of exploring the approach from the periphery, 2020-56, but also brings in a feminist optic for emancipating the idea of a united national group from race-informed argument. And her team move far beyond a well-established approach in non-European contexts as dissemination, 2015, 2012, Deconstructing's concept of the Malay variety as phenomena reflected in the educational curriculum. Turns the reader's attention to the acceptance of in Romania and introduces the complex political and social contexts for clarifying how multidimensional the influence of this approach to human variation was in shaping racial hierarchies. Links the of Roma and people of African descent through bringing into focus the case of Romanian slavery. The chapter resonates closely with debates about the compensation of in the British Caribbean after abolition in 1833, Hall, 2020. Like the authors of the chapter about the Malay variety, pedagogies of white domination, its legacy and racial classifications in Romanian science and secondary schools, 1871-914 connects the reproduction of this approach and education as a main trajectory for fixing race-informed visions on non-whites. Moves from the implicit presence of this concept of the driving force in the history of congenital malformation, typical of recent research, Rich, 2023, to follow a double process of interpreting and then creating something new. 20. She does so through the critical reconstruction of Russian, and then Soviet, conceptualizations of an umbrella concept applied for exploring mental deficiency. Imperfect evolution, a formative force in Soviet studies of, contrasts the straight interpretation of intersectionality among gender, disability, and race as producing multiple analogies regarding inferiority, in favor of a more nuanced of Russian special education. Excavates historical facts regarding the adaptation of, by scholars of German origin who practically built the basis of Russian special education, along with a wide range of metaphors introduced by this cohort into the of connecting human perfection with harmony and its changing signifiers. The adaptation of this legacy has taken place in contexts, but alongside the many instances of this adaptation, there has been and continues to be an exchange or circulation of approaches. The entangled history of their interrelationships remain an unanswered challenge to our understanding of how racial science is not only reproduced, but also legitimized. Since invented his 5 types of human varieties, scientists around the globe have introduced about 2,000 classifications based on race-informed categories into the field of anthropology. These classifications have directly influenced population politics, public health, and social protection. Moreover, racial classifications have shaped arguments justifying the surveillance of population groups, not uncommon in extermination policies. At the same time, racial classifications, to a greater or lesser extent, have reflected the formation of knowledge about the differences among people and human sameness. Criticism of the way racial classifications have been applied remains detached from recognizing progress in explaining human differences and similarities, whose scientific contribution consists of synthesizing and refining already invented ideas and principles, which excludes him from historical narratives about innovators like or Kant, has emerged as one of the pioneers of a modern, politicized science. This is disconcerting and often leads to the excessive pathos in historicizing's legacy that overprotects against the need to link the critical narrative with recognition. The contributors of this volume show how fruitful the work on such challenges can be. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: FR's 1989. Historiography and Postmodernism. History and Theory, 28-2, 137-153. R.J. 1981. Immanent Critique as the Core of Critical Theory, Its Origins and Developments in Marx and Contemporary Thought. British Journal of Sociology, 333-45. J and P.B. 2017. Assessing Extinction. Bioscience 67-4, 357-366. Beer G. 2009. And the Uses of Extinction. Victorian Studies, 321 331. Ars and Mead, M. 2019. Race, Science and Politics. University of Georgia Press. 2 in Gotha. 30 October 1777, Letter 70. In F.W.P. Ide. The Correspondence of 1773-1782. 1. 1230, 2006. H. 2010. Paradigms for a P31. University Press. C. 1871. The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex. Printed by William and Sons. S. 2024. Des Wissenschaft vom 1661-800. In M. Ide. 3349. Springer v. Spaden. W. 2015. Constructing Racial Theories on East Asians as a Transnational Western Enterprise, 1751-850. In Race and Racism in Modern East Asia. 5576. Brill, D.J. 2017. Darwinism in the 20th Century, Productive Encounters with Saltation, Acquired Characteristics and Development. In R.G. Ide. The Darwinian Tradition in Context, Research Programs in Evolutionary Biology. 6188. Springer International Publishing. D.J. and Weber B.H. 2011. The Fate of Darwinism, Evolution After the Modern Synthesis. Biological Theory 6, 89102. O. 2019. Kant on Race and Barbarism, Towards a More Complex View on Racism and Anti-Colonialism in Kant. Kantian Review 24-3, 385-413. J. 1982. The Literary Adaptation. Screen 23-135. 3. Fabian J. 2014. Time and the Other, How Anthropology Makes Its Object. Columbia University Press. H. 2016. Eco-Criticism and the Idea of Culture, Biology and the Bildungsroman. Few R. D. Spear D. A. and R. 2017. Transformation, Adaptation and Development, Relating Concepts to Practice. Communications 3119. G. 1989. And Shamanism. MLN 143, 580-596. N. 1961. Myth, Fiction and Displacement. Daedalus 93, 587-605. TP and SM 2025. Blackness Before Race and Race as Reoccupation, Reading with Hands. Political Theology. 122. 8. Gilbert S.F. 2021. Systemic Racism, Systemic Sexism, and the Embryological Enterprise. Developmental Biology 473, 97-104. Gilbert S.F. and Sarkar S. 2000. Embracing Complexity, Organicism for the 21st Century. Developmental Dynamics, an official publication of the American Association of Anatomists, 219-119. S.J. 1977. Ontogeny and Phylogeny. 9. Belknap Press of University Press. S.J. 1997. Darwinian Fundamentalism. New York Review of Books. S.J. 2014. The Geometer of Race. In the Concept of Race in Natural and Social Science. 1-5. Goy I. 2017. Kantz. Hall C. 2020. The Slavery Business and the Making of Race in Britain and the Caribbean. Current Anthropology 6122, 172-182. S. 2005. The Darwinian Revolution Revisited. Journal of the History of Biology 38, 5166. Hill J.D. 2017. Is it moral to hold a racial identity? A Cosmopolitan Response. In N. Ed Oxford Handbook of Philosophy and Race. 402-410. Hill J.D. 2021. What do white Americans owe black people? Racial Justice in the Age of Post-Oppression. Emancipation Books. Hudson N. 1996. From Nation to Race, The Origin of Racial Classification in 18th Century Thought. 18th Century Studies, 29-3, 247-264. P. Ide. 2007. Understanding Purpose, Kant and the Philosophy of Biology. 8. University Rochester Press. L. 2006. A Theory of Adaptation. D. 1990. And the Philosophical Grounds of Historiography. History and Theory 29-1, 115. S. 2012. In East Asia, the dissemination of the five-race theory in East Asia and a textual comparison. 51 107 153. Junker T. 1998. Racial Geometry. ISIS 89-3, 498-501. Junker T. 2018. Theory of Human Races and the Natural Unity of Humankind. In 96-112. W. 1993. White's Critique of the Writing of History. History and Theory 32-3, 273-295. Org 10230-7250-5526. Kiel T. 2018. Impure Thoughts and the Birth of Racial Science in Divine Variations, How Christian Thought Became Racial Science. Redwood City. A. 2020. Australian Studies Journal, 3334, 3156. La Capra D. 2013. History, Literature, Critical Theory. University Press. J.D. 2016. Romantic Evolutions, Introduction. Literature Compass, 1310, 587-596. T. 1989. The Strategy of Life, Teleology and Mechanics in 19th Century German Biology. 13 P9. University of Chicago Press. Sensible Die Spur, 2023. News Story Sensible Die Spur. M. 2022. At the Roots of Racial Classification, Theory and Iconography in the Work and Legacy of. In Internationale, available online Article 2546. RG 2018. A Defense of Human Rights on Albinism. In N and G. 113-120. Mills, C.W. 1997. The Racial Contract. University Press. C. 2014, November. In the Origins of Modern Anthropology Talk, Workshop. In the Nature of Man, Norms and Deviations in the 18th Century. 1214. August. D. 1986. Uncertain Legislator, George's Laws of Nature in Their Intellectual Context. Journal of the History of Biology, 19, 323-368. O. 2020. The Ideal of Optics and the Opacity of Life, on Modernity and Myth. In Interrogating Modernity, Debates with Hands. 193-213. Raj B. 2007, December 22. The Beautiful Skull and Its Errors, The Birth of the Scientific Concept of Race. By M.J. 335-7633, 13089. Org 10113639413463958880. PMID 18,156,242, PMCID, PMC 2151154. A. 2018. Overcoming the Racial Hierarchy, The History and Medical Consequences of Caucasian. Journal of Racial and Ethnic Health Disparities, 55907-912. Rich, M. 2023. Monstrosity in Medical Science, Race-Making and Teratology in the 19th Century United States. ISIS 114-3, 513-536. Richard, M. 2004. Contextualism and Relativism. Philosophical Studies, an International Journal for Philosophy in the Analytic Tradition 1 215-242. N. 2018. The Origins of Scientific Racism and Rule. In 233-247. J. 1982. Die in Lutz. S. 514-605. J. 2005. History, Narration, Interpretation, Orientation. Books. V. 2014. Global Modernity, A Conceptual Sketch. Springer. Sloan P. 2019. Metaphysics and Vital Materialism and the Origins of French Vitalism. In Philosophy of Biology Before Biology. 4865. T. 2013. What is Immanent Critique? SSRN Working Papers. Com Abstract 2357957. O. 2022. Against Taking African Agency Seriously. Hurst & Co. Turner Z. 2020. Political Legitimacy and Founding Myths. In Interrogating Modernity, Debates with Hands. 129-147. Watson M.C. 2011. And the Subaltern, Problematizing Idea of the Commons. Theory, Culture, and Society 28-3, 5579. J.S. 1964. The Biology of Man in the International Biological. This Human Adaptability Project Current Anthropology, 5-3, 191-193. White, H. 1998. The Historical Text as Literary Artifact. In Buffet, P. and R.T. History and Theory Contemporary Readings. 22. Publishers. C.T. 2014. Redux. Functional Physiology and Hybrid Models of Life in Early Modern Natural Philosophy. 71-2, 293-07. Bay 2020. Purpose Outlived Use on Parasitic Teleology. In M. Lides. Diseases of the Head. 4370. Punctum Books. S. 2003. Unsettling Thee of Being Power, Truth, Freedom, Towards the Human After Man, It's an Argument. CR The New Centennial Review 3-3, 257-337. J.H. 2018. The Gestation of German Biology, Philosophy and Physiology from Teschelling. University of Chicago Press. Christian was a German doctor, a younger contemporary of who introduced not only the term psychiatry, but also adapted the concept of, for the needs of exploring mental health and disease. Ferdinand 1772-1835, one of the pioneers of forensic medicine, the author of Ad. 1797, written in cooperation with. During his one-year stay in the United States, supplied with a solid portion of knowledge about the northern Indians and samples of their skulls. The partial explanation for attention to those designated as endangered species can be found in Theories of Generation and the Changing Dialectics of Molds and Molecules. In Philosophy of Biology Before Biology, 2747. 2019. Stresses the increased role of the historical approach in the transformation of epistemology. 2. In the Course of Time. The Formative Drive and Ins Varieties of Humankind. Abstract. This chapter examines writing on the varieties of the human race in the context of the Kant debate around 1790 concerning the idea of the formative drive. This examination primarily involves demonstrating how the concept of is linked to a new understanding of natural history in terms of the of nature. The of nature is linked to a late 18th century subversion of the classical idea of the chain of beings, which dissolves, as it were, within the framework of a temporal axis and thus becomes temporalist. The natural history of the Enlightenment is discussed with regard to as follows: 1. As a theory of migration and progress; 2. The of man and the notion of the ignoble savage; 3. The notion of the formative drive and a new archaeology of the globe; 4. The formative drive; and 5. Geographical history and the comparison of human faces and skulls; and 6. Americana. The central goal is the inclusion of natural history into the natural law tradition of the Enlightenment. Keywords: is Professor of History of Science and Director of the Center for History of Science at the University of Graz, Austria. His main research areas are Renaissance science and early modern history and philosophy of science and medicine, Enlightenment studies, history of life sciences, and anthropology. He has been Fellow of the Swiss National Science Foundation, the August Inn Visiting Researcher at the Trust Center for the History of Medicine at University College London and the Padova. He is a visiting professor at Hautes and Sciences Sociales (EHESS) and the Center CAK in Paris. His books include Newton, 2003, Scholarly Knowledge. Textbooks in Early Modern Europe, 2008, 2019, 2nd edition. 2.1 Introduction. For an adequate understanding of the concept of in 1795, 3rd edition, it is crucial to consider the shifts in natural history since 1750. Kant's idea of natural history as an archaeology of nature and its model of Earth's revolutions, upon which Kant draws, are centrally relevant in this context. His focus on fossils and his comparative method, which relies on precise observation, inherently also rejects theory of types, which the naturalist must have deemed too speculative. In light of a new conception of natural history around 1790, and against the backdrop of his concept of the formative drive, did not consider as a deviation from an original primitive type. 1.4 instead signifies a transformation of, or deviation from, the formative drive which, in the context of Earth's historical changes, coincides with the revolutions in nature and subsequently yields the varieties of humankind, in 1795, 33, 88. This concept of is thus an approach for addressing the issues of temporality and transformations in nature. That is to say, that is a positive concept, a means of understanding the specifics of nature's transformations that goes hand in hand with the idea of, which also implies that the emergence and classification of human varieties or races can primarily be understood as a function of time. Moreover, in the 3rd edition of it, draws on Kant's integration of the two explanatory models for the formation of organic bodies, the physical, mechanical, and the teleological, 1795, 33, 82, 83. It is therefore important to understand and further his treatise on the varieties of humankind from the perspective of his work on the formative drive. Central aspects of Den, 1789, 2nd edition, and the reception of the formative drive concept in Kant's Critique of the Power of Judgment, 1790, have already been examined in detail elsewhere, forthcoming. This chapter aims to more thoroughly, 1795, 3rd edition, and it within the Enlightenment debate on natural history. This primarily involves demonstrating how the concept of is linked to a new understanding of natural history in terms of the of nature. The of nature is linked to a late 18th century subversion of the classical idea of the chain of beings, which dissolves, as it were, within the framework of a temporal axis and thus becomes temporalist. After all, the 18th century is neither aware of evolution sensu, nor is the 1800 idea of the transformation of nature pre-Darwinian. This notion rather constitutes a case of the natural process and changes the concept of natural history in the works of Kant at the end of the 18th century. This text, moreover, implies drawing on the original Latin text as well as reconstructing and thoroughly examining key terms throughout the various sources, and based on the references in the footnotes too, the natural history of the Enlightenment ultimately encompasses several interconnected elements and dimensions, which can be examined in relation to as follows. 1. As a theory of migration and progress. 2. The of man and the notion of the ignoble savage. 3. The notion of the formative drive and a new archaeology of the globe. 4. The formative drive, and 5. Geographical history and the comparison of human faces and skulls. 5. Americana. To conclude, I briefly natural history within the Enlightenment tradition of natural law, which ultimately forms the bedrock not only for his commitment to the unity and equality of humankind, but also notably for his strong critique of the slave trade at the end of the 18th century. 2.2 as a theory of migration and progress. Like many 18th century natural scientists and authors, was confronted with questions regarding the age of the earth and the chronology of human history. In 1790, located the revolutions of the earth within a pre-Adamite world that far exceeded the biblical chronology since creation, 5,600 years ago. He also spoke of an initial total revolution of the earth, during which the formative drive changed course, so that newly emerged living beings differed from those of the first creation and continued to evolve through subsequent revolutions. Thus, essentially adhered to a biblical notion, even though he clearly broke with its, extending it with regard to the pre-Adamite world. The 18th century, in fact, already acknowledged this temporal extension. Long before the rise of geology and prehistory in the 19th century, French consul 1656-1738, for example, proposed in his clandestinely circulated text 1755 a hypothesis of the sea's gradual retreat and the origin of life in water, estimating that humans had inhabited the earth for over 500,000 years, 2023, 231-232. This hypothesis highlights a chronology-related problem within pre-archaeological scholarship. As intellectual historian John G.A. puts it, we should be cautious about viewing the Book of Genesis, in line with 19th century intellectual history, as an obstacle to the development of a scientific anthropology, not least because the 18th century was an age before archaeology, when neither the science of geology, the origin of species, nor the discovery of fossil man had yet raised problems insoluble through reliance on the written record of early 2009-44. 1716-1758, a member of the Paris Parliament, faced the same problematic. In his work Arts Sciences, 1758, he outlined a history of material culture and intellectual development that remained within the biblical framework. However, this did not prevent him from developing enlightened schemes of human progress, 2009-44. Early on in the preface states, the history of laws, techniques, and sciences is, strictly speaking, the history of the human mind, 1759, preface v. Sources for his theory of progress included the Book of Genesis as well as ancient texts by Homer, Hesiod, Herodotus, Vitruvius, Strabo, Seneca, Pliny, and Plutarch, all of whom he regarded as witnesses in terms of the ancient and late medieval doctrine of authority and testimony, 2009, 2013. Against this backdrop, for the history of humankind commences approximately 150 years after Noah and the flood, i.e., after Noah's descendants settled on the plain of amply procreated and started to spread across and repopulate different parts of the world. 1759, Introduction, 1-3. This scenario represents the onset of the development of into a theory of migration. The families dispersed from the plain of to all parts of the world, languages, and humanity, following the unsuccessful attempt to maintain unity and a common language in the Tower of Babel episode, became scattered. 1759, Introduction, 3-4. Furthermore, links to a theory of knowledge, suggesting that this dispersion of humankind, transmigrations, obscured humanity's primordial knowledge, primitives. 1759, Introduction 6. The memory of pre-catastrophic knowledge, if not entirely lost, became profoundly defaced and obscured, and 1759, Preface XX. This concept of primordial knowledge, here adapted to reflect humanity's history after the fall, structurally parallels the philosophical, theological concept of natural knowledge, naturals, implanted in the human mind through creation but clouded by the fall, 2004. This perspective finally forms the basis for as a theory of and savagery or barbarism. The diversity of languages and the isolation of families led to deep ignorance, plunging the world into extreme barbarism, extreme. One could see men wandering in the woods and fields without laws, without order, without leaders. Their ferocity became so great that some started to devour each other. They even forgot the most basic skills such as the use of fire, so that the first humans were barely distinguishable from animals in their way of life. 1759, Introduction, 6-7. The underlying argumentative structure is the key element here. It is based on the comparison between the first humans, premiers, and the so-called savage peoples, primarily the Americans, as described in Contemporary Travel Literature, Relations modernes, 1759, Introduction 8. This method of comparison had been introduced by Jesuit missionary Joseph, 1680-11746, in his work, Premiers Temps, 1724. Focuses on the correlation between mobility and savagery. He notes that savages, Tartars, and Arabs still travel long distances with their families, and on the association of first humans with savages. This nomadism is what led to the of South and Central American peoples, described as void of all principles of humanity, 1759, Introduction 589. This attitude found support in the second half of the 18th century among philosophers such as 1739-1799 and Henry Home, Lord Kames, 1696-1782. Home even posited the existence of distinct species within humankind, a notion strongly opposed by both and 2024. However, cannot entirely be equated to savagery or barbarism, as humanity's obscured knowledge could still be expanded and perfected. In fact, proposes core elements of the so-called stadial theory of the advancement of human societies. For him, this development consisted primarily of two stages: hunter-gatherer societies and agricultural societies. Thus, the central subject of his work concerns modes of subsistence, that is, the ways in which humans ensure survival through techniques and practices including hunting, fishing, agriculture, and the domestication of wild animals. In his work, stadial theory draws, once again, on the theory of human knowledge. He argues that the precious seeds, germs, of the most useful and necessary knowledge were preserved among the early settlers in the plain of who subsequently migrated to Persia, Syria, and Egypt, where they established the first great, 1759, Introduction 1011. This is also why identifies these societies as the starting point for the advancement of rather than, as was otherwise typical in the 18th century, ancient Greece. He considers artisan techniques, arts, the product of sedentary societies and agriculture, 1759, Preface XXV. With his approach to the origins of laws, artisan techniques, and sciences, thus offers a counter-program to his hypothesis on the state of nature. Descouers Sir, 1755, spoke of eliminating all biblical facts and based his own views on the methods of hypothesis formation as employed by natural scientists, e.g., on his theory of the Earth's formation in the first volume of 1749 discussing facts of natural history primarily in footnotes. 2008, Exordium 71-72-4 in contrast, bases his arguments on the order of historical facts, stating that otherwise one would as with follow one's own ideas rather than actual events, subordinating reality to imagination. 1759, Preface XXXI, 2007. It is important to note that cultural historical method was still present around 1790. As I will show, of the physical of non-European peoples is also connected to the theory of stadial theory. In this context, he references both the material culture and the cultural systems of the so-called savage society. 2.3 The of history and the ignoble savage thesis. Stadial theory as a theory of progress was from the beginning linked to natural law theory, as for instance in Samuel's 1632-1694 work, 2005. It subsequently played a central role in the development of Adam Smith's 1723-1790 economic theory, touching on ideas of property, the division of commercial society and self-interest, etc. 2021. It is no coincidence that starts Book 1 of Arts, Sciences with a discussion of natural law, which he describes as innate moral judgment embedded in the hearts of all people, justice, and 1759, Part 1, Book 1, 15. Once again, it becomes apparent that, while his general framework remains biblical, source-based considerations address human progress. In his chapter on agriculture, provides concrete examples of how, from the earliest centuries onwards, families in Mesopotamia, Palestine, Egypt, Greece, and later in the southern provinces of France worked the land with to ease their physical. He also describes how they used and developed bread-making techniques. Payne, 1759, Part 1, Book 2, Chapter 1, 182-22. The reception of arts sciences in Scotland, where it was available in English by 1761, was significant for the exploration of models of history among Scottish philosophers. 2013, 79. However, their interpretations of natural law diverged. Adam, 1723-1816, draws on the concept of the esprit nations from Sprit, 1748. In his essay on the history of civil society, 1767, he renders the universality of abstract natural law according to the dynamic esprit of civil society, attributing the mode of subsistence and thus a people's ways of life primarily to geography and climate, 2024, 129-130, 2024, 41-42. In doing so, translates the historical concept of progress into biological terms, asserting that in the material world, subjects organized as progressive are characterized by the enumeration of steps in the passage from one form or state of existence to another. The natural state of a living creature includes all its known variations, through which life in its varieties is known to pass. 1792, 191-92. Prompted by 1749, towards which he adopts a historical philosophical perspective, views the goal of the process as open-ended and fundamentally not subject to rational planning. 1768, 187, 2022, 63-64. In stark contrast, Henry Home, Lord Kames, 1696-1782, introduced a novel perspective into the progress debate in his Sketches of the History of Man, 1778, second edition. Home argued that the history of humanity diverged due to the varied natures of peoples, 2013, 78, which he believed he could classify as different species of humankind. Home, Lord Kames, 1778, second edition 5. As suggested, stadial theory had a dehumanizing potential, which in the 1770s was explicitly activated with regard to indigenous peoples of the Americas. This interpretative approach, essentially based on the ignoble savage thesis, Meek, 1976, was explored from different perspectives in Home's sketches, Williams' History of America, 1777, and Sir, 1769-1771. By way of correcting the Bible, Home suggested separate races and local acts of creation, considered the entire American continent as populated by a uniform human type, and deemed the Americans to be particularly degenerated. 2013, 87-95. In this context, still use the term degenerated, according to the theory of as put forward by 2024-43, whose concept of species Home also sharply, 2013-81. The key point in this interpretation of stadial theory is linked to a systematic set of prejudices that had been invoked against indigenous American peoples, targeting aspects of their origins, perceived stagnation, supposed stupidity, moral characteristics, sexual impotence, weakness, infertility, apathy, insensitivity, and more. Countered these prejudices in 1795 and attempted to expose them as unfounded. He instead regarded the Americana as a savage society with its own customs, rituals, and rules. Concluded that all varieties of humankind are likely parts of one single species, 1795-90. Thus, his should also be understood against the backdrop of the ignoble savage thesis. Even more importantly, this perspective moves beyond simply restoring the monogenesis idea, which is often noted as being more aligned with the biblical account. Instead, it points to a new conception of natural history that emerged in the 1780s and 1790s, and in which the Kant debate on the idea of the formative drive plays a central role. 2.4 The notion of the formative drive and a new archaeology of the globe. The relationship between and Kant can essentially be described in three phases, each marking significant developments in their of natural history. The first phase involves Kant's systematic reflections on the notion of the ladder of continuity among creatures, in which he incorporates concept of nature, saltus nature makes no leaps, into the principle of the continuity of forms. This principle unites the two other principles of reason, homogeneity, and specification, and completes the systematic connection, both in the ascent to higher genera and in the descent to lower species, through an overarching idea. Kant, 1998, 598, AAIII 435, A657, B685. The ladder of continuity among creatures thus constitutes a system, that is, a whole of cognition ordered according to principles. Kant, 2002, 183, AAIV 467. For Kant, however, the rungs of such a ladder stand too far apart from one another, and what we presume to be small differences are commonly such wide gaps in nature itself, that we cannot deduce the intentions of nature from experience. Kant, 1998, 604, AAIII 441, A668, B696. The ladder of continuity among creatures, nevertheless, remains a regulative principle of reason that clearly transcends experience and provides a unified systematic framework for the empirical investigation of gaps in nature. Kant, 1998, 604, AAIII 442b 696. The second phase in the relationship between and Kant is marked by Kant's reference to natural history. In his Handbook of Natural History, 1779, called into question the familiar images of chains and ladders and nets which have been applied to nature, Part 1, 710, my translation. For the idea of the ladder of continuity in nature remains speculative and leads to imaginary classifications of realms, categories, and classes of living beings. He considers it the true impetus for a natural system in natural history, which naturalists desire and according to which one could classify natural bodies by degrees of kinship. 711, my translation. Moreover, he identifies the functionality of living beings, body structures, and their integration into the food chain, from the earth to plants, animals, and humans, and back, as the reason why creation follows its course. 713, my translation. Within this great cycle, reason does not need to assume links among the three kingdoms of nature, which experience itself has thus far also failed to reveal. 714, my translation. In other words, the cycle has replaced the ladder of continuity, and even from a purely geometric perspective, questions regarding origin and transitions make little sense within the context of a circle. With reference to, Kant had thus distanced himself from the idea of the chain of nature, Kant 2007, 214, AAVII 180, while at the same time Kant highlights another one of central ideas or concepts, the formative drive, Kant 2007, 214, AAVII 180. The formative drive takes effect directly on the level of matter, while questions pertaining to the origin of and transitions from inorganic matter, atoms, molecules to the organic structures of living beings remain initially unaddressed. Thus implies a leap in the ladder of continuity by recognizing a gap between and inorganic nature, which fundamentally disavows the ladder of continuity. The third phase of the Kant relationship is, finally, by the transformation of natural history into an archaeology of nature. This shift originates from fossil studies, which observe the extinction of prehistoric organisms as well as the formation of altered organisms in the modern world by virtue of the formative drive. From this shift derives the thesis of nature's mutability, 1790-1790a. More or less simultaneously, Kant introduces the rational principle of teleological judgment, which lends a unified structure to the study of the causes and laws governing the formation of living beings. Kant 2000, 285-286 AAV, 416-417. In this case, teleology thus serves as a regulative idea. Accordingly, sects 81, formative drive and epigenesis, and 82, in the critique of the power of judgment, form a systematic connection. That is to say that model of Earth's revolutions serves as the premise for Kant's synthesis of mechanical and teleological modes of explanation, which does not determine the laws of formative nature as such, but merely permits considerations along the lines of the regulative principle of final causes. Kant 2000, 296-297, forthcoming. The question regarding the origin and transformation of living beings thus shifts towards the temporal dimension of Earth's history. The reflections by Kant and largely align with John's observations on the characteristics of 18th-century theory-building processes. The 18th century is neither aware of the science of geology, nor does it discover human fossils. Nevertheless, this does not prevent naturalists from proposing historical hypotheses and supporting them with geological evidence. Beyond his universalistic thesis of total revolution and his 1790 fossil studies on forthcoming, penned an essay on the archaeology of the globe in 1803, 2005, 424-428, which attracted interest among French naturalists. For instance, 1774-1852, a mining engineer and commissioner during the occupation, published a detailed extract of his essay in the journal Mines, 1803. Classified fossils according to a chronological method, associating various classes of fossils with different revolutions of the globe. While the first and second classes belong to a more recent period in Earth's history and can be compared with living specimens, the third class includes so-called dubious fossils, such as bones of large quadrupeds, rhinoceros. With the third class, it remains uncertain whether the respective fossils and the bodies resembling them can be traced back to the same species that may simply have a slight degeneration, or if they belong to a different species altogether. 1803-12, 1803-11. Finally, counts phytoliths, i.e., fossils found in the slate of the Hanover region, as the fourth class, i.e., the pre-class of fossils belonging to creatures which counted among the earliest traces of organisms on our planet, 1803-20, 1803-27. Highlights the following innovative idea put forward in his conclusion. Observe that the reproduction of bodies in physiological terms relates to the environment in various ways, as regards material constitution, diet, climate, etc. 1803-26, 1803-34. Among bodies, some are therefore changeable, adapt readily to altered conditions of their existence, and eventually degenerate, while others are more constant in their form and existence and maintain themselves in almost any climate. 1803-26-27, 1803-34-35. Thus applies the concept of, as a neutral term synonymous with changes in Earth historical processes. For nature itself hence changed everything, by way of adapting to the major catastrophes having affected the planet. It preserved some animals and plants from the first creation on the restored Earth, while replacing the majority of extinct individuals with other genera and species, better suited to the globe's new conditions. 1803-27, 1803-35. Concluded his essay with a quote from Lucretius's ex status alter quod ante. The nature of the whole world changes with time, one state of the earth follows another. What once was possible now is not, what was once impossible now is possible. 1803-27, 1803-35. My translation. This Lucretius quote is neither to be understood in atheistic terms, nor does advocate a randomness theory of the cosmos. Instead, upholds a transformist view of nature, which is rooted in the category of time. This view also's concept of natural history, which presupposes as the alteration of organic bodies and includes an explanation of the varieties within humankind. 2.5 and the formative drive. In his treatise on the varieties of humankind, dedicates a central chapter to the concept of the formative drive, drawing on Kant's critique of the power of judgment, 82, whose argument he essentially adopts. From a perspective, Kant had discussed the possibility that reason can conceive both mechanical and teleological explanations for the development of organic bodies, as a subjective condition of our use of reason, 1795, 33, 82-83. There is an explicit reference to treatise Den on the formative drive, 1789, second edition, 1791, third edition, which Kant had received. Elaborates how the formative drive can deviate from its intended direction and norma in three ways. First, by bringing forth monstrosities. Second, by generating hybrids from interbreeding reproductive material of different species. And third, by degeneration into so-called varieties in 1795, 33, 85. Although hybrids by a natural law are not typically capable of reproduction, for they nonetheless serve to refute the theory of preformation of germs and demonstrate the effects of the formative drive. To substantiate this argument, draws on botanist Joseph, 1733-1806, experimental studies on the gender of plants. In the rare cases of reproducing plant hybrids, they were with the male pollen of the same species over several generations, with multiply repeated. In the great-grandchild generation, the permutation showed a deviation from the original maternal form, forma, and a gradual shift toward the paternal form, such that the former seemed to have transitioned into the latter as if by arbitrary metamorphosis. 1795, 33, 86-87-6 regarded this result as a refutation of the theory of preformation in its variant, which held that germs are preserved in the mother's ovaries. He interpreted the transformation of the plant as an effect of the formative drive, prompted to change its course by an external human intervention. This plant example thus illustrates stimulus-response model of organic bodies, which he considered the cause of 1795, 32, 81-82. On a larger spatiotemporal scale, the permanent, prolonged, and continuous influence of stimuli on organic bodies, sustained through a long series of generations, also contributes to gradually diverting the formative drive from its usual course. In this saw the most common cause of, as well as the actual source of the varieties of humankind, 1795, 33, 87, 88. These external stimuli are notably climate, food, and the modes of life displayed by humans as they spread across the various known continents of the Earth over the course of. Thus, synthesis's migration theory and the physiological theory of triggered by the formative drive. 2.6 Geographical history and the comparison of human faces and skulls. The topic of facial structures provides an opportunity to examine scientific method, which illustrates how he developed his scholarship and presented it in his writings. Distinguishes 5 facial varieties, with the term referring to gens stirps, i.e., to a people, lineage, or family, a denotation already common in ancient Rome, I. the oval European variety, the Asian one the Tartar face, the American facies, the African the Guinea face, and V. the Malay facies, 1795-56, 176-182. In the 18th century, the classification of facial shapes was an epistemic practice similar to the classification of minerals, plants, and animals. Moreover, introduces an aesthetic evaluation by describing the European facial form as the most beautiful and well-proportioned one according to our judgment of symmetry, X, 1795-56, 178. This judgment was hence relative to European standards of beauty which in the 18th century were still influenced by the ancient Greek concept of beauty in human nature, rooted in classical art and theoretically linked to climate theory, 2002, 2nd edition, 244-249. Cites climate as the primary cause of different facial forms, with the temperate zone from the mountains to the Atlantic playing a central role in the development of European features. At the same time, points to examples of people who, over time, and through settling in new climates, changed their facial features. Historians, for example, considered the Yakuts as a branch of the Tartars. However, observant eyewitnesses reported them to have Mongolian facial features, which himself observes Coram video in the skull of a Yakut he received from B. 1729-1807, and which he included in his anthropological collection, 1795-57, 185. Creoles similarly originated as English settlers mixed with Native Americans, and the characteristic facial features of the Indians who once conquered the Egyptian peninsula can only be in statues unearthed from subterranean temples housed in the British Museum among the ancient treasures of antiquarian and collector Charles, 1737-1805, and which was able to view, 1795-57, 185-187. 2010-7 moreover notes that the Mongols who conquered India from time onwards gradually lost their original facial traits and took on Indian features, a change documented by naturalist and secretary to the governor of Bengal, John 1726-1795, who provided with visual evidence, ad 1795-57, 187. Its knowledge is thus primarily composed of autopsy, testimonies, artworks, private collections, museums, skull specimens, the theory of migration, and an aesthetic judgment. The aesthetic judgment concerning the beautiful facial structure of Europeans, however, does not originate from himself, or at least cannot be attributed to him alone. Actually references the French explorer of the Near East, Jean 1643-1713, who, following the model of eyewitness observation, wrote the following in his journal Voyage 1686. The complexion of the Georgians is the most beautiful in all the earth, and I can safely say that I never saw an ill countenance in all that country, either of one or other sex, but I have seen those that had angels' faces, nature having bestowed upon the women of that country graces and features which are not other where to be seen, so that it is impossible to behold them without falling in love. More charming countenances, nor more lovely statures and proportions cannot be penciled forth by all the art of man than those of the Georgian women. 1686b, 190, 1795, 85, 303. S8. The maximal symmetry and beauty of the skull of a Georgian woman is thus defined as the most beautiful European facial form. This definition arises from the discussion on measuring cranial variations, in which as anatomist introduces his vertical norm, norma, thus setting himself apart from Camper's facial angle measurement, 1795, 61, 203-205. Famously illustrates this paragraph with the well-known image of the 5 main human varieties, respective skull forms on a horizontal line, with the skull of a Georgian woman at the center. IA. 2021 429 433, Junker 2019, 2016 386 387. The Georgian woman's skull thus represents the midpoint between the extreme poles, i.e., the cranial forms of Mongolian and African peoples, 1795, 62, 206 207. With regard to the question of why argues and classifies in this way, the following factors must be considered. He the human race into 5 primary varieties: A. Caucasian, B. Mongolian, C. Ethiopian African, D. American, and E. Malay. For reasons to be discussed, he ranks the Caucasian variety, considered the original variety, first, 1795, 81, 285 286. Once again invokes the notion of the Caucasian variety as, by European standards, the most beautiful facial form. This variety includes Europeans, except the Lapps and Finns, Western Asians, Occidentals, settled from the river Ob via the sea to the Ganges, as well as the inhabitants of northern Africa, 1795, 82, 289 290. Points out that other authors have likewise divided humankind into varieties, mentioning e.g. Governors Lockhart, John Hunter, E.A.W., G.S., and J.D. His aim in doing so is to enable the reader to compare, assess, appreciate, and choose among the various perspectives, 1795, 83, 296 302. Publishing research results, series of experiments, research protocols, etc. To enable readers to form their own judgments on controversial issues had been an established approach since the scientific revolution, practiced by figures such as Robert Charles Bonnet and This approach was based on an epistemology of credibility and trust, and was part of the theory of authority and testimony which observed alongside autopsy, 2013-2024. One reason considered the Caucasian variety as the original may stem from the research approach of physicist and geographer August, 1743-1815, whose 1778-1783 was a crucial publication for late 18th century natural history, which has, however, received relatively little attention so far. Thus employs both an aesthetic as well as a geographical argument, posits the origin of the human race in the Caucasus, where one of the greatest habitable elevations of our Earth is located and from where the largest mountain ranges expand, making it quite natural for the varieties to derive from here, 1778-114, 1795-83-300. Oh, my translation. The key point is that, regarding the geographical diffusion of the varieties, this theory aligns with migration theory and with the concept of degeneration as per climate theory, while also further supporting them with scientific data. An increase in population compelled people to seek larger habitable areas, leading families to spread across different regions of the world, from the Caucasian Mountains into Europe along the northern edge of the Asian continent as far as Siberia, to North America, Arabia, India, and the associated islands. Perhaps Africa was then connected to Asia by a large landmass. Human beings gradually adapted to the climate. They became Negroes. However, this could have also started from Europe. Eventually, a southeastern colony gave rise to the Chinese, Koreans, and the local populations. Thus, as humanity was gradually transferred to all climates, the climatic influences transformed them, here into Georgians, there into Negroes, and elsewhere into Eskimos. 1778-115, my translation. Migration theory would, furthermore, explain why the Caucasians feature white skin and why it is considered the original of the human race. According to, as families migrated to different regions, the white darkened more easily than it lightened in Cit. 1795, 85, 304. Finally, it is notable that does not primarily focus on individual men or women, but rather on families, who, through reproduction and adaptation to new climate zones, ensured the continued existence of the human species. The connection to shows that this model of classifying human varieties was embedded in a broader framework of considerations by naturalists who, in contrast to, and other philosophers like Kant, aimed to support a new model of human history, also by substantiating it with natural historical evidence. 261 Americana. Americana, the American race, is a central chapter in treatise on the varieties of the humankind. It further evolves cultural historical approach, expanding, however, on the classical authors with a wealth of ethnographic data on non-European peoples put forward in the latter half of the 18th century by historians, philosophers, sailors, and natural scientists. At the same time, the chapter on the Americana evidences the principles guiding critical argumentation, primarily aimed at dispelling prejudices about Native Americans. Appears quite astonished at the sheer number and nature of figments, quanta qualia, about the Native American variety that circulate among the writings of philosophers, historians, and concerning, for instance, the beardlessness, menstruation Martin, 1729, skin Henry Home, or facial features William of Americans, 1795, 88, 311. His first criterion against such biases includes observation, experience, autopsy, and credible eyewitness testimony, as per the doctrine of authority and testimony. The second criterion is the cultural system of Native Americans, which had already played a central role in 1540-1600, Natural y Moral Laws Indias 1590. The category of system meant that within the different areas of social life, any fact, the methods of dressing, preaching, eating, etc., was a social fact that was linked to all others, so that these various areas, religion, ethics, politics, were mutually connected, 2014, 303. Also defined savage society as a form of civil society as yet in terms of state structures, but nevertheless with social rules that elevated above a state of barbarism, 2014, 303. Both sense texts consistently relate to natural. This second criterion of a cultural system, finally, leads to a third one, the time or duration by which a society evolves according to the theory of progress. I next reconstruct how these three criteria interrelate in this work, and how the factor of time plays a central role in the development of the Americana. To refute the claim that Americans are beardless, cites witnesses who confirm that across the Americas, from the Eskimo regions to the Dell, there are entire tribes who grow beards, citing 1733-1743, it is rare to find a beard among the Tungus and all these peoples. For as soon as it appears, they pluck out the hairs and eventually achieve that none grow back, 1795, 88, 312. My translation, 1751. Furthermore, he exposes the myth of menstrual absence among American women, which arose as Europeans had allegedly never witnessed such a process, 1795, 88, 313. L. 1578. However, cites Gabriel's voyage Pays Hurons, 1632, which states that menstruating women were considered poisonous, and thus removed to remote huts to enjoy rest away from the male gaze, 1795, 88, 314. M. 1632. Further ascribes the wider than merely black variations in skin among Americans to the influence of the climate X and cites 1778 as a source that attests to a white complexion among the inhabitants of the Andean region, 1795, 88, 314, 315. O. 2024, 1213. However, also attributes American variations to the laws of X, proposing a likely origin of Americans in northern Asia, citing an article by Kant in the 1788, 1795, 88, 315. P. Kant, 2007. Finally, also explores a similar approach regarding the facial structure of Americans, Americanos. He counters claims of homogeneity in the features of the New World's inhabitants by citing the eyewitness, who notes in Sulla del Chile, 1782, that individuals within one nation vary significantly from those of another. A Chilean differs in appearance from a Peruvian no less than an Italian differs from a German, 1795, 88, 315, 316. Q. 1782, 336. Also includes Dell 1654-34, Martin 1783, 1751 204 Peruvians, and 1983 920 Dell among further credible eyewitnesses Tum, who observed the diversity of American facial features, 1795 88 316. R. Finally makes an important observation regarding the resemblance between Americans and Mongolians, a similarity noted as early on among the first European explorers, such as 1451-1512, 1795, 88, 317. S. 1745. The fluid boundaries and gradual transition between human varieties, distinguishable only by fine nuances, is indeed a central thesis in skull studies. He considers this thesis confirmed by the theory of migration in connection with his own theory of Earth's revolutions, and thus the factor of time. He argues that the Americans, originating from Mongolians, likely migrated from northern Asia in multiple waves interrupted by long intervals, possibly spurred by physical, geological, and political catastrophes. 1795, 88, 317. Furthermore, conjectures that distinctive Mongolian features are more pronounced among Eskimos than other Americans. Firstly, because, driven by new catastrophes, they arrived later from northern Asia, and secondly, they now live in climates similar to their homeland. 1795, 18, 317, 318. As evidence supporting this observation, cites 2 Eskimo skulls from his collection that originated from the colony of in Labrador. Furthermore, he cites images of these savages painted from life by 2 distinguished artists and gifted to him by Joseph Banks, then president of the Royal Society, 1795, 88, 318. Since the Renaissance, images have served as means of illustrating claims to knowledge in line with the doctrine of authority and testimony, 2011. Moreover, regarding the thesis on the influence of climate on the facial features of various groups of people, mentions the mariner Van 1563-1611, who had seen the inhabitants of the Magellan Strait firsthand and compared their physiognomy, facial features, skin, and hair with the Samoyed people of Siberia, whom he had encountered during his journey along the Nassau route, 1795, 88, 318. I have illustrated how presents his claims about non-European peoples and especially how he reasons for the somatic traits of American populations. That he describes some of these peoples as barbarians reflects the fact that they were apparently still nomads and not sedentary, subsisting on fishing and hunting reindeer herds, as migration theory would posit. 2.7 Conclusion. This chapter has demonstrated that examining natural history, and especially his writings on the varieties of humankind, requires thorough and careful, and must draw attention to the distinctions between the treatise's genesis and its 19th and 20th century reception. Central to his argument is his critique of, against which he argues for nature's mutability, empirically supported by fossil research in southern Germany and around Hanover. His renowned symmetrical and non-hierarchical classification scheme for human varieties resonates with the tradition of Carl. Moreover's explanations of human varieties with regard to climate, heredity, and the factor of time align with the progressive late Enlightenment natural history. His adherence to the unity and equality of humankind is, finally, in line with a central Enlightenment concept, natural law theory, following the tradition of Samuel, with sociability as its core tenet, 2024. That is to say, expressed views not only about physical differences, but also about the mental capacities of specific human varieties, especially concerning Africans who had escaped their fate as slaves and received education and training in England. Sharply, the slave trade, including the bestial brutality of the white executioners on the slave ship S and in the West Indian sugar plantations, 2014 1790-91. True to the principles of authority and testimony, he allowed the actual voices of African writers, poets, and philosophers such as Anton, and in contemporary historical texts known as to be heard directly, 2014 1790, 85 118. Chose them according to criteria of perfectibility and cultural capacity, as he points out, not without irony, towards some of his contemporaries. I do not know any savage people who, as much as the Negroes, distinguished themselves by such examples of perfectibility and even scientific cultural capacity that they align themselves so closely with the most cultivated nations on earth. 2014 1790, 118, my translation. Thus, D. 1797, for instance, regarded slavery as a state of perpetual warfare, and Atlantic slavery became part of broader geopolitical networks, conflicts, and spheres of interest when the Jamaican slave revolt of 1761-761 was as warfare of sorts. Brown, 2020-39. His treatise on the varieties of humankind also means to acknowledge this geopolitical dimension as part of his natural history. Our current debate regarding race in the 18th century almost entirely neglects this very aspect of natural law within the context varieties of humankind, 2024. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: J. 1590. Natural y Moral Las Indias. J.F. 1803. Specimen. J.F. 1795. J.F. 1791. Den 3rd ed. Bay Christian. J.F. 2014-1790. M. ed. J.F. 1790 Dizel Band. 115. J.F. 1789. Den. 2nd ed. Bay Christian 1789. J.F. 1779. Bay Christian. W. 2019. Is collection of human skulls. In N and G. Race and Natural History, 1751-850-8095. Brown v. 2020. Tacky's Revolt. The Story of an Atlantic Slave War. The Belknap Press of University Press. GL 1749. The Law Description Cabinet. 1. J 1686. Journal Voyage Chevalier N and Orientals, par la mer and par la. Voyage Paris. Chez Daniel Rue La. J 1686b. The Travels of Sir John into Persia and the East Indies, the first volume containing the author's voyage from Paris to which is added the coronation of this present King of Persia, the third. Printed from Moses Pitt in Duke Street, Westminster. L 2009. In Lin. In L Als. Is in 287-449. S forthcoming. In R and G. Camp Bis Fries. S 2024. Des Wissenschaft vom 1661-800. In M Leid. 3349. Sprenger V's. Org 10100 7978 3658 32138391. S 2022. Kraft. In den vom die in. In F Al. Form in Wissenschaft. 5176. S 2021. The Concept of Self-Interest in 18th Century Anthropology and Economic Theory. From Richard Cumberland to Adam Smith. In C. Ide. Historicizing Self-Interest in the Modern Atlantic World. A Plea for Ego. 95-116. S. 2013. Experiments, Judicial Rhetoric, and the Practices of Demonstration in the Controversy on the Respiration Mechanism. In A. Als. Scholars in Action. The Practice of Knowledge and the Figure of the Savant in the 18th Century. 2. 679-701. Brill. S. 2011. Dem na dem. Is in H. Lied. In 211-253. S. 2004. I am 16. In B. Lied. Art. Die in 2. 871-893. J. 1578. En Voyage en la. Pour. Del N. 1654. Ad. In Triplex Rebus. 3247. C. 1769. Sir O. Poor Server. 1. George Decker. M. 1783. A Nation in Paraguay. Joseph. CO. 2016. Races. Champ. A. 1792. Principles of Moral and Political Science. 1. Printed for W and T London and for W. A. 1768. An Essay on the History of Civil Society. The second edition. Printed for A and T in the Strand and A and J Bell. G. 1983. Dywelt G. Ed. J. 2010. Banks and the Beginnings of Anthropology in J. Ide. Science, Philosophy, and Religion in the Age of Enlightenment. British and Global Contexts. 8698. Variorum. J.G. 1751. Dem 1733 bis 1743. AY 1759. Arts Sciences, Shea. Lamort Jacob. Tome Premier Shea and AM 1803. Sir Fossils Sir Pays. Journal Minds. N91. Germinal in 12 536. Home H. Lord Kames. 1778. Sketches of the History of Man, 3 vols, printed for W and T London and for W. I. 2005. The Language of Sociability and Commerce, Samuel and the Theoretical Foundations of the Four Stages Theory. In ed. Jealousy of Trade. International Competition and the Nation-State in Historical Perspective. 159-184. University Press. G. 2014. The Invention of Savage Society, Amerindian Religion and Society in Anthropological Theology. History of European Ideas, 43, 291-311. Junker T. 2019. Theory of Human Races and the Natural Unity of Humankind. In N and G. Race and Natural History, 1751-850. 96-112. Kant, 2007. On the Use of Philosophical Principles in Philosophy, 1788. In ed. Anthropology, History, and Education, edited and translated by Robert B. Loudon, and the Cambridge edition of the works of Kant, edited by Geyer and W. Wood, 192-218. Cambridge University Press. Kant I. 2002. Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science, 1786. In ed. Theoretical Philosophy after 1781, edited by Henry and Peter Heath, translated by Michael. The Cambridge edition of the works of Kant, edited by Geyer and W. Wood. Cambridge University Press. Kant I. 2000. Critique of the Power of Judgment, the Cambridge edition of the works of Kant, edited and translated by Geyer, translated by Cambridge University Press. Kant I. 1998. Critique of Pure Reason, the Cambridge edition of the works of Kant, P. Geyer and A. W. Wood. Cambridge University Press. Kant I. 1900. In Abid. XI 1789-1794. JF 1724. Premiers Temps. 1. Shade Charles. Bay 2023. N. Sur la diminution la mer C. Ed. Million. Meek R.L. 1976. Social Science and the Ignoble Savage. Cambridge University Press. G.I. 1782. Sulla del Chile. S. Charles Louis Baron La. 1819. Ouvres. 1 Esprit, 1 Chez Ile, JGA 2009. Barbarism and Religion. Volume 4. Barbarians, Savages, and Empires. Cambridge University Press. W. 1780. History of America. 2. W.T. J.J. 2008. Diedeskauer Sir H. Ed. Ferdinand. M. 2005. Bursting the Limits of Time. The Reconstruction of In the Age of Revolution. The University of Chicago Press. G. 1632. Grand Voyage Pays Hurons Envers Merdus, La Nouvelle France, Canada. Chez Denise. JF and S. 2021. Race dans Occidentals X. Albin. M. 1729. Medica est qua ad pertinence and B. S. 2013. The Scottish Enlightenment, Race, Gender, and the Limits of Progress. Mac. J. 2024. A. and G. 1751. In the Land, Oder aller Beat. 9. Bay. J. 2002. Nin A. H. Al. A. 1745. Vita A. Maria, ed. Al de Palo. N. 2007. Facts or Conjectures, Historiography. Journal of the History of Ideas, 68-3, 429-449. EAW, 1778. Band. In 2016 383, for example, claims that according to the races are merely degenerations of an original common type, N-type. From a philological perspective, it is essential to consult the original Latin text of the third edition of On the Varieties of Humankind, 1795. Thomas' 1865 English translation reflects the polygynist and racist convictions of both the translator and the Anthropological Society of London, of which he was a member. See 2014-1790, Editor's Introduction, XIII. The Plain of is the name given to the southern region of Mesopotamia according to the Hebrew Bible, where Nimrod is said to have established a monarchical government. 1759, Part 1, Book 1, 24-25. One particularly well-known passage is Note X on the varieties of humankind and the so-called wild people in the state of nature, who supposedly did not speak. Home Lord Kames, 21778, B1, 20. If the only rule afforded by nature for classing animals can be depended upon, there are different species of men as well as of dogs. See also 1795, 33. G. My Translation, third continuation of news on experiments concerning the gender of plants in CP 51, 24, complete transformation of one natural plant genus into another. When visited London in 1791, it was Banks who enabled him to view specimens in private collections, as well as the British Museum. The link between such collecting and the English gentlemanly virtuoso tradition is apparent in praise to Banks of the Egyptian, in the collection of your great antiquarians Mr. and Mr. Knight BL ad 8098. 213-4 to Banks 8. 1794, 2010-91. Sang est plusbo and dire ipalade visage en la, n and la nature y a sur la plus part femmes graces, n point. Tines pour impossible, sans aimer. N plus visages, plus belles tails n. 1686, a 238-239. 3. Conceptualization of human perfection and its evolution through the history of colonial power. Abstract. The ongoing evolution of this approach to human variation for the last 2 centuries can be interpreted through an understanding of race in science as inherently connected with the vicissitudes of the legitimacy of colonial power. In this chapter, a vision on human perfection is historicized as reproduced in the various stages of colonial power. The circulation of perspectives is connected to public and scientific debates regarding slavery and the post-slavery social order. The continuities and changes in conceptualization of human perfection during post-slavery colonialism is elaborated through debates on racial intermixture as either a progressive or a dystopian scenario for humanity. The controversies between James Cowles Pritchard and as well as between Arthur and are revised as regards the reproduction of different pathways of. Exploring various methods for visualizing human variation complements the understanding of a vision on human perfection as a significant driving force in the history of legitimizing colonial power. The conclusion of the chapter problematizes the of race in science and colonial power through the sociological biographies of scientists who have shaped our understanding of human diversity. Keywords 3.1's legacy within the entangled history of colonial power and race science. These are some of the barriers which a century has raised between and us. But the chief has yet to be mentioned. Accepted Genesis as authoritative, his successors seek elsewhere for guidance. One of them has become an evolutionist. 1940. The peasants of Central and Southern Europe are as much a part of the white race as the aristocracy or the urban population, but their ways of procuring a livelihood, their narrow horizons in intellectual and social matters, are to the objective student less civilized than those of many Negro and Mongoloid primitives. And Mead 2019-55. This approach to understanding the variation among humans united scholars with vastly different positions regarding racism, for example, who was convinced about the superiority of Western Europeans, and who was employed by the U.S. government and later by UNESCO to promote her vision of racial equality, 2007. And they were not exceptions among the anthropologists who referred to this legacy in the late 1930s. The presence of an approach is often understood to be on the verge of mysticism, 2020. In the shadow of WWAI, the good abolitionist began to be opposed to bad German racial hygiene, especially by those who needed to emancipate themselves from recent close cooperation with German colleagues too further. The five-race typology continued to infiltrate overtly racist approaches to the racial hierarchies that emerged in the 19th century. See the chapter in this volume. The institutionalization of physical anthropology that had started in the 19th century became an arena for disputes concerning evolutionary processes. Moreover, any approach alternative to, such as the hologenesis proposed by Daniel Rosa, invoked the spirit of this idea of the formative drive. Were the references to his legacy in such different directions mutually connected? This question redefines the dilemma concerning the external v's. Internal logic of scientific progress, through the lens of the topic as decisive for understanding how the weight of external and internal forces would be distributed, 2009. My revision of the ongoing adaptation of this approach to human variation for the last 2 centuries stems from understanding race in science as inherently connected to the vicissitudes of the legitimacy of colonial power. Understanding colonial power as the dominance of the center, over regions and their populations labeled as peripheral and ready, 2024, allows us to recognize the core role of race-informed knowledge as a source for legitimizing and delegitimizing colonial power. The interrelation between colonial power and race in science becomes even more palpable when the history of colonialism is interpreted as a continuity of the crises of its legitimacy. The history of colonial power can be seen as a continuity of several ages, which have cemented the institutions of colonialism, including slavery, imperialism, genocide, autocracy, and racial capitalism. The transition in colonial power from one form to another is accompanied by a crisis in its legitimacy, when a predominant institution has lost its social recognition. Smith, 2007, 159. While the legitimacy of power is an inseparable part of the identities, interests, norms, rules, and principles that command social life, 162, the loss of legitimacy is a complex process that should be seen as a driving force and an outcome of tectonic societal changes. The obvious intractability of colonialism is rooted in the no less obvious capacity among agents of colonialism to reestablish its legitimacy. Targeted at reestablishing the acceptance of colonial power by its citizenry, Al. 2013, the politics of legitimacy cry out for a justifiable vision of human difference and inequality. Race as a set of logics attached to specific transnational practices, Zimmerman, 2010, dovetails perfectly with this purpose. The transformation of colonial practices has gone, and continues to go hand in hand with advances in the study of human diversity, both those who have attacked one form of colonial power or another, and its adherents have applied the outputs of scientific research regarding human origins and diversity to prove and advance their positions. Scholars themselves have taken sides, offering either racialized or anti-racist arguments for supporting their political stance. Moreover, the entangled history of colonialism and racism is replete with examples in which an argument originally developed by a scholar who took an anti-racist position has been later used to support racist views or even to refute the anti-racist position. This is precisely what happened with H's approach to human diversity. Not only his classification of races, but also the idea of has been recruited by those who seek to reestablish racial hierarchies for legitimizing imperial colonialism, 2016. What was it about H's approach that made this contradiction possible? Two extremes either attributing to the role of an entrepreneur of racism, 2014, or to defend the sustainability of H's anti-racist position, 2018, seem to relegate the interrelation between colonialism and race in science to the margins of the critical of science. A desirable critical narrative should embed his scientific inquiry and attempts at its dissemination in the context of colonial power and its vicissitudes during H's time and afterwards. Such narration leads to not only to the task of historical justice, but also towards a more general question, namely, if racism is in terms of providing a sustainable biologically informed argument against the race-informed differentiation of humans. Connecting the formation of colonial power with race in science proposes a more nuanced, or even a dialectical, view on the interrelation between scientific progress in understanding human variation and the politics constructed with the assistance of such arguments. One of the possible ways to avoid the risk of erecting a univocal determination between science and politics is to pay attention to interrelation between epistemic and ontological grounds for various scientific positions. The personal epistemology of is conducive to implementing this task. For the most part, modeling the epistemic and ontological cognition of remains rooted in the vicissitudes of the relationship between German Romanticism and its reflection in philosophy. Such a position embeds legacy in the context of his complex relationship with his predecessors, and especially his efforts to emancipate himself from creationism, Kiel, 2018. It also leaves unanswered the question of how this aspect of H's legacy shaped subsequent generations of scholars. Visions of H's approach to explaining human variation as either nurturing epistemically significant metaphors of human agency and evolution, and 2016, or strictly positing a biological explanation opposed to a Kantian metacognitive use of Richard's 2000 are complementary. These approaches present through the lens of modernity's man, which stripped the human being down to instrumental rationality, Archer, 2003. But along with facing epistemological contradictions, apparently struggled with the conflict between the death of God and Titanic man that framed the various approaches to examining humanity within the Enlightenment. Philip Sloan provides a nuanced view on the impact of the interdisciplinary exchange between Kant and, which resulted in an accurate of their approach to the limits of understanding and its stimulating role in producing knowledge concerning human variation, Sloan, 2002. Through focusing on the consistent of human perfection I aim at not only explaining the ongoing interest in, but also discussing its role in the entangled history of colonial power and race in science. My research is inspired by two questions. How did problematize the history of humanity and human variation through the concept of human perfection? How has conceptualization of human perfection affected subsequent generations of scholars and artists? To revise the role of H's approach in the first half of the 20th century, I follow the transformation of his argument in three successive ages of colonial power. 1. The end of slavery colonialism in the last third of the 18th century. 2. The period of post-slavery or imperial colonialism, mostly operating in the second part of the 19th century. And 2. Post-imperial colonialism, which started with the first crushes of empires, the Ottoman and Hungarian empires in particular, and continued until the end of the 1950s, finishing with the Algerian Revolution. In this chapter, I focus on explaining the ongoing adaptation in the 19th century of this approach by anthropologists of both Western and non-Western origins, as embedded in the process of legitimizing new forms of colonial power, namely post-slavery colonialism in the age of intensive dissemination of imperial capitalism, which had replaced slavery colonialism. In the following section, I redefine this approach to human variation as one of the conceptualizations that bridged the of slavery colonialism and the legitimization of the post-slavery operation of colonial power, using a complex approach to human perfection. After discussing this temporal approach to human variation, I move to the consistent efforts to make his argument regarding human variation more clear-cut through the visualization of human races. Diagrammatic Imaginary, 2024-13, performed in three mutually resonating ways to illustrate the relation of races. 1. Picturing the human skulls of four races as centered around the skull of the Caucasian, perfect race. 2. Presenting comparable depictions of heterosexual pairs created by Daniel. And 2. Including the portraits of outstanding representatives of each race as an argument for race equality. Highlights the visual order developed for explaining the anatomical affinity of different races. 26. But which message regarding human variation was decoded in the illustrations for 1790, and the choice of the illustration for 1796. The subsequent sections follow the adaptation of this approach to the aims of legitimizing colonial power during post-slavery imperialism and the intensive institutionalization and secularization of physical anthropology, a main vehicle for race in science. These sections problematize the passage from post-slavery colonialism to post-imperial colonialism through following the challenges facing evolutionary anthropology with imposing continuity upon discontinuity and privileging ancestry over emergence. Marx 2012. 3.2 Human Variation and Its Perfection, the Essence of Epistemology. 3.2.1 Abolitionism and the Temporality of Human Perfection. The incompatibility between slavery and humanism was fixed in European thought by Las Casas in the 16th century, 2013-4. However, only since the last third of the 18th century did the abolitionist movement challenge slavery, which started to be seen as an economic burden rather than a benefit. Unacceptable among elites. 5. The Enlightenment and its actors played a crucial role in eroding the substantial support for slavery from the side of the citizenry. 6. The testimonies of scholars who had visited colonies, testifying a non-humanistic approach to African slavers and challenging stereotypes regarding Africans as inferior, were widely circulated in Europe. 2012. For instance, the publications by the Swedish naturalist, recruited by the British government gather information on slave populations, were translated into several languages, including German, and was certainly aware of its existence. 1795. The manner of expression by which the crafty writers attribute to God parts, actions, or affections which are only suitable for men, and this to accommodate and proportion themselves to the weakness of our intelligence. Thus it is said in Genesis that God called Adam. 1751, 497-7. Historians agree on the fact that only in the first half of the 19th century, the anthropological method had finally escaped the abstraction of philosophical reflection and became a research method that fed the desire to convey positive knowledge. 2004, 101. Being among those who shared the ideology of and motivations underlying abolitionism, and who shaped the bases of anthropology, clearly faced these challenges of multiple secularization. In his letter to one of the leaders of German pietism, declared his long-term devotion to the mission of proving that all people belong to one and the same race, stressing that his purely scientific method perfectly fits what the Holy Scriptures teach. 1791-76, the concept of the formative drive, or central to this approach to human variation, more in a chapter in this volume, should be understood through the lens of this multiple secularization. In 1775, 181, consistently deepens our understanding of humans as purchasing the unlimited liberty of diet and locality, and portrays the human organism as perfectly equipped to be able to live in every region under the sun. In today's parlance, we can define this conceptualization of perfection as an equalizing force among humans, who possess the unique ability to gain agency due to their outstanding physiological characteristics that adapt to new environments. Its modification of the animated organism as agency, originally introduced by, emphasizes the formative drive as the mother of varieties, the generous origin of degeneration, or the deflection from its usual path. Richards, 2000-2021, primarily explained this deviation through the migration of humans to localities with different climates. Here is almost no diversity of habit which cannot be produced by varieties of climate. 1775-74, the diversity among humans represents the output of human sensitivity and responsiveness to such changes. The flexible softness of mucous membrane in man is owing his power of accustoming himself more than every other mammal to every climate. 181. In this turn, human diversity is not only a direct consequence of perfection, but also its authentic performance. Along with explaining the unique physiological features that manifest the perfect ability to adjust different environments, takes further steps in connecting perfection to adaptability. According to, humans are perfect, in contrast to animals, because they have more nerves and more reaction. 179 emphasizes that prehistoric, or in his terminology, old man, did not have the same sensitivity as modern man, which makes prehistoric man similar to animals and less perfect. Not only do humans but also climate changes, we must allow something to climate, so far as that itself is altered by the lapse of time. 104 This point only increased intention to describe the difference among races as a relational characteristic that depends on how large and expanded the sample, which allows us to recognize how similar look the people of North when they are compared with the people of South, in contrast of comparing different subgroups of people of the North. 99 This multi-level and mutually interrelated similarity among different groups led to claims of equality among various races, due to the vitality of racial intermixtures. Remarkably, built his argument as an invalid hypothetical syllogism by saying that if the hybrids would be not natural, the Supreme Being foresaw these disgusting kind of unions and took care to render them futile. 110's reflections on godly and ungodly mixes were operationalized by 1864, who introduced a typology of human hybrids based on the degree of their vitality and the inevitability of their extinction. This historical continuity allows us to recognize the proto-eugenic thinking in the equalization of racial intermixture and the creation of humanity introduced by. The proto-eugenic sentiment becomes even stronger in its analogy between the wild state of children brought up not as humans, but as animals, and disseminated diseases or defects like albinism. These causes do not shape self-reproducing groups but demonstrate multiple trajectories of deviations from normal, perfect ways of human development. 1775, 131-33. The duplicity of human perfection, based on the idea of perfect humanity and the perfection of particular humans, was key for understanding ability to avoid binary oppositions such as versus. Versus 2005 and Derry 2024 empiricism versus rationalism and mechanism versus vitalism, once defined as multiple parallelism. Laughlin, 1982, bringing forward such a complex understanding of human perfection, encountered a question that intrigued him most of all, namely, how does a human being change over time when humans exercise the freedom to explore the world? Do humans become more perfect, or, on the contrary, do they lose their potential as agents? This question marked a radical shift from his predecessors and led him to move beyond the limits of the multiple dichotomies that structured their scientific search. In epistemology, life began to be described not only in terms of processes and phenomena in space and time, which substantiated the birth of biology, 1967, 432, but also through mapping the possible temporal dimensions of his idea of degeneration. His temporal vision on human perfection developed through his multiple reflections on aging, diseases, and deviations, which allowed him to provide a highly nuanced view on the difference between imperfection and degradation. See more in the chapter in this volume. This epistemic platform was further disseminated when his approach entered into polemics with another famous, representative figure of the school of history, who defended slavery primarily through claiming the inferiority of Negros. 8 approached the difference between races and human groups and questioned human perfection through consistent application of a view on humans as structures of their collectives, 1990. This relegated to attribute the main role to the location of humans as a main factor of differentiating humans and their progress. 2021. If operationalized human perfection through diversity in performing human agency, focused on the idea of human belonging to a particular group, pinned to particular location, as a predisposition of either perfection or imperfection, and neither a plant, nor a mineral, nor even a human being loses the perfection ascribed to it by God when moved to other conditions. 1790 further, bringing together animated, including humans, and unanimated nature should not read as a physicist or pro-antique position, was targeted by the intention to present locality as a universe. He brought forward numerous ethnological surveys in order to prove his stance and support his idea of beauty as a canon that stood in opposition to perfection understood as authenticity, 1990. Opinions regarding theorization varied widely from acceptance of his as being fantastic because of the best possible access to sources for developing a racial hierarchy to labeling as a pseudoscientist, Michael, 2021. The debate between the members of the school, including Adam and the adherents of slavery and Samuel Thomas, unpacked the issue of perfection, its possibilities, and even its measurement. A friend of directly attacked through employing a Goethean model of science based on radical empiricism. He built his argument on the disclosure of his idea of beauty and ugliness, as one when sufficiently attentive can also find traits enabling favorable and even pleasant portrayals of very many, even of the wildest peoples, written up by the most credible authors. Gray, 2024. The analogy between humans and plants, adapted by Fromm's view of the archetypical plant, aimed at proving the ability of humans to be rerouted, a proof that reverberated with his vision on the incredible adaptability of humans, but obviously challenged his devotion to human agency. Additionally, was not entirely alien to the idea of human agency, which he promoted in his consistent critique against the aristocracy as opposed to the people, in order to stress the unique suitability of the bourgeoisie to the modern order of social life. Golf French, 2019, 946. The irony regarding the nobility was not alien to either. According to Mario, explained the generous gesture by the British king to present the skull of Richard, King of Scotland, to his collection through the fact that the king did not need this object of national pride any longer. 2021-75. Also in contrast to, refused the possibility of establishing a social order with the predominance of enlightened middle classes among non-whites. Beyond the differences and similarities with, it is worth mentioning that this approach warranted consistent positive acceptance, especially among those affiliated with authorities. Beniz, 2023. In this turn, it is reasonable to interpret the methods of visualizing human variation chosen by as determined by the intention to depict a desirable post-slavery social order, opposed to pro-slavery approaches likes, which was invited to illustrate were published in 1790, the year when published his article defending slavery, along with 6 years later. 322 Visualizing a variety of races, towards the patterns of the post-slavery social order. The trees are planted in rows, not so densely. The people are not wild and shaggy, but elegant in their own way. The men only have a short beard and a large mussel shell hanging from a coral necklace. They wear shorter aprons than the women. 1782-2006, 187. These instructions were received by Daniel for improving the image of Australians and Polynesians after sending him the first sketches of the images for. In formulating his expectations, heavily relied on multiple sources about the colonies collected by Europeans, 2018, which corresponded with the canon of the close gaze of natural scientists established in the 18th century, 2007. Further, in his intention to represent human dignity, was aligned with a canon recently established by pro-abolitionist artists that showed noble savages with their own sense of beauty, 1988, who started to be depicted with babies, fishing or hunting instruments, or local animals. Moreover, it is reasonable to move beyond an examination of these illustrations as pure adaptations and combinations of already rooted stereotypes regarding exotic races and localities. As is well known, underlying the invitation to illustrate the book was uncertainty about the quality and the sufficient description of the objects through using images from the university collection. He thus decided to make totally new pictures. Call it 2014, 254. but what ensured mutual understanding between the scientist and the artist. Along with its closeness to the school, and its Jacobin camp in particular 9, the decisive factors included sharing the experience of in regarding social belonging. Both men originally came from lower middle-class families and had achieved their success through the never-ending fight to be accepted. By the time he met, had garnered the reputation of not only a responsible and successful etcher who illustrated numerous popular books, someone able to connect different localities and to nuance their visualization, and 2020. This sensitivity of the artist was crucial to the clear educational purposes of. If the main intention behind including images was enlightening and promoting the idea of equality, it is reasonable to assume that and were connected by a secular, humanistic concept of, which had begun to shape public space in Germany in the 18th century, 2019. This movement launched the transformation of the position of those who should be educated toward more proactive interaction with the environment. Aligned with this, education and its outcomes, namely good or bad customs, began to be seen as second nature. 2019, who was extremely devoted to natural approaches and encapsulated his view in a series of cartoons aimed at contrasting the lives of naturally and artificially educated men and women, could easily share the view on the differences among the races as a product of different but equally good second natures. 1901. Naturalness assisted with the choice of how to demonstrate the similarities in races, picturing each of the 5 races as a family unit. This intention was close to the artist's devotion to portraying of family intimacy. Created numerous images of happy families of different class backgrounds, but always through the lens of idealizing the middle class in opposition to corrupted aristocratic elites, 2003. For the vignettes presented each of the races by a couple in their prime, at the peak of their reproductive abilities. This choice corresponded with calendar time, an approach to portray daily life that brings together the cultural representations of the past, defined by the vague category of myth, and all the regulated and recurrent symbolic practices placed under the no less vague name of rite. 2009, this composite temporality assisted in the task of balancing the similarities and differences among races. Images of 5 races combined deliberate signifiers of civilization for the races, seen by as the most distanced from Caucasian, and the multiple signifiers for grading the differences between the Caucasian and other races, more similarities with Asians and less with the rest of races. If Caucasians were depicted in the close environment of a house, Asians were in a semi-closed gazebo, Africans, Americans, and Australians Polynesians were depicted in open space, even their housing was part of the background. The imaginaries of the background landscapes on the portraits of all the races, except the Caucasian, were full of fecundity symbols. Caucasians and Asians were depicted at the highest moment of mutual sexual seduction, but Africans, Americans, and Australians Polynesians were pictured as families with children. Africans were shown with the youngest children being breastfed, Americans are pictured with toddlers, and Australians Polynesians are depicted with 6-8-year-old children. This interrelated difference reflected pre-Darwinian evolutionary thought, in which was typical to present entire peoples and races as part of the childhood of the human race, in need of guidance and protection certainly, but with the potential, however distant in prospect, for achieving the adult state. 1995, 82-83, practically, by emphasizing the cyclical components of biological time for different races, cemented the approach to racial hierarchy. His cooperation with only reinforced his reputation as one of the pioneers of establishing a new standard of human perfection, associated with the normative view of culture turned out, in practice, which had strong connections with the particular views of ruling groups and classes. Al. 2013-67. Furthermore, the artist's engagement in promoting the independence of the United States guaranteed the acceptance of, as a creator of the canon of, and its intensive adaptation by American painters, 2023. Even in the 1920s, he continued to be seen as the artist of his time, and not as a timeless genius, 1921. The long echo can be accepted as one of the driving forces behind the adaptation of, and its approach to visualizing human variation by subsequent generations of anthropologists. For the task of finding additional suitable methods for visualizing human diversity remained important. The period between the publication of and saw the most intensive collection of skulls first collection, 2018-9. New editions were accompanied by intensive correspondence with fellow doctors who sent skulls from different parts of the world. This correspondence motivated not only to revise his criteria and approaches to describing races and the differences among them, but also to redefine his approach to informing the public about races. I consider it less a proof of O's docility that he made admirable progress in chess in a short time, than that he very soon adopted the refined London worldly tone so well that the famous Dr. Johnson, when he once dined with him in company and O sat next to Lord opposite the doctor at the window, so that the light blinded him, he, according to his own confession, could not distinguish him from the Lord at first, due to the elegance of O's manners, 1796, 36-37. Bringing forward the social success and acceptance of men of different races assisted with overcoming, albeit partially, the contradiction between individualized humanism and the obligation to describe races as a group of people who exhibit a defined set of characteristics distilled from a finite sample group. 280. Such an approach to depicting human variation calls into question the widely disseminated, generalized view on illustrations that accompanied racial hierarchies as aimed at embodying population groups through individual portraits. And Van, 2019, position created the preconditions for the subsequent resolution of the dichotomy between the collective spatial and individual temporal approaches to racial diversity in the next age of colonial power. When the role of class in racial hierarchies became decisive after delegitimizing slavery. 3.3's legacy during the age of post-slavery colonialism. Post-slavery colonialism gained momentum during a period of multiple transitions in scientific understanding of humanity, from Enlightenment to positivism, dissolution of the polygynous debate in the polemics around Darwinian evolutionism, and through a major reconsideration of the relationship between the social and natural sciences to better understand humans. The multiple revolutions were accompanied by interstate strife over colonial territories, which made the legitimization of colonial power increasingly dependent on the loyalty of citizens to the integrity of their empires. Within the context of these social and political shifts, his vision on human diversity and perfection gained new possibilities for adaptation and transformation. One of the decisive factors in adapting his vision was the relationship between slavery, race in science, and abolitionism, which became more convoluted as the abolitionist movement progressed. 331 Pritchard's effectuation of his vision of human variation. Into the longer shadow of the ending of the slave trade, 1990-445, which continued throughout the 19th century, his argument remained desirable for abolitionists, both those devoted to the mission of demonstrating the ideals of Christianity and those who derived their arguments from natural science and positivist philosophy. 10 acted as an arbiter between creationism, producing a wide range of pathways towards his approach to human variation and the driving forces behind it. The close and amicable relationship between and the German pietists strengthened the circulation of his approach, not least because of the relationship between German pietism and Quakerism in New England, 1942. This flow was connected to one of the first appropriations of his vision of human perfection, which occurred within the framework of the collaboration between William Blake, who was in direct communication with, and Casper. The long echo of his perspective among religiously oriented abolitionists and their art should be seen as one of the factors underlying the ongoing tradition of presenting his legacy as a part of the history of anti-racism, 1980. Nature seems to be everywhere satisfied with resemblance. Her purposes are attained by displaying that sort of general analogy which is still compatible with individual variety. It is most probable that no two individuals were ever produced in any species with complete and perfect sameness of form and structure. Pritchard, 1836, 242. In addition to this vision of perfection as a general idea about human variation, Pritchard shared research questions that guided, particularly in examining the trajectories and drivers of human change and how these changes were reflected in the diversity of races. Two methods for exploring human variation were offered by Pritchard: ethnographical, investigation of phenomena occurring among the particular races to be compared, and analogical, investigation into the general laws of their economy. These methods equipped him to determine what in the structure of species is permanent and what is able to transmutation. 110.111. The distinction between ethnographical and analogical methods transformed the opposition between temporal and spatial approaches to human variation into the complex task of the space of human inhabitation. And for humans, such location includes the entire universe, according to Pritchard. Pritchard was open about the numerous blank spaces within the knowledge of both external space and the organization of living bodies, which developed into an argument in favor of a functional approach to studying human diversity. 112. He highlighted what he marked as vital functions: the periods and duration of life, the economy of the sexes, the phenomena of parturition and reproduction. 114. Pritchard moved away from the classification of races introduced by in favor of a more complex and classification. This positioning turned him away from the approach of. In short, Pritchard not only moved away from the concept of but also abandoned thinking about humans in terms of agency. According to him, humans were animals of the same species, subjected to nearly uniform laws with respect to all the principal functions of the animal economy. 114. Moreover, the sensitivity and responsiveness of humans central to the conceptualization of human agency was transformed into human educability, equal for all races, according to Pritchard. There are no races of men so widely differing from each other in structure of body and in physical properties as the three above mentioned, the Hottentots and the Negroes, and the fourth class of nations Europeans, with whom they have been throughout compared. If therefore the principal conclusion is allowed with respect to these instances, it will scarcely be thought disputable in others. 215. Remarkably, the second edition of his researches into the physical history of man, published in 1826, opened with a portrait of Abba, an Ethiopian priest of noble origin, which can be interpreted as adaptation of approach to present the variation among human races through portraits of outstanding representatives of each race. Pritchard further described the multiple performances of the prevalence of superstitions and practices more or less resembling the 12 of Africa, as existing among nations enjoying a much higher degree of mental culture, adding that such are a belief in destiny or fatality, astrology, necromancy, charms, spells, omens, lucky and unlucky days, fortune, and the good and evil genius of individuals. 197-198. Later, this dimension would be developed by American anthropologists Mead, educated in a Quaker family, and her close colleague Ruth, who posited Pritchard as one of the most consistent anti-racists, along with Jean and E.A., and Mead 1940-36. Pritchard continued reproducing understanding of human history as the degeneration of races, but he moved away from attributing the historical role of the cradle of European civilization to the Caucasus. Pritchard. In his last edition of Researches into the Physical History of Man, he developed the hypothesis of the Fertile Crescent, which pointed to the Middle East as the cradle of Western civilization, achieving its heyday at the beginning of the 20th century in the texts by James Henry Breasted, 2012. Pritchard's detailed description of Iranian, Atlantic, and Turanian nations as the two main groups necessary for understanding the inception of human civilization was remarkable due to a consistent focus on intermixing between these two groups. One of the predominant motifs of the latest edition of the book included a very outspoken position in favor of understanding racial intermixture as a pathway toward human progress. The third edition included an entire entitled On Mixed Human Races, in which the main leitmotif was the superiority of intermixed races in terms of both physical and mental abilities. Even more, Pritchard stressed that their fitness permitted mixed races to obtain higher social positions and to replace those races that were the predecessors of such mixing. He mixed offsprings originating from different races within the limits of the same species generally exceed in, and in the tendency to multiplication, the parent races from which they are produced. Pritchard 1836, 150. With this radical acceptance of racial mixing, Pritchard pointed to an equally radical resolution of the dichotomy between spatial and temporal approaches to the study of human variation. He cited several examples of racial mixing around the world that had acquired a profitable animal economy, unlike their parent races. For Pritchard, this diversity gave racial mixing a position as one of the vital functions crucial for explaining the unity of humanity. God needs very race that now peoples it, and must see the hand of God in arresting so speedily this pernicious heresy mixing races. This prejudice of was in all respects mutual. It was the common instinct of the human race and existed as really on the side of the population as on that of the whites. Those who attempt to promote amalgamation are fighting equally against the purposes of providence, the convictions of reason and the best impulses of nature. Pritchard, 1836, 267. The polemics initiated by Pritchard, from both scientific and moral positions, gave a long life to the association between an anti-racist stance, including the acceptance of racial intermixture and a racialized view, with the struggle for racial purity. The attack against Pritchard's stance from the side of Joseph Arthur cemented this division. 332. The mutation of argument in post-slavery. In his Sur Races essay concerning the inequality of human races, the idea of the educability of inferior races, along with racial intermixture, as prerequisites for human progress. He brought forward the case of the Jesuits and their attempts to civilize the natives of Paraguay, who were treated like children under a despotic government of Europeans, and who felt once more the call of the savage life, with the exception of 37 straggling little villages, in which the population is, no doubt, partly hybrid. Emphasis mine. 1853, 53-53. The half-breed shares the enlightenment of his father, without entirely giving up the savage customs of his mother's race. He is thus a natural link between civilization and barbarism. Wherever half-breeds exist and multiply, we see the savages gradually changing their customs and social conditions. 72. Furthermore, already existing half-breeds were included among the distinct families into which humanity could be divided. 108. This view on half-breeds, as not embodying a promising future but not necessarily negatively influenced by the past, sheds light on the complex interrelation between his dystopian view on humanity as inevitably in a state of degeneration, his flirting with the disappointment in aristocratic elites, and his consistent position on racist blue. 1999-118. His division of the history of humanity into the earliest epoch, when the influence of natural causes was far more active, immediately after the creation, when the earth was still shaken by its recent catastrophes and without any defense against the fearful effects of their last death throes, and still continuing now. Under the normal and healthy conditions, 1853-137 approximates exemplary with its inevitable objectification of humans. 14. This anti-thinking was heavily reinforced by a consistent application of comparisons with animals for justifying the existence of racial hierarchies. While reaching its peak, the struggle between pro- and anti-slavery forces resulted in paradoxical outcomes regarding the interrelation between scientific and religious arguments about human origins. While abolitionists grew increasingly frustrated with the need to secularize their arguments, pro-slavery advocates began to seek ways to revise biblical teachings regarding the origin of humanity. Like other proponents of polygenism, nurtured the theological origins of his theory and turned to the teachings of Isaac Law, a French priest of noble origin, whose rejection of biblical arguments for the unified origin of humans was given a second life in the first third of the 19th century. 15. The pre-Adamites hypothesis began to be directly opposed to an understanding of the Bible as propagating, according to and Pritchard, 1964. When criticizing polygenism as religious heresy started losing its legitimacy, polygenism obtained a more solid position and began to be accepted as not being contrary to Christianity. Such a position partially explained the obvious success racially minded polygynists obtained, not in protecting slavery, but in establishing the long pathway through attributing inferiority as a consequence of racial intermixture. Pritchard's approach, including his reliance on the concept of perfection, faced massive criticism from the side of those who defended slavery from the position of polygenism, including Clark, slave owner and surgeon in the United States, who together with George R. claimed in Types of Mankind, 1854, that racially mixed offspring are not sterile but demonstrate lower levels of fitness. The opus by and was framed, obviously with intention, as the consequence of the logical complements of Pritchard's vision on human origin and variation. The book not only nurtured a polarizing view on truth and falsehood, so important for who was interested in public acceptance. 16, but also dealt with an issue the adherents of slavery faced, namely the need to find a balance between their vision on humanity as made up of unequal races and their belief in Christianity. This context inclines us to move beyond understanding the contest between and Pritchard on the one side, and on the other side as simply pinned to one or another degree of inclination toward evolutionary undertones. Keel, 2013, 16. It was the decision of the Creator regarding the best-suited climate and situation to the organizations of different races. The black man was placed in tropical Africa because he was suited to this climate and no other. The white man was placed in Europe and Asia for the same reason. 29. Pritchard's opinion regarding the absence of difference in vital functions was immediately questioned with the assistance of statistical data regarding the higher rates of death among free people of color in contrast with slaves, and even higher rates of mortality among mulattoes. Authority, and did not ignore the of human races claimed by and Pritchard, saying that the best specimens of Negroes are very like the inferior of the Caucasian, but when you compare extremes the argument fails. 24. The intersectionality of disability and race became explicit in the argument, which brought forward the size of brains among idiots and people of color as equally smaller than the brains of healthy white individuals. 463. The illustrations emphasized the of the non-white races, and were chosen with the expectation of drawing an analogy not only between lower races and the humanoid apes, but also with images of races from the past, which, according to, and ostensibly proved the immutability of the inferior position of these races in the hierarchy. This argument about human sensitivity, distinguishing humans from animals, mutated into a hierarchy of races regarding the degree of humanity. Non-whites were noted as having thicker and less sensitive nerves and lower intellect. 23. 461-462. The desirable racial purity of Negros could be achieved only through fixing their belonging to a lower class and impossibility to mix with those socially higher whites. 16. A view that resonated with his argument against racial intermixture, although himself was very critical of the adaptation of his theory in favor of defending the institution of slavery right. 1999, 833. Converting's pessimistic view on racial intermixture as embedded into an unnatural turn in human history regarding strategies of colonialism verging on genocide, made by Nazi ideologues, can be easily read as an attempt at making the lost dream of proper and natural order once again possible through genocide. 1966. Clearly, this historical vicissitude only added to the points for interpreting the opponents of First of All, and Pritchard, as the bulwark of anti-racism and adapting their vision. 3.4 Race sentiment in post-slavery emancipatory movement, the strange case of. A critical reconsideration of this approach was a solid part of the agenda among French anthropologists since the last third of the 19th century. In his short and alarmist comment, built his argument against equalization of cultural and physical diversity as totally anti-scientific, recognizing its frighteningly stable influence on such movements as pan-Germanism and pan, due to the role of diplomats. Remarkably, his 1901-11 forecasted rightly the ongoing reproduction of this approach after empires died down. Being a student of Deepin's approach to hybrids in terms of their vitality, 1864, establishing a further criterion for racial hierarchy, namely, more and less adaptable mixes between superior and inferior races. In the initial instance of hybridization, each parent's hereditary physiological baggage intervenes in opposite directions but with equal force, each modifying the other and producing an offspring with the average characteristics of the two parents. In the second instance, the hereditary traits, already diffused and mixed, come into contact and combine in unpredictable ways. 207-208. To achieve a desirable social order in a multiracial world, called for limiting the transfer of biological methods to the political organization and management of human society, as destroying all spontaneity and all progress. 312. Instead, he developed a complex interdisciplinary vision on anthropology, which later would be adapted by Boas and other American anthropologists. Lewis, 2018, in this turn, took another step in the direction indicated by Frederick, another thinker of African descent who advocated environmental as a prerequisite for the further flourishing of the American nation. 1999. In sum, there are savage nations and civilized nations. Naturally, the former are inferior and the latter superior. Race has nothing to do with it. Civilization has everything to do with it. Despite the state of deep degradation in which those savage races are believed to be, they have not lost their right to partake in humanity's common patrimony. 285-286. It could be objected here that many nations found themselves in the best of conditions for their development and yet remained in a patent state of inferiority, whereas others, less favored by circumstances, were able to march forward, moving from one conquest to the next until they reached the highest summits of civilization. 275. This vision concerning the combination of the driving forces behind the perfection of some races and the imperfection of others certainly suggests that would apply to a critical argument like that applied to, which recognizes a completely natural conception of race, 2019. One of the significant factors in the reproduction of the controversy between supporters and opponents of racial mixing includes the demand for such explanations during periods of nation building, 1961-1920. While was able to reconcile with the widely perceived fact of great human diversity, and though the mechanism of natural selection, to explain evolution as a long, slow process, it was not helpful at all in explaining national differences between, for example, the peoples of Europe. 2006-73, the call for managing racial intermixture as desirable selectivity became even more evident in the late 19th century, when nations began to face the crush of empires, 1968. The approaching collapse of empires and the growth of nationalistic tendencies throughout Europe created all the preconditions for the subsequent adaptation of his ideas and the ideas among his opponents, enacted by those who sought sustainability in institutionalizing anthropology at the transnational level, 2016, 66-67. Quite sarcastically erased the boundaries between the camps of supporters and opponents in favor of understanding their discussions as ill-concealed animosities of nationalist underlaying the vigorous enmity of rival theories. 1965-125, who critically observed and recorded the flourishing of post-imperial colonialism, when nation-states become the most vocal representatives of employing race in reinforcing their power, noted that in Barnard Davis, Van Prunerbay, Morton, and the shades of their predecessors or colleagues, Pritchard, and fought Homeric battles wanting only the laughter of the gods. However, it was not only a new form of colonialism that made idiosyncratic with respect to previous generations of anti-racists, but also his exclusively positivistic attitude towards science, in which he opined there was no place for the conceptualization of equality. It is neither provable nor disprovable. 4. Post-imperial colonialism gave race the space to operate as a principle of political and emotional unity. For liberally thinking, unity based on race ignores the variation among groups and social interests in favor of inevitable genocide. Perhaps the new nations require this artificial welding, but they will regret its costly efficacy when it leads, as it must, to mutual massacre. 3.5 Conclusion. Since the abolitionist movement achieved its goals, colonial power began to exist in the regime of an ongoing fight for its legitimacy, and race science obtained a central position in this fight. And his network were among the first entrepreneurs in the crisis of colonialism's legitimacy. Was one of those who laid the foundations for the irrevocable of slavery colonialism, but at the same time, whose arguments took part in establishing a new form of colonial power, imperial colonialism. The fight between the Jacobins, with at the forefront, and the pro-slavery camp headed by, led to a dichotomy between the temporal and spatial dimensions of human diversity, one of the main epistemological frameworks that ensured the application of this approach by racially minded scholars involved in the legitimization of post-slavery capitalism in the 19th century. The increasing diversity of approaches toward merging the temporal and spatial dimensions of human variation forged the intersectionality of race and class within various racial hierarchies. Reinventing colonial domination through reintroducing racial hierarchies as derivatives of the intersectionality of race and class gave life to racial hierarchies, the division into more and less educable and civilizable humans within one race and nation. It served multiple projects of internal colonialism as well as transnational initiatives aimed at establishing surveillance over regions seen as not aligned with the global agenda of security. Re-examining the contribution that those we have come to regard as anti-racist have made to the legitimization of these projects remains an ongoing task. Echoes of this approach to human perfection, including those defined by freedom from racial prejudice, 1979-112, can still be heard today. The debate between and K in the late 1970s regarding the prerequisites for the human mind to become infiltrated by racism represents one such example, 1975. What makes the human mind more vulnerable to the risk of being saturated by propaganda, either for accepting people as rasa or for relying on rationalist characterizations that justify theories of racial inferiority? 2022. Does the answer to this question always contain the risk of being transformed in favor of progressiveness, and therefore the risk of an inevitable mutation in favor of the equilibrium of colonialism? And is there any optimal response to the colonial equilibrium other than critical? Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: L.J. 2012. Imperialism and Racial Geography in James Henry Breasted's Ancient Times, A History of the Early World. Journal of Egyptian History, 512-1233. American Slavery from the Glasgow Chronicle. Discussion between Mr. George and the Rev. R.J. Fourth Night, Thursday, June 16th. Patriot, Wednesday, 13, July 1836. 265-268. Archer, M.S. 2003. The Private Life of the Social Agent, What Difference Does It Make? In Critical Realism. 2941. C. 2004. Canons Cour dans la. Jacob. J. 1965. Race: A Study in Superstition. Harper, The Academy Library. Harper Row Publishers. B. 2016. Small National Ethnologies and Supranational Empires, The Case of the Habsburg Monarchy. In Everyday Culture in Europe. 6580. Ars and Mead, M. 2019. Race, Science and Politics, p. 38. University of Georgia Press. Benez T. 2023. Race, Revelation, and the Comparative History of Religion. In G and K. M. Oxford History of Modern German Theology. 1. 1780-1848. Oxford Academic. T's L and M. 2013. New Keywords, A Revised Vocabulary of Culture and Society. R. 2008. A Haitian in Paris, as a Philosopher Against Racism. Patterns of Prejudice, 4245, 365-383. M.D. 1966. And the Origins of European Racism. Race 73, 255-270. D. 2007. Training the Naturalist's Eye in the 18th Century, Perfect Global Visions and Local Blind Spots. In C. Ede, Skilled Visions, Between Apprenticeship and Standards. 166-190. Blue G's 1999. On China, Race Theory, The Yellow Peril, and the Critique of Modernity. Journal of World History, 10-1, 93-139. J.F. 1775. On the Natural Variety of Mankind, 1775. To Daniel in Berlin, 12 January 1782, in correspondence. In F.W.P. Ide. The Correspondence of 1. 1773-1782, Letters 1-230. 2006. To in 7 July 1791 in Frank William Peter. The Correspondence of 4. 1791-1795. 2012. J.F. 1796. No. 3160. Bay Christian. W. 2018. Gesellschaft Ede. Annals of the History and Philosophy of Biology, 2323, 3. Carl August II in Weimar, 6 September 1795. In F.W.P. Ide. The Correspondence of 1791-1795. 4. 645-965, 2012. M. 2007. Race, Racism and Anti-Racism, UNESCO and the Politics of Presenting Science to the Post-War Public. The American Historical Review, 112-5, 1386-1413. P. and Blake, C.C., 1864. On the Phenomena of Hybridity in the Genus Homo. Anthropological Society. P. 1864. On the Phenomena of Hybridity in the Genus. In C.C. Homo Blake, Ide. Green and Roberts. C. 2009. Poetic and Performative Memory in Ancient Greece, Heroic Reference and Ritual Gestures in Time and Space. Hellenic Studies Series 18. Center for Hellenic Studies. Earn 3 CHSC Poetic and Performative Memory in Ancient Greece 2009. N. 1975. Reflections on Language. Pantheon. Collett D. 2014. I am the Dinge. In A. Ed. Isam. 235-259. University Press. B. 2024. The Laws of Indiscipline, Racial Justice, and the Case for Humanist Anthropology. 28-1, 86-105. J. L. and Derry, J. F. 2024. Synthesis of Catastrophism and Transformism. Notes and Records 78-1, 167-188. C.D. 1961. A Place in History. Davis, D.B. 1987. Reflections on Abolitionism and Ideological Hegemony. The American Historical Review, 92-4, 797-812. F.W.P.'s 1990. I am Den. In G and F. Dia 1751-850. 89-111. J. S. 1990. The Ending of the Slave Trade and the Evolution of European Scientific Racism. Social Science History 14-3, 415-450. M. 2003. Daniel Petty Al's Illustrator. S. 2005. Self, Race and Species, J.F.'s Atlas Experiment. German Quarterly, 277-298. 1751. O Sciences, Arts, Volume 1. J.A. 2000. The Equality of the Human Races, Positivist Anthropology. Taylor and Francis. Gulf French, M. 2019. Bourgeois Modernity versus the Historical Aristocracy in Political Thought. The Historical Journal, 62-4, 943-966. L.R. 2018. Chapter 2. Boas in Africana Philosophy. In N.I.L. Indigenous Visions, Rediscovering the World of Boas. 4260. Yale University Press. S.J. 2014. The Geometer of Race. In the Concept of Race in Natural and Social Science. 1-5. Gray S.H. 2025. Critique of Slavery in Natural History, on Objectivity and Cultural Creativity. In Lessing Yearbook L.I. 2024. 157-168. M's D's 1921. 18th Century Etcher. The Brooklyn Museum Quarterly, 8, 121-131. The Museum. L. 2013. Las Casas, an Interpretation of His Life and Writings. Springer. K.A. 2019. WEB Conservation of Races, a Text. 55 676 87. D&D 2016. The Metaphor of Epigenesis, Kant and Herder. Studies in History and Philosophy of Science Part A, 58, 98107. D 2022. The Relevance of Race in Modern Philosophy. Academic Questions 35-1. Org 10-5184-53519. D 2018. Stereotype Stereotype in 6577. HS 1942. German Thought and Literature in New England, 1621-820, a preliminary survey. The Journal of English and Germanic Philology, 41-1, 145. Kiel TD 2013. Religion, Polygenism, and the Early Science of Human Origins. History of the Human Sciences, 26-2, 332. Kiel T 2018. Race Science in the Light of Christian. In 123-141. A 1940. Centenary. Man 40 82-85. M. and Reddy K. 2024. Colonialism. In Edward N. and The Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Summer 2024 edition. T. 2019. The German Tradition of the Bildungsroman. A History of the Bildungsroman, 1032. A. 2020. New Hollander. Australian Studies Journal, 333420192020. Bees and Kirkland, F. 1999. Frederick, A Critical Reader. Lewis H. S. 2018. Boas and Friends. Not Really. Reviews in Anthropology, 4712, 2138. GC 1901. Daniels Calendars. A's and Van I 2019. What About Race? In the Companion to Actor Network Theory. 230-5245. W 2023. A Pro-American Perspective on the American Revolution. 1763-1-840 Adaptations of Illustrations by Daniel. Word and Image 39-4, 434-452. Org 10-108-002666286202322199594. P. 2006. The English National Character, The History of an Idea from Edmund Burke to Tony Blair. Yale University Press. M. 2021. In L and F. Form IM. 7398. Marks J. 2012. Why Be Against? Creationism, Racism, and the Roots of Anthropology American. Journal of Physical Anthropology, 149, 95-104. Org 10-100-222-163. Laughlin P. 1982. And the Formative Drive, on the relation of epigenetic embryology to a typological species concept. Journal 4, 357-372. C. 1790. Die Odor. M. 2016. Text and Determination, on Racism in 19th Century European Philology. Philological Encounters 114, 79-104. Michael J. S. 2021. The Race Supremacist Anthropology of, Its Origins and Reception. Unpublished Manuscript. A. 1988. Hottentots in the Aesthetic Discussion of 18th Century Germany. 82, 135-148. P.J. 1968. William Lawrence and the Natural History of Man. Journal of the History of Ideas, 29-3, 434-36. J. 2011. The Politics of Anxiety in 19th-Century American Literature. Cambridge University Press. J.C. and G.R. 1854. Types of Mankind, or Ethnological Researches, based upon the ancient monuments, paintings, sculptures, and crania of races, and upon their natural, geographical, philological, and biblical history. And Company. E. 2005. Romantic Philosophy and Natural Sciences, Blurred Boundaries and Terminological Problems. Contributions to the History of Concepts, 11-83108. 1864. And Theological Criticism. Anthropological Review, 109-116. Pritchard J. 1836. Researches into the Physical History of Man. Gilbert and Piper. R. 1980. Philanthropy and Science in the 1830s, the British and Foreign Aborigines Protection Society. Man 702-717. Day 2024. British Humanitarianism, Indigenous Rights and Imperial Crises, Assessing the Membership Base of the Aborigines Protection Society, 1840-73. Journal of British Studies, 118. Ph. 2018. Ethnographic Exploration in the Tradition. In 177-196. Smith C. 2007. International Crises of Legitimacy. International Politics, 44, 157-174. Richards, R.J. 2000. Kant and on the A Historical Misunderstanding. Studies in History and Philosophy of Science Part C. Studies in History and Philosophy of Biological and Biomedical Sciences, 31-1-1132. K. 2012. Enlightenment, Scientific Exploration and Abolitionism. St. Carl's Colonial Encounters in Senegal, 1787-1788, and the British Abolitionist Movement. Slavery and Abolition, 34-3, 425-445. A&M 2020. Time Travel from Berlin to Daniel's 18th Century Journey Revisited, Contemporary Renderings and Interpretations. Quart 256. S. 2019. Why was custom a second nature in early modern medicine? Bulletin of the History of Medicine, 93-1-126. Sloan P.R. 2002. Performing the Categories, 18th Century Generation Theory and the Biological Roots of Kant's A. Journal of the History of Philosophy, 42, 229-253. M. 2024. The Diagrammatics of Race, Visualizing Human Relatedness in the History of Physical, Evolutionary, and Genetic Anthropology. 1772-020 p13. Open Book Publishers. K. 1979. Racism and Empiricism Behaviorism, 7-1, 105-115. F. A. The Biology of the Enlightenment. Taxon 16-5, 431-35. 432. C. 1995. Strange Dislocations, Childhood and the Idea of Human Interiority, 1781-930. University Press. P. 1901. A French Anthropologist on The Open Court, 8-11. J. 2009. The Ontology of Epistemic Reasons. 43-3, 495-12. Wright, G. 1973. New and Old Views on the Economics of Slavery. The Journal of Economic History, 33-2, 452-466. Wright, M. M's 1999. Nigger Peasants from France, Missing Translations of American Anxieties on Race and the Nation. Callaloo 22-4, 831-52-833. F. 2021, Empiricist Revision of Philosophy and Michael's Anti-Speculative Materialism. In K. Bohr and T. The experiential turn in 18th-century German philosophy. 119-138. K. Lay HJS and Mason M. 2013. Rule in the Name of Protection, the Japanese State, the Ainu, and the Vocabulary of Colonialism. The Asia-Pacific Journal, 11-8-2. Zimmerman, A. 2010. Three Logics of Race, Theory and Exception in the Transnational History of Empire. New Global Studies, 4-1. The original orthography is kept. The German anthropologist, ahead of the Institute of Anthropology in 1948-1969, who was one of those charged with rehabilitating the reputation of German science after the fall of Nazism, viewed legacy alongside the approaches of Lessing and Moses. Die in Wissenschaft Propaganda Progress Darmstadt 1961, p. 21. Mostly, the nexus of colonialism and race is explored regarding particular regions and local cases of colonialism. See, for instance, Stephen J. The Mismeasure of Man. 1996, Deirdre. Colonialism and the Science of Race Difference. In TASA and SAANZ 2007 Joint Conference Refereed Conference Proceedings, Public Sociologies, Lessons and Trans Comparisons, the Australian Sociological Association. 2007. Race in South Asia, Colonialism, Nationalism, and Modern Science. History Compass 19 No. 2 2021, E12647. There have been recent attempts to situating the roots of slavery in antique thinking. See, for instance, Social Justice and the Legitimacy of Slavery, the Role of Philosophical Asceticism from Ancient Judaism to Late Antiquity. Oxford University Press, 2016. Further, the impact of the antique intellectual movements on modernity remains debatable. See, for instance, Richard. Rereading Ancient Slavery. Reading Ancient Slavery. London 2011, 133. Finally, recognizing the impact of mainstream antique thought on practicing colonial power is much more widely disseminated. See, for instance, Hall, Richard, and Justine. Ancient Slavery and Abolition, From to Hollywood. Oxford University Press, USA, 2011. The long-term debates among historians include different explanations for the of slavery, for example, Woodman, Harold D., The Profitability of Slavery, a Historical Perennial. The Journal of Southern History, 29, No. 3 1963, 303-325, Richard K. and David C. The Profitability of Slavery Revisited, a Different Approach. Agricultural History 49, No. 2 1975, 392-404. One of the most solid accounts of the interrelation between the abolitionist movement and the Enlightenment can be found in Abolition, A History of Slavery and Anti-Slavery. Cambridge University Press, 2009. The translation is the author's. See more regarding the discussion between French philosophers aimed at defining the limits of knowledge about the human body, anatomy, and physiology. Dans Discours Critique, chez 1 2018, 1126. Published an enormous number of pamphlets aimed at promoting his view on slavery. The most disseminated were two articles entitled Die in West Indies, Historical Report on the True Quality of the Slave Trade and the Servitude of the Blacks in the West Indies, and Den of the Varieties and Deviate Forms of Blacks, which were published in 1790. Die, Oder. By the time of the cooperation with, the artist had already collaborated with, who had recruited the artist to illustrate, Moore and Baldwin Authority and Interpretation in G.S. in, James F. and Baldwin. The construction of textual authority in German literature of the medieval and early modern periods. The University of North Carolina Press, 2001. One of the most solid mappings of the diversity of epistemic platforms disseminated among abolitionists can be found in John S., The Species Problem, 19th-century Concepts of Racial Inferiority in the Origin of Man Controversy. American Anthropologist 72, No. 6 1970, 13 1929. The last third edition was issued in the period between 1836 and 1947 and consisted of 5 volumes. The attempt to provide a solid historical analysis of Pritchard's legacy was implemented in James Cowell's Pritchard's Anthropology, Remaking the Science of Man in Early 19th Century Britain. 52. 1999. Furthermore, there are some factual mistakes in the monograph, which presents a question as to the quality of interpretation. The author's orthography is kept. Patriot was established in the early 1830s by the group of clergy and religious experts interested in consolidating people around an updated religious identity. The newspaper quickly enjoyed a wide audience, Moore and Cooper, J. Dissenters and national journalism, The Patriot in the 1830s. Victorian periodicals Review 14, No. 2, 1981, 5866. Recognized division into beautiful and ugly races as well. Arthur, The Inequality of Human Races, p. 107. Among overt racists, Law gained the reputation of a martyr because his work was forbidden to be disseminated. This continued until the early 20th century, Nils. In No Title, 1916. David N. Cultural Politics and the Racial Cartographics of Human Origins. Transactions of the Institute of British Geographers 35, No. 2, 2010, 204-221. Was well known as a propagandist of his racist views with help of public lectures which he published to Clark. 2 lectures on the natural history of the Caucasian and Negro races. And 1844. 4. The dissemination and alteration of racial classification in 19th century polygenetic U.S. ethnology and French anthropology. Abstract. The widespread circulation and alteration of racial theory across various contexts is a key reason for its differing evaluations. This chapter will explore practices of collecting and comparing skulls, focusing on the changes in relation to concepts of race introduced by his successors, Samuel George Morton in the United States and in France. I argue that these changes and adaptations in different places contributed to the stability of classification. Links race and comparing, which is what makes their relationship so revealing. Practices of comparing ensured the stability of race through their continuous and flexible actualization in different contexts. The meaning and conceptualization of racial theories evolved through the intricate interaction of various practices, scientific principles, and emerging political and social developments. Keywords is a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute of European History in Mainz and has been a joint visiting postdoctoral research fellow at the German Historical Institute London and the Institute of Advanced Studies at University College London. She previously worked as a research assistant for 19th and 20th century history at the universities of Bielefeld and Kiel. She was a doctoral fellow of the German Academic Scholarship Foundation at Bielefeld University, with research stays at university and the German Historical Institute in Washington. Her research interests include the history of science and knowledge, historical race studies, global history, and the history of the environment and technology. At the threshold of the 19th century, 1752-1840 formulated arguably the most influential racial categories in history, which continue to resonate today. His pivotal role in the research of scientific racism underscores the importance of his work. His theory, however, would not have gained such prominence if it had not been further disseminated, operationalized, and popularized in academic circles. This perspective is crucial for comprehending the enduring influence of racial theory in diverse social, political, and cultural contexts. The production and spread of scientific knowledge were intertwined with that era's societal and political debates in global structures. As this chapter will demonstrate, the local scientific practical negotiations of a community of practice were deeply connected to and global dynamics. This interplay can shed light on the reasons behind the dissemination and alteration of classification. Scientists' actions are deeply embedded in societal dynamics, as action, practice, and structure are interdependent. Practices embody the social and act as mediators between actions and structures. 2002, 2014, 1984. Is strongly connected to the presence of others, which is a central guiding mechanism at different levels, proximities, and distances. An experiential turn in 18th-century science affected his convictions about the empirical grounding of his theory of human diversity. It was one of the reasons for his later osteological approach, Bohr and 2021 and 2018. Combining different epistemological approaches, he was a prominent figure who blurred the lines between rationalism and empiricism. The shift in scientific ideals, virtues, and perceptions of science in the mid-19th century, as identified by Lorraine and Peter, 2007, was another significant catalyst for changes in methodology and vice versa, and consequently for classification and the later dissemination of theory. Physical anthropology was deeply aligned with this trend, as racial classifications generally resulted from many interacting disciplines and approaches. Mann, 2018. The idea of an idealized representation of nature, to which adhered, gave way to the understanding of an objective representation of a given research object's details. This chapter will demonstrate the profound significance of this shift, which was not least prompted by racial science and is shown in the alteration of his theory, even if a practice-specific view reveals a more nuanced picture. Practices of collecting and comparing, which, as one of the first anatomists, combined perfectly, were affected by discussions of morphology, whose focus changed by the mid-19th century from the idea of an ideal type to the sum of individual traits. This chapter shows how different multi-layered practices have produced a specific understanding of objectivity in the natural sciences. As skull collecting gained popularity, making skulls even more of a commodity, comparisons turned from the descriptive features of an individual gaining ideal types to measurable practices of entire skull series. Whereas ideas of empiricism were still in line with idealizing approaches, following anthropologists connected them with objective statistical data. The argument put forth in this chapter is that it was precisely the alteration and adaptation of theory in different contexts that made his classification so stable. The same can be said about the practices of knowledge production, e.g., criteria to define races by ordering and differentiating racialized groups. Therefore, a further thesis posits that practices of comparing skulls, central to the racial classifications made by comparative anatomists, were given such stability through their constantly changed actualization in different contexts, and 2022-1. Practices of comparing are characterized by a triadic structure in that they relate at least two objects of comparison in a certain respect. Comparisons are always situated in specific contexts. In addition, every comparison is based on an assumption of similarity, without which no comparative operation would be possible. Although comparisons radiate neutrality, they are hardly neutral, as actors select the objects of comparison and thus direct the comparative gaze. Al. 2020-2018, for critics of the comparative method, see Boas, 1896, 2009. Comparing is inscribed in the order of people, as it negotiates the relationship of similarity, being human and difference. Race and comparing are based on this, which makes their relationship so revealing. Comparing also enables the connection of different contexts and localities, as N can be and re-embedded, 2015, 1990, making racial classifications adaptable to various purposes and contexts. The dissemination and alteration of racialized theory, in which he ordered the world into 4, and later, 5 races: American, Caucasian, Ethiopian, Malay, and Mongolian, will be traced through the American School of Ethnology, notably through the contributions of Samuel George Morton, 1799-1851, and the Anthropological Society in Paris in particular through the work of Peer, 1824-1880. These researchers played a significant role in shaping and adapting theory, contributing to its stability and endurance. By focusing on practices of comparing, it will be shown how measuring became a key congruent to making race more objective. The meaning and theorizing of race shifted through the complex interplay of different practices, scientific ideals, and new thematic, political, and societal developments. An important dimension unites these three researchers in the field of racialized sciences. They were all empiricists who not only worked with haptic material, but also collected skulls for their research purposes, albeit in different ways. In doing so, they followed an Enlightenment ideal of empirical and observation-based science for different paths in enlightened thinking. See 2012, Winterer, 2016. Morton became one of the most important comparative anatomists, following in his footsteps, although shifting his classification to polygenesis. While advocates of monogenesis assume a common origin for all humans, polygenesis asserts that humans have different origins. The polygenist based his research heavily on the American School of Ethnology, especially its most prominent representative, Morton. The chapter first explains why his practices and theory gained popularity, which structures shaped his research, and what made his approach transferable. It then examines Morton's research practices and situates them in the context of the removal of indigenous peoples and slavery. The French anthropologist will be analyzed in the context of the formation of the French Republic. In this way, it can be shown how and why racial theories in general, and classification in particular, were disseminated, popularized, and altered. 4.1 Why? Enlightened and colonial practices in an ever-expanding world. His research covered various topics related to natural history during the transition from the 18th to the 19th century and 2018. However, he became most famous for his racial classification based on skulls. He was by no means the first and only person to categorize people into different varieties, but his typology in particular influences science until today. What then distinguished from his colleagues and predecessors? What caused his classification to be reproduced and transformed across diverse contexts for generations of scholars who followed? I argue for an answer grounded in three main reasons: his unique skull collection, his symmetrical five-fold classification, and its naming. Mainly relied on the classification of Carl and Georges Louis, who categorized humans based on travelogues and illustrations, with skin color being the dominant differentiation marker. Initially, he adopted his fourfold continental scheme in ordering the human world. As James Cook's world travels brought new insights into cartography, added a fifth human variety, even before he began extensively collecting skulls. He also shared research interests with his colleague and conservative advocate. Based his human classification on common visual comparison methods and travelogues. For him, there were primarily only two varieties: beautiful and ugly. He used the designations Mongols and Caucasians, which, despite their diverse valuation of human races, later appeared in his work, 1785, Gulf French, 2023, for connection of natural and juridical inequality and the term juridical racism, c. 2023, for the dispute with c. 1996. While criticized for determining entire races based on one object, namely the skull, they shared the semiotics of race. However, his complete, earth-encompassing classification and empirical approach through skulls made him the founder, especially of the Caucasian variety. With Dutch physician Peter Camper, shared the osteological and aesthetical approach, Painter, 2010. It is not least because of him that made white the original color of the human race. Camper had already dealt extensively with classifying people based on skulls, and utilized the facial angle to determine a scale from apes to the Greek god Apollo as the ideal image of human beings. Considered the facial angle insufficiently complex, and used the norma as a classifying method by placing the skulls horizontally on a table and viewing them from above and behind. Camper's student, Samuel Thomas, also focused on human differentiation, especially between black and white people. He primarily dissected brains and skull bones, and believed he could make intellectual judgments based on measurements of cranial capacity. The black-white dichotomy, too, was a prevalent subject in medical research, as well as in ordering humankind, not least because of the transatlantic slave trade, 2013, 2014, 2020. This topic also played a significant role in a dispute between and concerning the intellectual abilities of black people. Often in his writings and letters, emphasized the fine intellectual abilities of black people, in contrast to, and who tried to legitimize the degraded status of black people, 1985. The interplay of the different arguments proposed by his colleagues was reflected in his theory, as the focus on practices of comparing and ordering demonstrated. Nevertheless, his work differed from his colleagues' approaches. While the late Enlightenment affected them differently, with empiricism becoming prominent as a research ideal, only succeeded in amassing a considerable collection of human skulls for his collection's Evolution c. 2018. It was therefore the haptic research object, and in significant numbers, which ensured such popularization of his classification. Since I had the honor of sending you the skull to which you have done so much honor in your elegant publication, I have not been so as I could have wished. The loss of the Bounty, which was bringing home-bred fruit from the East to the West Indies, and of the Guardian for the of Botany Bay, have together me of the fruits of requests on that subject made to both their commanders. Banks to 1790. There is, however, a difficulty in this, which does us no particular honor, but which can be excused to some extent in the case of a nation such as Greenland, namely that we must try to get hold of it quite secretly from the Greenlanders, since the living would not forgive us so easily if they realized that we were sending the skulls of their deceased compatriots across the sea wrapped up. However, it will be possible. I have advised my dear brothers in all 3 places to consider this when the opportunity arises, and I will not neglect it. Translated by author to 1792. While collecting had a global dimension, comparing and categorizing these skulls was done with an imaginary global dimension. Analogy and zoological critique were the central methods underlying monogenetic argumentation. He investigated the relationships between specific physical characteristics within a species compared to the ratios of these characteristics in another species, deducing the same causalities of differences in tame animals as in humans, 1789, 2014. For his typology, he used comparative practices. He compared descriptively the shape of the forehead, skull, jaw, eye socket, nose, etc. The manifold small-scale differences between each skull made defining varieties difficult. It was therefore necessary to construct ideal types, which he reached through European aesthetics of symmetry, being his central umbrella includes diverse, 1795-1798-3, visualized what he considered to be the 3 most ideal skull shapes with the help of the norma, focusing on the total habitus of the skull. This arrangement enabled him to strengthen the thesis of an original skull type and to introduce a symmetrical aesthetic into his overall typology. These idealizing comparisons corresponded to the standard scientific practice of the time, 2021, and 2007. He also relied on old, well-established practices by comparing the objects with portraits and images to value, on the one hand, the correctness of images, and on the other, the collector's data, which strengthened his empirical evidence-based focus. Only at the end were the anatomical descriptions given geographical classifications, which spatialized the varieties, for even though he amassed many skulls, he grounded his typology only on a few heads. The center of his 5-fold classification was the Caucasian variety. The Georgian Caucasian skull, representing the white race, was for in general, according to our judgment of symmetry, the most beautiful and well-formed facial shape, translation, 1795, 177f. On the problematic of translation see Michael, 2017 5-4, the skull of the Georgian woman was not only the most beautiful, it was also the reference point against which he compared and evaluated other skulls. According to him, humans degenerated in 2 directions, for the meaning of degeneration in his work see Juncker, 2018, which can be recognized as in that assumed a distance from God's creation. By introducing a historicity of nature, he not only turned away from one comprehensive moment of creation, but also introduced insightful results for life sciences by combining paleontological-inspired life forms with the development of humankind, 2018, on the of Anthropology c. 2021. He referred to one extreme as the Ethiopian type and the other as the Mongolian, identifying the American and Malay varieties as transitional forms. Despite these fluid transitions, they would each display strong national characters. Was barely able to resolve this contradiction. In 1795 he wrote, "It is therefore not surprising that a merely arbitrary classification of these varieties can occur." Translation, 1795, 285-6. The emphasis on imperceptible transitions confirms the difficulty of finding suitable that could serve as criteria for difference, 2020. The concrete marking of difference and the unambiguous naming posed a substantial challenge for natural scientists, which can also be seen in the contingency of taxonomic classifications in general. The second edition of his work on humankind had named the first variety Greek-Egyptian. Why had it been relocated to the Caucasus in his final edition? He mixed physiological, aesthetic, and religious arguments. For science and religion were not contradictory, he referred to divine creation in many passages of his works. Christian intellectuality had a strong influence on the natural history of humans, as Keel has analyzed in depth 2018, a 2018b, 2019. Even if did not explicitly refer to the biblical story of Noah, though he did refer to a mountain, it certainly played a role in his argumentation. Much more important, however, was the assumption of many, mainly French travelers, that the most beautiful people, especially women, lived in the Caucasus. According to God, as the perfect creator, must have created the most beautiful people. Conversely, this means that where the most beautiful people live must be the origin of their species. Stated that the beautiful people from the Caucasus are not only found in ancient statues, such as Venus Medici, but the skull of the Georgian woman also reifies the bust of 2008. The reference to Greek antiquity was a necessary legitimization strategy to relocate the first variety to the Caucasus. Could only take this step by proving their similarity. Additionally, designation played a crucial role in naming. Most important, though, was obtaining an intact Georgian skull in 1793. He aimed to visualize his types, needing representative skulls. This accidental find, to 1793, as has called it, played a significant role in typology and showed the interplay and contingency of collecting, comparing, and semiotics. The discursive negotiation and naming practices reveal an inconsistency in terminology. The professor rarely used his various terms consistently. He did not clearly define race until 1797, adopting it from Kant, 2010, for a link between Kant and in the life sciences C. Sloan, 2002. For the difference between variety species and race was ultimately the necessary inheritance of a characteristic among races. This late public adoption of the difference and precise definition of the concept of race shows, on the one hand, the contested and variable terminology, and on the other hand, the epistemological uncertainty in taxonomy and theory. With his symmetrical five-fold classification, he created on the one hand a holistic and on the other a reductionistic order of people that could be adapted and modeled in different contexts. Always emphasized the fluid transitions between collected skulls and the impossibility of a clear distinction, yet he created a classification. His empirical findings were, therefore, inconsistent with his final proclaimed categorization and left empty spaces which could be easily filled by the next generations of those who aimed at hierarchizing humanity through racial division. This argument is further supported by organizing people into his note system in 61 different fascicles, a much more differentiated classification system, COD. Mes v sub. The Enlightenment ideal of empirical and categorical research led to other regimes of evidence, additionally making it difficult for him to render degeneration and fluidity visible, leading to a contradictory epistemology. One argument is that created a classification because he sought and needed to inscribe himself in the socially shared Enlightenment practices of ordering, comparing, and categorizing in order to be heard. Thus positioned his research directly in his time's major global debates and new scientific ideals. Because collecting brings a very ambiguous picture, classification and designation require straightforwardness. His knowledge practices can be understood at the threshold of modernity, as he combined old methods of analyzing travelogues and comparisons of images with empirical skull comparisons, 2018. Even though vehemently advocated the unity of the human species, he introduced an aesthetic hierarchy and a European standard of comparison into his racial typology. The supposedly neutral comparison method shows deep entanglements with a colonial epistemology of knowledge, making his classification attractive in various contexts. He could not set aside his ideals of beauty, with Greek aesthetic features, which contributed to an epistemic hierarchy. Painter, 2010. Although used his research to argue against slavery by proclaiming physical and intellectual unity, the clear categorical distinction between humans allowed for strong argumentative lines of demarcation, and made his theory so applicable to racial theories of polygenism. 7. What could not know was the scope of the adaptation and alterations of his theory in the following decades, showing the importance of unintended consequences in natural science. 4.2 Morton, Imperial Practices, the New World, and the Origins of Humankind. Samuel George Morton, a physician and anatomist from Philadelphia, born into a Quaker family, enjoyed a high reputation throughout his life, above all, for his amassed collection of human and animal skulls. His contemporaries highly praised him. No man in the United States, in fact, not the bravest soldier or the most illustrious statesman, was better known or enjoyed a wider and more enviable reputation abroad. Smith, SGMP, APS. He has long retained his status as the leading figure in the so-called American School of Ethnology Anthropology, which, at the beginning of the 19th century, was primarily concerned with the origins of humankind. Morton began to study medicine in Philadelphia and continued his studies at the famous medical school in Edinburgh. These transatlantic ties continued during his academic career, as he stood in close exchange with French and British anatomists in particular and tried to popularize his ethnological works in Europe. 2015. The so-called res publica survived its European heyday well into the 19th century among American intellectuals, including Morton Winterer, 2012. The lively scientific exchange, the collecting of natural history objects, and the founding of many scientific journals can be summarized under the term American Enlightenments, the specific nature of which, in addition to the solid Protestant character, was expressed above all through plantation slavery and contact with Native Americans. Winterer, 2016. These themes and imperial structures deeply guided Morton's anatomical studies. Was both the starting point and a reference for the legitimization of his research. Just a few decades after his death, it became clear how famous his theory would become, and all subsequent craniologists endeavored to follow in his footsteps. But if the celebrated German has received meet praises for this work, shall we not also claim for an American physician and naturalist a share of applause for labors more assiduous, and results far more considerable and valuable? 1851-22. In what respect were Morton's findings considered more valuable and scientifically sound? Where did he differ from? As will be demonstrated, Morton's research practices were deeply intertwined with imperial politics and adhered to a distinct epistemological framework. The object proposed primarily being the determination of ethnic resemblances and discrepancies by a comparison of crania, thus perfecting what had left lamentably incomplete. The work could not be commenced until the objects for comparison were brought together. 1854. We dug over many rods before we could obtain a bone sufficiently dense to bear removal from its earthly bed. From 2 to 4 hands were employed, nearly 3 days, in digging and examining the places above named, before I succeeded in procuring a simple specimen. It is rather a perilous business to procure Indian skulls in this country. The natives are so jealous of you that they watch you very closely while you are wandering near their mausoleums, and instant and sanguinary vengeance would fall upon the luckless white who should presume to interfere with the sacred relics. To Morton, 1835. In his most famous work, Crania Americana, 1839, he referenced right at the beginning but shifted the theory to the spectrum of polygenesis and hierarchized the races. He asked whether it is not more consistent with the known government of the universe to suppose that the same omnipotence that created man would adapt him at once to the physical, as well as the moral circumstances in which he was to dwell upon earth. Morton, 1839, 2f. This question not only demonstrated how creationism turned to polygenism with the persistent inclusion of religious explanations, most notably the primacy of the Caucasian race, Keel, 2013. It also showed that another characteristic had found its way back into the theory: morality and people's intellectual abilities. Had always refused to draw this distinction. Morton adopted its 5-fold classification and the respective designations, without mentioning doubts about the straightforwardness of this typology. Its classification was incomplete, yet it is perhaps the most complete that has hitherto been attempted. Morton, 1839, 5. Therefore, Morton collected far more and subdivided the 5 races into 22 families. In Crania Americana, he aimed to discover whether indigenous Americans belonged to one race, and whether the indigenous people living at his time had the same origins as those living long before. He paid particular attention to the many burial mounds along the Mississippi Valley. The mounds had 2 functions: On the one hand, they were supposed to prove the possibility of a civilized nation on the American continent, a point that authors like always, and on the other hand, they were supposed to show that the contemporary Indians were not the builders of these graves. Morton thus argued that first, it was quite possible to build a modern civilization in America, and that second, the removal of the indigenous people was justified, although implicitly, as they in no way resembled a modern civilization. Thus, Morton reinforced the mound builder myth popularized then, strengthening the thesis of a lost, white, race 2020, 2021, 2003. His main aim was to portray indigenous people as a separate race, entirely distinct from Caucasian people, Morton, 1839-1844. To support his mound builder thesis, he divided the Americans into two families: the Toltecs, who were considered the predecessors of the Aztecs and the builders of these mounds, and the Americans, with the former being intellectually superior, driven by the presence of indigenous people and the debates over their removal. His research can be interpreted as a scientific legitimization of the westward expansion of the United States. Some benevolent minds deny the moral and intellectual differences observable in the different races of men. This conclusion is the result of impulse or feeling, but not of observation or study. We see these differences in families of the same race and in individuals of the same family. In the same domestic circle, some are wise and some are fools. What cannot be on the small scale exists also on the great. Morton, 1842, LCP. What he adopted from the German professor on a far larger scale was the visualization of the entire skull collection, on the importance of seeing and visualization in Morton's work c. 2014, 2024. More than 70 lithographs were the main attraction of his work, which was intended to appeal to a wide readership and visually support his thesis. He also owned a drawing of a skull from his collection, which Maximilian sent to Morton, 1837. Only portrayed the 5 central patterned skulls and some others in his. Nevertheless, sensual perceptions guided his entire typology, whereas Morton's was based on supposedly objective figures due to changing epistemological platforms. However, Morton did not manage entirely without sensory impressions. Aesthetics in science were at a threshold. Indeed, it has afforded me a sort of rascally pleasure, and I could make you laugh at my numerous expedients in the resurrection line. Many a chuckle have I had with my snake hunter, one of the disciples of the school, at the success of our ruses spite of the vigilance of priests, guards and families to abstract skulls from convents, tombs, sanctuaries, and mummy pits, especially when we required to keep our operations secret. To Morton, 1839. Morton's variable use of the concept of race became evident in his labeling practices. Later in his work, he replaced race as an overarching category adopted from. He defined various subgroups of the Caucasian variety as races and replaced the overall designation by group or family. This was also because, by the end of his studies, he was increasingly convinced that more than 5 primordial races existed, reinforcing his polygenetic argumentation. He further strengthened his polygenist argument by theorizing the mixing of races. By introducing 4 degrees of hybridity, he rejected species concept, which recognized fertile offspring as the species criterion. Bitter, 2022, Morton, 1847. According to his final measurement table, the Teutonic German race, including Anglo-Saxons, Anglo-Americans, and Anglo-Irish, would possess a larger brain than any other people, thereby hierarchizing races within the Caucasian group. A stronger national differentiation was recognizable towards the end of his lifetime, except for African people, who, for him, except the Egyptians, were an almost homogeneous group. The ever-expanding new U.S. American nation was a further driving force in his changing practices. The epistemological notion of an ideal type of human being gave way to the assumption of quantitative averages. The practice of quantitative measurement and the more significant number of were thus decisive changes that made it possible to place the classification on a supposedly more objective basis. Transparency and falsifiability became epistemologically fundamental premises of natural sciences. The change from symmetry to cranial capacity was another critical development. Morton adopted the collecting, classification, and naming practices from but modified some of them. Significantly, he added practices of measurement, which's initial classification, and hierarchized it according to intellectual ability. Different political contexts and different scientific understandings were the driving forces behind these alterations. Morton's theory fit directly into his country's current, highly explosive political debates, making it applicable in various societal contexts. 1971. His research not only profited from colonial and imperial structures, but reinforced them on an epistemic dimension by promoting epistemic violence. 4.3 Nation Building, Prehistory and Craniometric Practices. By the mid-19th century, a new centrum of craniological research emerged. Its leading biological anthropologist was, today known for his findings in neurological linguistics, especially the aerial. What is relatively unknown is that he followed in the footsteps of his predecessors and Morton, popularizing craniological racial theory. In 1859, he founded the Anthropological Society of Paris and began to amass a vast collection of human skulls and compare them to theorize race and human origin. 2009. Even though on the origin of species emerged in the same year, the question of the dissemination of humans was far from being consensually solved. Was well aware of theory but rejected it as unverifiable. Now, is Mr. right or wrong? I don't know, I don't even want to know. I find in the things accessible to science sufficient nourishment for my curiosity, without losing myself in the night of origins. Translation, 1862, a 314-14, criticized for speculation and lack of experience. To create a scientifically sound theory, he followed with an empirical approach, relying on crossbreeds to create a valid theory concerning the hybridity of race and foremost, collected skulls to order and hierarchize humans, both disseminating the theory of polygenesis. This section will demonstrate that racial theories were deeply embedded in French nation building. Right after the Anthropological Society was established, he stated, "Among the many and varied questions that anthropology embraces in its vast field, there is probably none of greater interest to us than that of the origins of our nation." Translation, 1861. Society, but foremost's focus had shifted. It was no longer about categorizing foreign, non-European people, but about one's own nation, about France. He dealt extensively with prehistory, the brain development of the people of France, and the mixture of races. Where did the nation originate, and what races did it consist of? To solve these problems, he primarily relied on Morton and the Swedish anatomist. In 1862, rightly stated to his fellows in the Anthropological Society, "I will limit myself to saying just one thing, and that is that if Germany has had, and if England has had Pritchard, America has had Morton, and so far French anthropology has no name that it can put on a par with those." Translation, 1862b, 423-15. This section shows that he would become this person. Although he moved far away from monogenetic race theory, he nevertheless relied on several aspects of it and modified others, always praising his work as a starting point. Above all, he adopted working practices, collecting and comparing. Until his osteological efforts, there was no comparable collection of skulls in Paris. Georges had already examined some heads and mummies, but focused primarily on zoology and paleontology. In 1861, a coincidence brought a large quantity of human bones. Construction work in the center of Paris unearthed many skulls from the 12th century. This find raised his hopes of being able to make statements about the original character and development of the French race. Wanted to analyze this in greater depth using skulls from other centuries. He obtained permission to look for suitable skulls from excavations and cemetery relocations in Paris. From the Innocents, he obtained over 100 skulls dating back to the 18th century. He also collected and examined many skulls from the 19th century from the West Cemetery in Paris, which gave him 3 large comparable series, on the significance of series in Anthropological Collections C. 2012. In order to generate meticulously comparable measurement data from skulls, needed a large number of. In contrast to in Morton, he traveled to cemeteries and excavation sites and dug up skulls with his own hands, or was involved in state-authorized excavations by Napoleon III. Not only did he receive skulls from Paris, but in 1862 he traveled with his Madrid colleague to the Basque country and to excavate skulls. Due to lacking authorization, they worked at night and in haste. Had first sent a Basque skull that showed dolichocephalic features, which surprised. The Swedish anatomist had attributed a brachycephalic form to the autochthonous Stone Age races in Europe. Like the Basque 16 wanted to get to the bottom of this problem and collected further skulls from the Basque countries in Spain and France. This shows that research questions drove his collecting practices and that the representative curiosity element in his collection had disappeared. St. Morton's collecting practices shifted from an armchair community to field research as dug up skulls himself. This should not obscure the fact that the members of the Anthropological Society itself continued with established collecting practices. In overseas and colonized territories, they continued to procure skulls from the Canary Islands or Vietnam through their scientific network, or they borrowed several skulls from England, e.g. through Thomas Henry. Amassing a collection was now in the hands of many persons. On the rise of field research in French anthropology around 1900 c. 2013. Not just collecting changed, but with a different context and epistemic focus also comparing. Had a strong interest in mathematics since childhood, which he now applied to his skull studies. He studied all the craniometry publications from abroad and encountered various problems. He concluded that it was not craniometry itself that was the problem but the methodology. Craniometry was needed to understand the manifold differences between skull types and brain development. He thus explicitly turned away from visual methodology. Although he praised the norma as the first systematic attempt, he criticized it for being based on i.e. optical methods, as it was based on measurements, saw use in Camper's facial angle but modified the marking points. He accused Camper of arbitrary selection and primarily criticized them for establishing patterned skulls, supposedly the most typical. Although this fulfilled a picturesque purpose, it was scientifically incorrect. Beauty can't be measured or defined, it can be felt, and everyone feels it in their own way. What is the most beautiful human type? Everyone is inclined to think it's his or her own race. Translation, 1867, 630. A typical skull could only be produced by statistical averaging, excluding aesthetics from racial classifications. Since aesthetics were deeply intertwined with religious assumptions, concluded that both had no scientifically valid function and disappeared from his scientific explanations. For the problem of craniology lay in the inductive determination of characteristics. Whereas classification included ideal types that represent a specific geographical location, its categories only gain their validity through a multitude of objects and averages. Primarily interested in the European races, already determined averages using the cephalic index but had too few objects, it was not representative. The skull index introduced by determined the ratio of the maximum width and the maximum length of the skull, so the skulls could then be categorized as either long skulls or short skulls. The skull form of the autochthonous races in Europe troubled. He criticized for establishing too simple a classification. Therefore, he extended this classification of skull forms into 5 by dividing each type, brachycephaly short round and dolichocephaly long, into 2 subtypes, adding a middle form and introducing boundary values 17. This division revealed a relative arbitrariness of the limit values and an overemphasis on the most minor numerical difference. Even if rejected optic and idealized system, he was convinced of its symmetric ordering, as division into 5 was not logically derived from data. Like he introduced a 5-fold scheme for ordering skull forms, 1861. Although he rejected aesthetic and religious arguments as explanans, he could not wholly detach himself from symmetry. The skull index must also be understood as a measurable extension of norma to determine the skull's form. Concluded that the autochthons races of Europe had different skull forms, with a striking dominance in opposition to theory of the dolichocephalic. His other main interest in skulls concerned the brain's capacity, closely linked to the form of the skull and its development over centuries. The obsession with skulls during this time would not be justified, according to, if the examination of the bones of the head had no more than a purely anatomical significance, and if we did not hope to find in them some data relating to the intellectual value of the various human races. Translation, 1861b, 139. The skull was only usable as a research object if intellect could be determined, following Morton's path but rejecting phrenology. After trying diverse skull capacity measurement methods for his Parisian skull series, he decided to follow Morton's method of filling the skull with lead shot using a cylinder, but improved it by inserting a fine rod to spread the shot throughout the skull. He established that by drawing the average from comparable skull variables, 1879, 1991. Thereby, a whole series of skulls built whereas mostly used singular skulls as. To this end, developed a number of new measurement apparatuses, including a better facial goniometer, and compiled a wealth of statistical tables. Similar to Morton, the skull's volume was of great importance, but for the size of the frontal cerebral region crystallized as the hallmark of high intelligence when his findings did not show his expected results. When the general average of cranial capacity contradicted his presuppositions, namely that the skull's capacity had increased over the centuries and that the French, especially the Parisians, had the largest cranial volume, he chose the frontal cerebral region as central, as it was most pronounced among Parisians and included other, such as the richness of the brain windings, the shape, and the relative degree of development of the different brain regions. Another example of a change lay in the inclusion of gender variables. Unlike Morton, and included sexual differences in his research, and used them to explain unexpectedly smaller brains in groups of people. Even though had two female patterned skulls, he did not include gender differences in his interpretations. Female types in his work functioned only abstractly and in connection with aesthetically ascribed characteristics, but not as concrete individual personalities. 18. Compared the Parisian series with finds from the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods to investigate brain development and explain the composition and origin of the French. The finds of the so-called Mort from the Neolithic period and the even older from the Quaternary period served as, with a dolichocephalic skull shape. It is not surprising that he attributed the dolichocephalic form to prehistoric humans, as for him, the frontal cerebral region was a marker of intelligence, foremost indicated through the brachycephalic form. The prehistoric people on French territory would have already had roughly the same skull shape as the later Basque Spanish and African populations, thus perpetuated widespread stereotypes of backwardness and primitiveness. The Mort people had been extinguished in the Neolithic period, which was perfectly compatible with his species concept. Prehistory had a hinge function in his research and could link many of his phenomena on the institutional rise of prehistory. C. Richard, 1995, 2001. He always emphasized an unbiased approach to the data to achieve the most significant possible degree of objectivity. In the spirit of science, he always considered falsifiability, primarily through new. However, what was striking, and what contradicted his claims of scientific rigor, were the many changes. He looked for new if the data did not fit the assumed results. 1981. Unlike Morton, he did not change the data or samples, but looked for further different data or criteria. Examples included the change from the overall cranial volume to the anterior part of it, or the inclusion or exclusion of female data in his explanations. Although no longer followed continental ascriptions, he could not break entirely away from and others' labeling. Was sharply critical of the so-called, who favored polygenism but adopted its continental fivefold scheme, as did Morton. However, Morton later became more doubtful about this assumption and advocated more original races. Assumed that there were originally many different human species at different times. However, they were hardly traceable due to hybridization, i.e., the mixing of races. He developed his hybridity theory by the end of the 1850s, extending Morton's theory on hybridity. The starting point was a fertile breed of hare and rabbit, which Alfred Roux bred in. Rejected species concept and questioned, in general, the comprehensibility of species. 19. Consequently, he rejected typologies and general classifications as abstractions and simplifications. Because he rejected ideal types, rarely spoke of continental groups of people. Nevertheless, he assumed persistent archetypes, even though he was convinced of the emergence of new races through interbreeding and some species, possible extinction. One should not confuse type with the idea of race, for which a character that is inherited and sufficiently stable is necessary. Races would divide into a smaller, compartmentalized number of local groups, and the ensemble of their common characteristics would form an anthropological type. Saw a similarity in the statics and dynamics of the brains of people of the same type. For him, there were only 3 of these anthropological types, which he adopted from Ethiopian, Mongolian, and Caucasian, but he hardly used this superordinate categorization in his research. His research was deeply embedded in French nation building after turbulent and revolutionary times, from the French Revolution to the July Monarchy, the Second Republic, the Second Empire, and the Third Republic. Furthermore, the state needed a scientifically valid narrative about becoming a nation, as state-founded excavations showed. During this time, the narrative of the French nation, which was believed to from the Celts, was state-driven. His research showed clearly that nationalism, in connection with the emergence of nation-states, modern nationalism, had a decisive impact on anthropological research, 2001. Whereas previously, the others had been the focus of science, it was now about one's identity and nation. Was an ardent Republican, who later also became politically active. Although he strongly supported the American school's thesis and a hierarchy of races, he distanced himself from slavery, which had already been abolished in France and was not in keeping with Republican ideals. 4.4 Conclusion. Different understandings of science and contexts have led to changed theories of race simultaneously to their stability and intractability. Not only, although central, but also a transnational community of practice, has led to the perpetuation of race theories through contextual adjustments. Comparing and race theories can be easily and re-embedded in different contexts. This analysis has shown how various contexts and the presence of others, e.g., the Enlightenment, colonialism, the removal of indigenous people, slavery, and nation-building, led to nuanced changes in the methodology and understanding of race because of their specific purposes. Skull-based racial theory became the benchmark for all subsequent comparative anatomists. It is remarkable that despite a completely different polygenic theory of race, his 5-fold classification, his labels, and his empirical foundation have endured. Even when deviations from the 5-fold scheme and his concept of race have occurred, the symmetrical approach, the reliance on skulls, and the constant reference to have remained. Morton adopted his practices of collecting and comparing skulls but added measurement due to new scientific ideals and understandings. Among all 3 anatomists, their collecting and comparing influenced each other strongly. The contingency of theories became apparent, especially when looking at their interplay. Measuring stabilized practices of comparing skulls and enabled it to be strengthened for at least the next 100 years. By distinguishing between different practices, an analytical gain becomes visible, especially the change in racial construction processes at different levels. A specific look at practices of comparing can show the ties to his approach and the respective racial constructions. Comparison also reveals much about the context of larger dynamics and epistemologies. Made the skull the main comparative criterion. In the comparative arrangement, it became though on the other hand, changed constantly since then, from aesthetics and symmetry to cranial and anterior capacity. Its descriptive comparisons became numeric and quantitative. Thus, the use of skull comparisons had been constant since, but the practices of comparing had changed. As they changed due to different contexts and epistemologies, conceptions of race also changed, guaranteeing their persistence. While primarily made a continental classification, race later increasingly shifted toward national and regional categories. Had anti-racist intentions by pursuing idealistic Enlightenment approaches and pleaded for the intellectual unity of humankind, but still propagated racialized stereotypes and an aesthetic hierarchy. His approach performed well in racist and hierarchical contexts. The unintended consequences in the reception of his classification have been considerable. They have undoubtedly had an enormous impact on racial imaginings to this day. It was only through them that classification was able to achieve such popularity in the first place. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: F. 2014. Even the Most Careless Observer, Race and Visual Discernment in Physical Anthropology from Samuel Morton to Kennewick Mann. American Studies 53-2, 529. Bitter S. 2022. Arguing Against Strategies in Polygynist Argumentation Against the Unity of Humankind. In M.S. and J.T.D. Racializing Humankind, Interdisciplinary Perspectives on Practices of Race and Racism. 233-255. C. 1991. Notion en Physique, 1831-880. In J. G. and B. Milieu Center. Usages. Sciences and Techniques. 5. 213-243. Oates and Sciences Socials. C. 2001. Usages. In Aide. Discours Pratiques en France, 1861-940. Collection Sciences. 926. C. 2009. La Race Evolution. 1851-900. Sciences. J.F. 1789. Deza 6 113. J.F. 1795. And J.F. 1798. Die I.M. and Boas F. 1896. The Limitations of the Comparative Method of Anthropology. Science 103-4, 901-908. S and A.L. 2018. What does it mean to be an empiricist? Empiricism in 18th Century Sciences. Boston Studies in the Philosophy and History of Science, 331. Springer, W. 2018. Its collection of human skulls. In N and G. Race and Natural History, 1751-850. 8095. S. 2021. Evolution and the Principle of Proportionality. In W. M. R. Simpson, R. C. and J. Aristotelian Metaphysics and the Theology of Nature. 125-148. P. 2014. P. 1860. Sur la France. In a Paris Aide. La Paris 1, 1860-63. 154. P. 1861. Sur en la. In a Paris Aide. Bulletins Lie. 501-513. P. 1861b. Sur volumes la forme erases. In a Paris Aide. Bulletins Lie. 139-207. P. 1862 La. In a Paris Aide. Bulletins Lie. 264-319. P. 1862b. Discussion sur rapport M. Daly. In a Paris Aide. Bulletins Lie. 417-437. P. 1867. Discussion. In a Paris Aide. Bulletins La Paris. 629-631. p. 1879. Variations influence Sur La. In a Paris Aid. Bulletins La Paris. 756-820. M. 2018. Comparison in Anthropology, The Impossible Method. Cambridge University Press. J. 2020. The Mound Builder Myth, Fake History and the Hunt for a Lost White Race. University of Oklahoma Press. Collins Cook D. 2006. The Old Physical Anthropology and the New World, a look at the accomplishments of an antiquated paradigm. In J. E. and L. A. Beck. 2771. A. L. 2013. In the Museum of Man, Race, Anthropology and Empire in France, 1851-950. University Press. S. 2012. Enlightenment in Global History, a Historiographical Critique. American Historical Review, 117, 999-1027. L&P 2007. Objectivity. Princeton University Press. S. 2021. Renaissance. In S. W. and J. L. In 1529. Bourke and T. 2021. The Experiential Turn in 18th Century German Philosophy. Studies in 18th Century Philosophy. N. 2012. 19th Century French Collections of Skulls of the Cult of Bones. 27, 333-47. FWP 1996. FWP 1985. Samuel Thomas in G and F. Samuel Thomas Die. A. 2015. Doing Comparisons, N. In and W. Die Welt. 161-199. Campus. A. 2020. Inventing White Beauty and Fighting Black Slavery, How and Why Contributed to Cuban Race Comparisons in the Long 19th Century. In W. and J. Grave. Practices of Comparing Towards a New Understanding of a Fundamental Human Practice. 295-328. Bielefeld University Press. A's W. and Grave J. 2020. Practices of Comparing. Bielefeld University Press. Fabian A. 2010. The Skull Collectors, Race, Science, and America's Unburied Dead. The University of Chicago Press. G.M. 1971. The Black Image in the White Mind, The Debate on Afro-American Character and Destiny, 1817-1914. Harper and Row. K. 2019. Christian Slavery, Conversion and Race in the Protestant Atlantic World. University of Pennsylvania Press. A. 1984. The Constitution of Society. University of California Press. A. 1990. The Consequences of Modernity. University Press. Gulf French M. 2023. Teaching Race in German Enlightenment, History of Humanity in Institutional Context. In A. E. P. E. Kent and R. Winkler, The Mind is Its Own Place. Early Modern Intellectual History in an Institutional Context. Oxford University Press. S.J. 1978. Morton's Ranking of Races by Cranial Capacity. Science 200, 503-509. S.J. 1981. The Mismeasure of Man. Day 2023. Die I.M. In S and G. 1747-1810. 7394. D 2018. Stereotype die in and DL. Stereotype in 6577. Junker T 2018. Theory of Human Races and the Natural Unity of Humankind. In N and G. Race and Natural History 1751-850. 96-112. MA 2001. La in C. Ide. Discours pratiques en France 1861-940. 201-230. MC 2021. A History of Platform Mound Ceremonialism. Finding Meaning in Elevated Ground. University Press of Florida. Kiel T. 2013. Religion, Polygenism, and the Early Science of Human Origins. History of the Human Sciences 26-332. Kiel T. 2018. Divine Variations. University Press. Kiel T. 2018b. Race Science in the Light of Christian. In N and G. Race and Natural History 1751-850. 123-141. N 2008. 1. N 2010. 3. G 2014. Adizolina 18. In C and F. Of IM 18. Festdrift Thomas. 81. 221-232. Addition. Louis J. E. D. M.R. J.M. A.E.R.L. 2011. The Mismeasure of Science. Stephen J. versus Samuel George Morton on Skulls and Bias. Pilot S. Biology 9-6. C. 2013. Studies of Skin Color in the Early Royal Society. Cavendish, Swift. Taylor and Francis. B.A. 2003. Native Americans and the Mounds. Peter Publishing. R.G. 2014. Skin Color and the Origin of Physical Anthropology, 1641-850. In S. Lloyd. Reproduction, Race, and Gender in Philosophy and the Early Life Sciences. 130-161. State University of New York Press. Mann R. 2018. The History of Transdisciplinary Race Classification, Methods, Politics, and Institutions, 1840s 1940s. The British Journal for the History of Science, 51-1, 4167. C.D. 1851. A Memoir of Samuel George Morton, M.D., late President of the Academy of Natural Sciences of Philadelphia. T.K. and P.G. Collins. C. 1785. Michael J. S. 1988. A New Look at Morton's Craniological Research. Current Anthropology 29-2, 349-354. Michael J. S. 2017. Nuance Lost in Translation. NTM 25, 280-1309. Michael J. S. 2020. An American. Memorializing Philadelphian physician and race supremacist Samuel George Morton. Pennsylvania History, a Journal of Mid-Atlantic Studies, 87-2, 279-312. Michael J. S. 2021. A New Look at J. F.'s typological labels and the exemplars he discussed in his anthropological research. In Gesellschaft of Ed. Annals of the History and Biology. 25. 65-101. Morton S.G. 1839. Crania Americana, or a comparative view of the skulls of various aboriginal nations of North and South America, to which is prefixed an essay on the varieties of the human species. J. and Marshall and Co. Morton S.G. 1844. An inquiry into the distinctive characteristics of the Aboriginal Race of America. John Morton, S.G., 1844b. Crania, or Observations of Egyptian Ethnography, derived from Anatomy, History, and the Monuments. John Morton, S.G., 1847. Hybridity in Animals and Plants, considered in reference to the question of the unity of human species. B.L. Painter, N.I. 2010. The History of White People. W.W. and Company. T. 2020. Hybrid Hate, Conflations of and Anti-Black Racism from the Renaissance to the Third Reich. Oxford University Press. H.S. 1854. Memoir of the Life and Scientific Labors of Samuel George Morton, M.D. J. 2015. National Types, The Transatlantic Publication and Reception of Crania Americana, 1839. History of Science, 53-3, 264-295. R. 2009. Why Compare? New Literary History, 43, 453-471. A. 2002. Toward a Theory of Social Practices, A Development in Theorizing. European Journal of Social Theory, 5-2, 243-263. Richard N. 1995. La. In C. J. L. and R. Nature. N. A. Roger. 419-431. N. and G. 2018. Race and History, 1751-850. Sloan, P.R. 2002. Performing Categories, 18th Century Generation Theory and the Biological Roots of Kant's A. Journal of the History of Philosophy, 42, 229-253. M. 2024. The Diagrammatics of Race, Visualizing Human Relatedness in the History of Physical, Evolutionary, and Genetic Anthropology. 1772-020. Open Book Publishers. W. 1960. The Leopard Spots, Scientific Attitudes Towards Race in America, 1815-1859. University of Chicago Press. M. 2014. Remeasuring Man. Evolution and Development, 16-3, 166-178. MS 2022, Also in 18. 19. In C, A, and C. Lin 179-203. MS 2022b. Racializing, Collecting, and Comparing Skulls, and Practices of Ordering Humankind. In and J. D. Racializing Humankind, Interdisciplinary Perspectives on Practices of Race and Racism. 91-110. MS and JTD 2022. Introduction, Conceptualizations, and Interdisciplinary Perspectives on Practices of Race and Racism. In Racializing Humankind, Interdisciplinary Perspectives on Practices of Race and Racism. 930. MS and J 2022. Wert IM. 33, 329-349. Winterer C. 2012. Where is America in the Republic of Letters? Modern Intellectual History, 9-3, 597-623. Winterer C. 2016. American Enlightenments, Pursuing Happiness in the Age of Reason. Yale University Press. Winterer C. 2024. How the New World Became Old, The Deep Time Revolution in America. Princeton University Press. Mitchell P. and Michael J.S. 2019. Bias, Brains, and Skulls, Tracing the Legacy of Scientific Racism in the 19th Century Works of Samuel George Morton and in J. A. Thomas and C. Jackson. Embodied Difference, Divergent Bodies in Public Discourse. 7798. And J. H. 2018. The Rise of Paleontology and the of Nature, and in N and G. Race and Natural History, 1751-850. 197-232. Banks J. 2. May 18, 1790. No. 613, p. 306f. FWP Id. The Correspondence of III 2010. J. F. to Banks. January 8, 1794. No. 826, p. 295-298. FWP Id. The Correspondence of IV 2012. J. F. to Banks. March 10, 1794. No. 838, p. 312f. J. F. to Van. July 16, 1795. No. 927, p. 437f. J. F. Die 61. Cod. Mes. Via sub. J. 2. September 17, 1792. No. 772, p. 197-199. FWP Id. The Correspondence of IV 2012. G. to Morton. March 31, 1839. Samuel George Morton Papers SGMP, American Philosophical Society APS. Morton S.G. Notes. 1842. Crania Research and Notes. 3. SGMP, Library Company Philadelphia, LCP. Morton S.G. 2. February 28, 1832. Morton Letter Book, 1832-1837, C0199 No. 737Q, Special Collection, Princeton University Library. Morton S.G. 2. November 2, 1837. After Memoir of the Life and Scientific Labors of Samuel George Morton, S. Richard R. S. Secretary. Newspaper Clippings Ray. Dr. Morton's Death. SGMP APS. J.K. to Morton. September 20, 1835. SGMP APS. G. Tai 2. May 29, 1793. No. 811, p. 256f. FWP Id. The Correspondence of IV 2012. Wood W. to Drake. September 28, 1833. SGMP APS. M. and Morton. May 2, 1837. SGMP APS. This argument is inspired by the Collaborative Research Center 1288 Practices of Comparing at Bielefeld University. The terminology refers to the accepted spelling. It covers, of course, different groups of people. In contrast to Michael 2021, who pleads to downgrade aesthetics within typology, I argue, especially because he used positive aesthetic ascriptions also for other varieties. Not only for the Caucasian skull, it is the most central for his typology. Focusing on practices of comparing symmetry, and therefore culturally determined aesthetics are omnipresent, without excluding other aspects like the condition of skull, etc. The allocations of human groups varied over time. Ultimately, the Caucasian variety included all Europeans, Western Asians, and North Africans, except the Finns. Counted all Eastern Asians, the Finns of Northern Europe, and the northernmost Americans, the Inuit in the Mongolian variety. All other inhabitants of the Americas counted to the American variety. The Ethiopian variety included all Africans except the northernmost. The Malay variety consisted mainly of the South Sea Islanders. According to, other skulls could also be well-formed, symmetrical, or elegant, especially if they corresponded to the respective ideal type of their variety. However, the positive attributions occurred more frequently when presented skulls individually. When it came to the superordinate ideal types of the two extremes, Mongolian and Ethiopian variety, negative connotations predominated. When it wasn't about the skull, the face, or skin color, detached himself from the scheme of 5 types and primarily described individual nations. Not to be overlooked is the fact that monogenetic theories can be equally racist. Most commonly referred to as the American School of Anthropology, here, I use ethnology, as Morton more often used this designation for the study of human races. He divided the American family into 4 further branches: Appalachian, Brazilian, Patagonian, and Morton took up measuring practices of and identified 4 different cranial chambers. He already surmised that the anterior one was more important. In his final measurement table, the American race was at the bottom. I reject arguments that claim Morton saw no relationship between cranial volume and intellect or character, and those that ascribe an anti-racist viewpoint to him. Collins Cook, 2006, 1960. Whether Morton was an advocate of phrenology is not definitively clear. The phrenologist George Combe presented a phrenological table based on Morton's skull collection in Crania Americana, which suggests that Morton was quite convinced by its claims, yet strategically refrained from applying the science himself, as it was harshly criticized from the beginning for being unscientific. It should be added that although himself dealt with the various origins of human beings, he did not specify where and when they began, only that they were multiple. Pritchard later began amassing skulls, but his focus was on linguistics. Was especially interested in the difference between the Caucasian Swedes and the, focusing on European races. For theory and his different practices of comparing c. 2022b. In a letter from 1845, had already introduced his skull forms to Morton. They both exchanged skulls and racial theories. These types include purs, sus. This becomes apparent in his, in which he chose 5 men to depict his main varieties. Fertile offspring would only mean the compatibility of the genitals. He differentiated between unilateral and bilateral hybridity. He adopted Morton's 4 degrees of hybridity and categorized them into 2 classes, and there was also the possibility of retour. In contrast to Morton, he was convinced that all races were hybrid races. The French nation had, according to, emerged from a superior crossbreeding of Celts and 5. Malay variety, language and emotionality in a transitory race. Abstract. This chapter explores the conceptual genesis of Malay race. Introduced at the end of the 18th century, Malay variety stood out from his other human varieties by being named after a language rather than a place. To understand this taxonomic exceptionality, we trace the forms of argumentation he deployed to gradually include a 5th variety to an initial 4-fold division, and to name it after the Malay language. This investigation yields insight into his conceptual, narrative, and dependence on then contemporary and earlier studies of human origins and kinship ties through studies of language. Finally, we analyze the epistemic and cultural legacy of his 5-fold division of human species, and his ranking of the Malay variety as being in transition between the primordial European and the extreme African variety. In order to identify the historical effects of race science on present-day insular Southeast Asia, we rely on critical studies of race, informed though effect theory in particular. We deploy the concept of emotionality to understand how racialized qualifiers of transitoriness had been reconfigured as a colonial pedagogic strategy, enabling the approximation of the Native American to the Filipino and the Malay. Keywords. 5.1 Introduction. Malaysia and Brunei are 2 Southeast Asian nation-states with a Malay majority population. Populations of Malay descent also live in Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, the Philippines, and Vietnam in varying numbers. The multicultural composition of Malaysia today, the standard story goes, is a result of British colonialism, which relied on immigrant laborers from India and China to cultivate cash crops, extract tons of rubber, mine tin ore, and otherwise facilitate exploitation of the lands where Malay was the majority tongue. Despite the post-Second World War Western-led tendency to avoid the term race one in Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei, it is still in use as a non-derogatory term. A government portal explains that Malaysia is a multiracial and multicultural nation in which Malays, Indian, Chinese, and people of various other ethnicities live together in peace and harmony. Government of Malaysia's Official Gateway, 2025. The same text in Malay does not use the term ras, the Malay language translation of race. Instead, it uses the terms and. The former stands for race culture, while the latter stands for nation, whereas ethnicity is translated as or ethnic group too. In the history of European scientific classification, Malay as one of the 5 varieties of humankind is credited to 1795, henceforth 3. Nonetheless, the Malaysian educational system does not mention and has celebrated human taxonomy. This didactic lack represents one of our motives for undertaking research on racial taxonomy. This definition of the Malay people in biological and physiological, but also wider interrelational, terms have any bearing on how Malays are self-imagined today. How did acquire his knowledge of the Malay people? Were there any traces of race science in the colonial racist politics in Malaya and elsewhere? This chapter seeks to answer these questions. In the first section of this chapter, we explore the genesis of the concept and space for human variation, the Malay included, by analyzing writings on the topic. Only exceptionally deployed the term race, rather than its Latin or German counterparts, to speak about human differences. Has argued that race was only emerging as a purely scientific biological concept in its work, but it never managed to eradicate its pre-scientific genealogical connotations. In the last section of 3, replaces the hitherto ubiquitous Latin term gens, denoting nation, race, or people, by 2 botanical metaphors, stirps and stemma, both connoting descent from an ancestral stock, 2008-38. Based on our research, apart from, or even more than botany, was indebted to a linguistically informed genealogy of human families and variations in building his scientific study of race. This exceptional mentioning of races, sic, in 3, is related to his discussion of the Malay variety of one human species, which he famously introduced in the last edition of his Opus Magnum, 1795-320. In contrast to the previous 4 varieties named after places or geographical regions, names the Malay after language. Why does he include the Malay variety last? Which geographical region did Malay inhabit? As never traveled outside Europe, in the second section, we turn our attention to his sources of information on human variation. We identify a number of works, approaches, and scholars that left an indelible, though largely unacknowledged, epistemic imprint on race science. We also discuss the role of one of the most versatile and influential intellectual figures of his time, the English Joseph Banks, who accompanied Captain Cook on his first voyage around the world, 1768-1771, and collected specimens for subsequent research. In fact, we demonstrate that Malay race is an excellent example of what Bill 2001, 311-13 has theorized as a categorical entanglement from the animal world, namely between race as the biological carrier of human difference and language as the main site of human difference. Our interest in the third section of the chapter turns to the cultural legacy of race science in general and its Malay variety in particular in the Southeast Asian world. Our heuristics here are organized around ranking of the Malay variety as transitory, falling between the primary variety European and one of the 2 extreme varieties. The Ethiopian, referring to sub-Saharan Africa 3, intimates transience as proof of racial mutability or even contingency, and over the course of the 19th and early 20th century, this feature was used as a racialized disqualifier of the Malay in relation to Europeans. In order to better understand the commanding power of transience in forming dissolving barriers between collectives of human bodies grouped into races, we approach it as an affect or emotion. In so doing, we tap into the intellectual legacy of a vast body of literature that foregrounds the importance of affect in building and maintaining colonial racial hierarchies in Southeast Asia and elsewhere in the 19th and 20th centuries, for we show here that transience, as a racially formative concept drawing heuristic power from its invisible effective charge, enabled to disguise the contingency of and hierarchies between his varieties by turning them into a scientific rule. We believe that it is possible to view as part of the vanishing long 18th century, c. 1681-830, which 2018, 22, 26, 7, 32 defined as the period in which European views and attitudes on Asia reflected a certain intellectual equilibrium between Asia and Europe. Having said so, and despite his anti-racist political stance, his racial sensitivities did anticipate some of the colonial racial hierarchies of the 19th and 20th centuries. To understand how ranked and grouped or divided certain populations, we comment on some of the emotionally charged descriptions of populations of people he later grouped under his Malay race that he had encountered and absorbed from the sources he consulted. As has shown, emotions are not in either the individual or the social, but produce the very surfaces and boundaries that allow the individual and the social to be delineated as if they are objects and grouped together or away from each other. 2014-10. We deploy this concept of emotionality, which she defines as a claim about a subject or a collective, clearly dependent on relations of power, which endow others with meaning and value. 2014-4. What emotional labor maintains human variety in its transitory state? Deploys the trope of transitoriness or transience to both the Malay and the Native American varieties. The emotional legacy of such ranking is, as we argue here, what informed the belief in the interchangeability between Filipinos, Native Americans, and Malays in colonial educational systems for natives at the turn of the 20th century. We show that colonial educational policies at the turn of the 20th century, as informed by the United States in the Philippines and the British in Malaya, depended on a historicized emotional juxtaposition between the Native American and the Malay. Our conclusion here is that the unstudied effective legacy of race science informed and was disseminated through colonial educational system and special curricula for the native in the United States as much as in Southeast Asia. This would also explain the consequential lack of critical race theory, in particular in the historical study of the Region 5. 5.2 Mapping the Malay, Southerners, Polynesians, Australasians. Asia beyond the Ganges and below the river Sikh, which looks towards the south together with the islands and the greater part of those countries that are now called Australian. Men of dark, snub noses, with winking eyelids drawn outwards at the corners, scanty and stiff hair. 6. Hence, we can see here that second variety included the peoples of mainland Central and East Asia and peninsular Southeast Asia, as well as Australia. Although he mentions some Southeast Asian islanders here, there is no mention of the Malay people. 7. In relation to the peoples he describes, the color of the skin and the shape and size of the nose were among the distinguishing features. With regard to the color of people comprising this variety, utilize the terms, translated as men of dark colors. Apart from dark also means brown, tawny, dusky, dim, and hoarse. 1874 SV. In addition, describe the form of the nose as, which should be translated as flat nose. Michael, 2017, 295-8. Chronologically, his next publication discussing human variation is his Manual for Natural History, published in 1779 in German, henceforth, Manual. It mentions a fifth human variety, the Southerners who inhabited the fifth part of the world. Called the peoples of this variety Australasians and Polynesians, and he believed they comprised the populations of the Sundanese Islands, the Philippines, and other islands he did not name, etc. Or no, 1779, 64. But the physiognomy of this variety, black-brown skin, wide noses, and hairiness, is clearly different from the second variety drafted in first edition of Henceforth, 1, cited above. In terms of geography, the similarity between the manual and the one is that both works referred to the insular Southeast Asia, Australia, and the islands of the Pacific Ocean. But here we can see an important difference. The manual omits the continental Southeast Asia previously mentioned in 1. So far, skin color, shape of the nose, and hairiness are still the only physiological criteria deployed to define variation in human species, the shape and measurements of the skull adopted later. 9. Apparently, his view of the Pacific Islands, as well as Australia and New Zealand, as distinct from the mainland Asia, but inclusive of the peninsular Southeast Asia, was based on the European knowledge on the New World geographies increasingly published over the course of the 18th century. Use of the terms Polynesia and Australasia shows that was up to date with these neologisms that circulated in Europe's intellectual circles of his time. These terms were coined by the French intellectual and traveler Charles in 1756, the year in which his historical study of travel accounts in the Southern Hemisphere was published in 2 volumes. The fifth part of the world, that deployed in the quotation above, became the norm from the 1770s to the 1830s. In 1776 and 1790, Swedish geographer Daniel published a map and accounts in which Polynesia comprised the fifth part of the world, just as it did in its description above. As writes, a line marked boundaries of Asia and Polynesia, runs west of the Philippines and Borneo and through the strait, thus positioning all the East Indies except Sumatra with 2021-1415, original italics. During his doctoral studies at the University of 1772-1775, took a course on the Swedish language, so reading the map would not have been a problem for him. The map was translated into German and published in Vienna in 1789, in which the term Polynesia was deployed but translated as or island insular world. Hence, if not, then analogous maps would possibly have been available too. In 1790, a colleague, friend, and often quoted expert on the fifth part of the world published a map based upon his voyage with Captain James Cook in 1771-1775. This map was entitled The Island World, and also omitted Sumatra, 2021-15, map 11 on page 16. Remarkably, western boundaries of Polynesia excluded Sumatra and started with the Straits Islands, proceeded eastward to include the Moluccan Islands and the Philippines, and ended in an unspecified etc. The name for this region was dropped, however. The inhabitants of this country are distinguished by being of brownish, more or less verging to the olive, straight face, narrow eyelids, and scanty hair. This whole variety may be subdivided into 2 races, northern and southern, of which one may embrace China, the Sikh, the kingdoms of Tonkin, Pegu, Siam, and using rather monosyllabic languages, and distinguished for depravity and perfidiousness of spirit and of manners 12. Among the listed northern Asian nations, or first race of the second human variety, which would indicate at this stage that viewed race as categorically inferior to variety, are but also the Japanese. This internal differentiation within the second human variety was a novelty, both in relation to one and to the manual. Corporeal features from 1776-41, and from those ascribed to the second human variety in the manual 1779-63, match only partially the descriptions given for the same variety in 2. Finally, the New Southern World makes up the fifth human variety, with which, unless I am mistaken, the and the Philippine Islands should be reckoned, the men throughout being of a very deep brown, with broad nose and thick hair 13. Those who inhabit the Pacific archipelago are divided again by John Sick into 2 tribes. One made up of the New Zealanders and the inhabitants of the Friendly Isles, the Society, Easter Island, and the Marquesas, and men of elegant appearance and mild disposition, whereas the others who inhabit New Tanna and the New Hebrides, Australia, and are blacker, more curly, and in disposition more distrustful and ferocious 14. Every one, for instance, will recognize the fierce and savage countenance of the New Hollanders and New Zealanders by looking at the magnificent plates of Parkinson, whereas on the contrary, looked at as a whole, seem to be of a milder disposition, as also the many pictures of them by the same well-known author testify 15. Here relies on the famous observations made during a voyage round the world, published in German in 1778-80 by 16. The new variety is called Malay in 1795-319-21 for the first time. However, the geographical distribution and internal division of the variety remains the same as in 2. Han thought it was a mystery why name the fifth variety Malayan, so he offered 2 possible reasons for this historical choice, which introduced a linguistic criterion into the natural history and the study of human variation. One was that Malay was a long-term lingua franca of the Indonesia archipelago up to New Guinea, while the other was that saw seafaring as characteristic of the South Sea Islanders, 2015, 373. The linguistic criterion was not an accidental intruder to an already solid discipline of natural history. Rather, it was one of its building blocks. 5.3 Language signifiers of racial hierarchies. In 2, the term today known as Malay appears in the section in which discusses speech, as one of the unique features of human species. He mentions the renowned orang Sik and gives 2 references in the related footnote, 1781-25. The first of the 2 is of the early 18th century dictionary produced by Thomas, who decoded orang Sik as a clown boar, a wild man, a satyr, or beast found in the woods of Borneo. 17. It is clear here that by reference to this source, could understand the importance of the geographical region circumscribed by the knowledge of Malay language and Islamic trading networks. How discovered's Malay English dictionary is yet to be determined. Joseph Banks as main British provider of research materials comes to mind since was at that time under the British Crown, 2022-2. We suspect that's genealogical quest for a unified human species with interrelated varieties was inspired by an important scientific duo at Namely and his colleague, a professor of history 18 Christian was professor of natural history at, and according to some, his inspiration for writing a dissertation on human variation 19 was a renowned linguist, so he might have obtained a Malay English dictionary. In fact, 1781-84 himself describes that visited London, where he had the opportunity to meet a Chinese person. Apparently was inspired by to think genealogically through his exposure to the study of linguistics at his time in general and the categorization of languages according to syllables, in particular 20, had developed his ideas about the interrelatedness of language and people. If 2 languages were related, the people who spoke them were 2 Van, 2020, 184-5. Since interest in the study of Asian languages and or the deployment of language to study human prehistory, difference, and kinship ties seems to confirm the unwaning popularity of intellectual legacy at its time. Believed in the common origin of all languages, hence in the singular origin of humankind, which he looked for in Asia 21 according to an ancient common language whose traces survived in so many distant vocabularies, argued that the many disparate nations were composed of emigrants or colonists of one single original nation or stock, 2019 250. Here we see the usage of botanical taking root in the linguistically approached historical study of the origins of humankind, almost a century before was writing on the same topic. The major difference seems to be that identified Asia as the continent from which humankind had originated. In turn, believed that the European race was the primordial or original one. It is likely that was also guided by the argument proposed by regarding Asian languages, hence peoples, as inferior, 1984 101-15. The first part of 1806 recorded the translation of the core Christian prayer in various Asian languages. 22. The author elaborated the classification of world languages according to the syllables, introduced among others by John, the first to qualify the Chinese language as monosyllabic and primitive, 1964 389-408. This observation was more than a linguistic remark, though, and served as an ontogenetic shortcut, or marker of origin and descendant group, i.e. race in modern parlance in Western scholarship in general, philosophy included, was equated with the so-called childlike state of linguistic development, and at the moment was reflecting on his racialized varieties. It was considered an indicator of position of the language as a representative of human progress in racial hierarchies, 2018, 171-3. Notes that it was during the late Enlightenment that turned into a denigrating qualifier for the Chinese people, in opposition to people who speak polysyllabically in the most complex, and hence the most perfect structured languages, the borders of whose territories were defined practically in the same way as location of the Caucasian, i.e. European variety 23-4, the river Ganges seems to be aligned with the easternmost barrier for polysyllabic languages, which ended in Kashmir as the historical cradle of humankind or Moses' paradise, and whose inhabitants looked nothing like the Mongols or the Chinese, 1806-89-19. In 2, the peoples of China and mainland Southeast Asia were lumped together in this variety. Claimed they all spoke monosyllabic languages and could be distinguished for depravity and perfidiousness of spirit and of manners, 1781-51. Classified not only Chinese as a childlike monosyllabic language, but also the languages of the kingdoms on its borders, such as Pegu, Siam, Tonkin, Sikh, Cambodia, and Laos, 1806-17-27. Saw all these people as half-developed humans who were greedy, distrustful, and incredibly inhumane towards their enemy during war and retaliation campaigns. He also thought that these people, some more others less, resembled those outstandingly ugly Mongols with their flat faces, small and slanted eyes, and snub noses. 32. This characterization reverberated with understanding of the fifth variety as an earlier stage in human variation. 24. Its description of spirit and manners of the people of in today's understanding, mainland Southeast Asia, is not as detailed as. Despite being schematic, though, its evaluation does paint a belittling picture of the listed peoples which, in fact, summarizes views. As regards physiognomy, apart from the shape of eyes, and perhaps the facial form, there are no similarities between and descriptions. Nonetheless, in understanding territorial distributions of mutually related Asian peoples, including mainland Southeast Asia, was foremost indebted to when developing his taxonomy of human variation. Famously named his fifth variety in 3, the Malay, because the majority of the men of this variety use Malay idiom, 1865, 275, italics added. To begin, geographical distribution of this variety was further clarified in this edition. 25 included here Pacific Islanders, among which were the people of the Sandwich, the Society, and the Friendly Islands, and those from the island of Madagascar, as well as the Eastern Islands, the inhabitants of the islands, the Philippines, and the Sundanese Islands, 1795, 319-20. Except for the islands, all the other insular entities were listed in the corresponding passage in 2. He informed the reader of 3. He relied on the knowledge accumulated by Joseph Banks and Captain Cook on their voyages to the Pacific Islands and the Southern Hemisphere, 1795, 320-26. An important geographic novelty was specific mention of the inhabitants of the peninsula of Malacca and the so-called Indian Islands in its vicinity, 1795, 295-27. In comparison, classified the Malay language as a South Asian language spoken by the inhabitants of a small peninsula he called Malacca or Malaya, and which he believed made up the southernmost part in the backdrop of India and in the north. Directly bordered the monosyllabic Siam. He claimed that Malay appeared to have been a monosyllabic language originally, thus close to the Mongolian and Manchurian languages, but had since evolved into a language in transition from a mono to polysyllabic language. The working hypothesis was that the language had spread throughout the islands of Southeast Asia through migration, which referred to as colonization, replacing the indigenous languages and peoples or pushing them to the inner parts of islands. Due to the vivid interest in trade, this language had foremost been studied and written about by the English and the Dutch, 1806, 100, 102. Among the list of Dutch and British works quoted was the Dictionary, 103. He mentioned the expert on languages, William, whose Malay dictionary was eagerly awaiting, intimating that in 1797 seemed close to completing that task. 104. 589 N. Read's History of Sumatra, 1784, second edition, but he also reads early remarks on the languages of 1782. Cited's History of Sumatra extensively in 3, 1795, 30 new. 191. 193, 312, where he also mentions remarks 320. The latter were published after 2, but Joseph Banks was aware of his hypothesis at the beginning of 1781, if not earlier. 28 significantly, believed that knowledge of the original Siamese, Lok Sik, Cambodian, and languages, as these nations lie in the intermediate space between continental Asia and Pacific Islands, would have been of great significance for establishing connections between different peoples, but lamented that he had no such knowledge. Learned from that there was a large language group of interrelated dialects which spread from Madagascar eastward to the Marquesas, or nearly from the east coast of Africa to the west coast of America, displaying a manifest connection in many of the words by which the inhabitants of the islands expressed their simple ideas, and between some of the most distant, a striking affinity, which unified under the name Malay, 1782, 155-29. 5.4 Malays and Native Americans, the emotionality of transitory varieties, of whom the inhabitants of the New Hebrides in particular come sensibly near the Papuans and New Hollanders, who finally on their part graduate so insensibly towards the Ethiopian variety, that, if it was thought convenient, they might not unfairly be classed with them, in that distribution of the varieties we were talking about. 32. Made this observation following an account by a renowned late 16th, early 17th century Spanish navigator of Portuguese descent, 1795, 321. Consulted an English-language translation of this account, hence, according to, he inadvertently replicated the translator's mistake. This passage does not compare some islanders to the Ethiopians as thought, deceived by mistranslation of Spanish adjective as the English noun Negroes, 2014-40. Instead, has proposed that the adjective denotes a skin color between white and black, 40 and 2. The classification of the Malay race as a transience between the white and the black races, based on the perceived quality, circulated among 19th and 20th century anthropologists 33. The italicized terms in the citation above were intended to highlight the nature of racial transience within the Malay variety, and they testify to emotional labor needed to group certain bodies together with or away from other bodies. This grouping was apparently a matter of sensibility and was deemed as contingent in nature rather than being based on any objective or scientific fact. Proposed cranial difference was obviously not deemed strong enough to annul the sensibility of approximations based on physiognomy and separate two black persons divided by territories across the Indian Ocean. Language, in turn, proved to be more reliable. Thus, the Ethiopians and the Malays were two different, though related, varieties. The transitoriness as a possibility of approximation or distancing was here to replace insensible or contingent separations. Has claimed that the Darwinian model of emotions suggests that emotions are not only beneath but behind the man-human as a sign of an earlier and more primitive times, 2014-3. The effective legacy of varieties was transmitted by means of linguistics, since was academically related to more than one linguist of his time. His relationship with the brothers Alexander and was of great intellectual and cultural significance, as it shows that the emotional labor that went into the making of the Malay was shared by the linguists of the period. 34 Alexander claimed that language was of the greatest importance in the recognition of similarities or differences in races. 1893, 365. On language starts with his discussion of the Malayan race. As they populated islands and archipelagos alone, and their language spread so far and wide, he concluded they were extraordinary navigators. 35. The admiration for the Malay seafaring skills was an exception, and in opposition to mainstream view presented by the stances like among European scholars of the period. 36. A belief that Malays pushed the original inhabitants of the insular Southeast Asia, of darker skin, to the inner parts of the islands occupying the coastline in several waves of migration only aggravated this image. 37. The motive of mobility, or impermanence transience in the parlance of human varieties, was increasingly used as a negative attribute of the Malay over the course of the 19th century. 38. It remains, in general, an important question, though on information so far available it can scarcely admit of a satisfactory solution, as to how far older and deeper minglings sick of the white and black races may have occasioned gradual transitions in language, and even in and growth of hair. 1999-15. Transition in race followed was conditioned by a transition in language, apparently, which meant that they were intrinsically related, if not interchangeable. 39. Among the main sources used for gaining knowledge on Malay language were studies by John Forty, continued classification of Malay and Native American languages as transitory varieties. Such alignment suggests that both were shaped through the same emotional labor in maintaining a racialized hierarchy in which Malay and Native Americans held transitory status across the emerging scholarly disciplines. 41. One of those was Mack's Science of Language, or what is called comparative philology in contemporary parlance. 42. He learned about the Malay language from his professor, who in turn was a colleague of 2011. 141-43. Max rejected the validity of varieties in linguistics and attempted to undo the categorical interchangeability between language and race. Max, 1854, 89, 91-2. However, his classification merely reaffirmed sensibility, as he ranked Malay in the intermediate group of his tripartite division of world languages. 44. The intermediary position of Malay notwithstanding, the 19th century Filipino intellectuals, such as, have classified Filipinos as Malay in a self-emancipatory claim to the history of a pre-Hispanic civilization in the Philippines. Among the cited authorities were Max and 45. According to German scholars, introduced categories for the study of race in the peninsular Southeast Asia, and influenced the Spanish administrators in shaping their knowledge on Malay and other racialized varieties of people in the 19th century. 2022, 7, 24, 52, 3, 55, 57. In addition, the German positivist tradition of ethnological and ethnographic studies was adopted in the United States by medical doctors trained in German universities, who, by the early 19th century, began to establish their own version of ethnology through an integration of biology and cultural studies. A strong indirect influence on the scholarship concerning race was exerted through the presence and work of German-Austrian scientists in the United States and the Netherlands. 51, 61, 66. 72-46 German landowners were also welcome in the Netherlands Indies in the 19th century, 2022 54-5. In fact, Germans were employed by the Dutch East India Company as experts from the 17th century onwards, 2018 110. With such a prominent influence by race-related studies in the United States, it comes as no surprise that during their colonization of the Philippines, U.S. colonizers introduced education for the Filipinos by emulating their education of Native Americans. The first general superintendent for education in the Philippines, Fred W., had traveled to Germany to complete his D., comparing secondary education teachers in Germany and the United States, 1893. Importantly, according to some educationalists, Filipinos were conflated with Native Americans rather than African Americans in the United States, not least because of the former's perceived, which the latter lacked 47 in this sense, the perceived into modern citizenship and self-governance, was a reiteration of the familiar trope of Malay and Native American transitoriness. Richard O., as the British Assistant Director of Education in Malaya, was in charge of shaping the industrial curriculum for the Malay, so in the second decade of the 20th century he traveled to Java and the Philippines to learn about the basketry making. 48 He saw the Filipino basketry pattern as more marketable than the traditional Malay one, 2017 502-3. Ironically, a decade before, an American anthropologist Mason had studied Malay basketry in U.S. museum collections. Mason, 1908, 1909 49 Basketry and weaving were part of the training in handicrafts introduced from the very beginning at the first higher educational institution, which the British established for Malays in Malaya, more specifically, known as Sultan Teachers Training College, SITC, AL. 2021-50. Taken from Bin, Sign Language in Italy and America, 22 1934 59-60. Courtesy of Library, Sultan Educational University. The emotional legacy of aligning two transient races, the Malay and the Native American, and the universal domination of Caucasians was clearly informed through the sensitivity that had shaped categories. Apparently in the 1930s and during the Italian occupation of Ethiopia, the position of extreme variation fixed at the bottom of the race pyramid was abandoned to accommodate white interests, and Ethiopians were elevated to the intermediary status of Malays and Native Americans. Hopefully, future probing into the pedagogical strategies, approaches, and curricula for natives across Euro-American colonial empires at the turn of the 20th century will include the study of the Malay vernacular education in British Malaya in their comparative framework. By approaching educational systems as a colonial governing tool for the dissemination of racial hierarchies, previously understood as seemingly random approximations between unrelated colonized populations, could reveal a classificatory sensibility related to race science. Comparative research on industrial education in Malaya, India, Africa, and North America has yet to be conducted. 5.5 Conclusion. The appearance of the fifth, Malay, variety in its approach to human diversity reflects the complexity of motivations and driving forces behind the crystallization of his explanations regarding the interrelation between human variation and race. His collective affiliation with numerous colleagues and teachers whose opinion and expert position he shared and respected should be taken into account when recognizing the multiple layers of arguments supporting the idea of transitions between the most advanced, Caucasian race and others. Viewing non-white but also non-black races as transitory provided multiple options for mixing biological and cultural criteria for multi-level racial hierarchies between and inside of racialized classifications. Despite the consistent application of linguistic arguments for indicating a fifth Malay variation, mostly operated with language without systematic discussion regarding the contrast with other signifiers of human variation. Rather, notwithstanding his ability to bypass binary oppositions, found himself between a hypothesis about the united cradle of humanity and understanding the differences among races in terms of their proximity to the primary, European or Caucasian race. In line with this proposal is Terence Keel's argument that race science belongs to the intellectual history of Christianity. With its belief in or single origin of human species, and other scientists of his time transformed Christian dogma and a European myth of origin of humans into a basic scholarly premise. Keel, 2018, argued that the Caucasian or European white race was the primary variety from which all others degenerated. And this both explains the absence of Malay voices in the formulation of their race and the need for that would deconstruct this approach. We recall here the term which Thomas used in his Malay English dictionary published at the turn of the 18th century. There it is explained that language had a currency not only in the South Sea Islands, but also in the Indian Ocean realm, except from East Africa, which was not mentioned. The form recalls the Hispanic variant of the term Malay, which, in the 16th century, they recorded as the language spoken in the archipelago today known as the Philippines. As Salmon 2019 has shown, Malay was the language of seafaring before, and at the time of the arrival of the Portuguese in Southeast Asia in the 16th century. It was a contact language whose nautical terminology was borrowed beyond the region of the South China Sea, all the way to the southern coasts of China. It was the language learned by the Dutch and used as a means of communication with the Chinese and other ethnicities in the Netherlands Indies until the early 19th century. We mention these here as historicized signs of its endurance. As an note, the fact that the signification of Malay has persisted can be taken as a sign of ethnic resilience, and 2011. Our final and not unanimous remarks here reflect the era that also falls outside of this chapter, the independence of Malaysia. As Stephen May cautions, the sociology of nationalism highlights the confluence of nation building and the related linguistic of indigenous and other minoritized languages. May 2023, 654. The Malaysian Constitution establishes Malay as the national language. Whether it is an effect of emancipation or reiterates a historicized colonial link between language and racism will be left for another discussion. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 22, 1934, 6156 bin. 1934. Dan's Sign Language in Italy and America. Souvenir book, Sultan Training College Magazine, 2256-61. J.C. 1806. Oder dem unser als. First part. P.O. 2003. Crafting Industry, Basket Making and Early American Education in the Philippines. Mapping Philippine Material Culture. Mapping Tour Show 37, reprinted from Back to the Future. Perspectives on Thomasite Legacy to Philippine Education. Edited by D. with the original title Commerce, Indigenous Knowledge, and Museum Science in the Early History of American Industrial Education in the Philippines. The Example of Basket Making, American Studies Association of the Philippines, 232-255. 2014. The Cultural Politics of Emotion, 2nd. Edinburgh University Press, 2014. SA 2020. The Making of the Malay Pirates in Early Modern European World. Humanities 991, 114. Org 103390H9030091. NDM 2022. Race Manifest. Colonial Administration and in. University of Malaya Press. B 2001. Language and Race. Social Identities 7-3, 311-328. Org 101080135046301200871990. FW 1893, The Professional Preparation of Secondary Teachers in the United States. And Play Google.com Books Reader id AAAMAJ and GBS PP8 and N. W 2018. And Some Perennial About the Nature, Origins and Contact of the Chinese Language in Europe. In A and S. Asia and Europe Interconnected, Agents, Concepts and Things. 2018. JF 1865. On the Natural Variety of Mankind, ed. 1775 in the Anthropological Treatises ed. And translated by Thomas Green, Roberts and Green. JF 1776. First edition. JF 1779. Manual for Natural History. Christian. JF 1781. JF 1795. Third ed. And Bougainville L. 1772. A Voyage Round the World. Performed by order of His Most Christian Majesty, in the years 1766, 1777, 1768, and 1769, translated into English by John. Printed for J. and T. Davis. T. 1701. A Dictionary English and English. Printed by Sam. Bridge Sick for the author. C. 1756. Navigations Australs. 1 and 2. Shea. MC 2019. Discovers Asia, Social Networking in the Republic of Letters. Johns University Press. RA 2011. Filipinos as Malay. In M and SMK. The Politics, Poetics and Paradoxes of NUS Press. B 2008. Climate to Crania, Science and of Human Difference. N. B. and C. Foreign Bodies, Oceania and the Science of Race, 1751-940. INU E-Press. Bay 2014. Science, Voyages and Encounters in Oceania, 1511-1850. B 2021. Naming Polynesia, Cartography, Geography and Toponymy of the Fifth Part of the World. Journal of Pacific History, 56-4. Author-approved manuscript. Org 1010800022334420, 0211961082. TID 2015. Race and the Origins of the Progressive Education, 1880-1929. Teachers College Press. SF 2021. Making Race in the Early Modern East Indies. New Literary History, 5234, Summer-Autumn 2021, 509-533. Org 10135320-210024. JR 1996. Observations Made During a Voyage Round the World, edited by Nicholas Thomas, Guest and Michael, with a linguistic appendix by H. University of I Press. G 2000. A Voyage Around the World, edited by Nicholas Thomas and Oliver, assisted by Jennifer 2 vols. University of I Press. J.D. 1964. Chinese and Primitive Language, John's Contribution to 17th Century Sinology. Asian Studies 2-3, 389-408. J. 1994. Joseph Banks and the English Enlightenment. Cambridge University Press. J. 2002. Banks and the Beginnings of Anthropology in N. Ides. And the Development of Natural Sciences. J. 2007. The German Enlightenment and the Pacific. In L and M. The Anthropology of the Enlightenment. University Press. M. 2010. Des Alphabet, Kultur IM 18. Karl Christian. NTM 18 127. Org 101007 S00048009 00074. M 2013. Change of Paradigm as a Squabble Between Institutions, the Institute of Historical Sciences, the Society of Sciences, and the Separation of Cultural and Natural Sciences in the second half of the 18th century. In A. H. and Stuber M. Scholars in Action. The Practice of Knowledge and the Figure of Savant in the 18th Century. 267-287 History of Science and Medicine. Org 101163978900 for 243910013. T. 1874. Latin-English Dictionary. Compiled from the best authorities for use in schools and colleges. And Co. Upload Org Commons 770 Latin English Dictionary %28 IA00 good %29. Government of Malaysia's official gateway. Facts about Malaysia. Last updated on May 1, 2025. Malaysia My Portal Content 30478. Znor Mohammed at 2021. Sultan Training College SITC 1922-1941, International Journal of Education, Psychology and Counseling, 6-1, 111-126. Org 10-35631, IJAPC 639007. A. 1893. Cosmos, a sketch of a physical description of the universe. Into English by I.C. 1. George Bell and Sons. Kiel T. 2018. Divine Variations, How Christian Thought Became Racial Science. University Press. King's College London. Collection May 14, 2020. Collection A. 2019-2020. Australian Studies Journal, 33 and 34, 3156. Org 103551533342 0192003. Princeton University Library, Bougainville 1729-1811, last accessed May 4, 2025. Static Prod Lib Princeton Visual Materials, Maps Websites Pacific Bougainville. SK 2009. Common Ground, Race and the Colonial Universe in British Malaya. Journal of Southeast Asian Studies, 43, 593-612. Org 101017 S0022463409999087. SK 2015. Taming the Wild, Aborigines and Racial Knowledge in Colonial Malaya. Asian Studies Association of Australia, in collaboration with NUS Press. M. 2022. At the Roots of Racial Classification, Theory and Iconography in the Work and Legacy of BROSC International of the Histories of Anthropology, 128. URL BROSC, Article 2546. W. 1782. Remarks on the Sumatran Languages. 6-154-158. W. 1784. The History of Sumatra, 2nd ed. London, printed for the author and sold by Thomas & Son, Al. 1784. Marx KFH, 1865. Life of, in the Anthropological Treatises of and Hunter, edited and translated by Thomas. Green, Roberts and Green. Mason O.T. 1908. Vocabulary of Malaysian Basket Work, a study in the W.L. collections. Proceedings of the U.S. National Museum, 35-1631, 151. Mason O.T. 1909. Mad Weave, a Malaysian type of basket work. Proceedings of the U.S. National Museum, 36, 385-390. T. 2005, The Invention of World Religions. Or How European Universalism Was Preserved in the Language of Pluralism. University of Chicago Press. May S. 2023. Linguistic Racism, Origins and Implications. Ethnicities 23-5, 651-661. Org 1011771468796823119307 F.A. and the World of Languages. Studies in Languages and Cultures 23 No. 2 October 2011, 12947. G.J. 1984. Discovers the Languages of Asia. 62 101 115. Doc 0750806919, 84 num 621192. Michael J. S. 2017. Nuance Lost in Translation. Interpretations of J.F.'s Anthropology in the English-Speaking World. NTM 25 280 1309. Org 101007 S000 480 1701738. Ems 1999. Study of the Language, the Proof of the Existence of the Malayan-Polynesian Language Culture. Fidelio 81, Spring 1999, 2940. M and SMK 2011. Introduction. In M and SMK. Politics, Poetics, and Paradoxes of NUS Press. M 2020. Colonial Debates, Language, Nations, Races, and Civilization in Williams and John's Linguistics. Journal of Postcolonial Linguistics, 3, 121. Max F. 1854. Letter to Chevalier on the Classification of Turanian Languages. London. Max F. 2025. Lectures on the Science of Language, delivered at the Royal Institution of Great Britain in April, May, and June, 1861, 2nd ed. Charles, 1862. Available at Project, accessed on May 5, 2025. Org 32856. J. 2011. Boundaries of We Have Made Malaysia. Now it is time to remake the Malays, but who interprets the history? In M and SMK. Politics, Poetics, and Paradoxes of NUS Press 2011. F.A.s and Carey P. 2021. Racial Difference and the Colonial Wars of 19th Century Southeast Asia. Amsterdam University Press. J. 2018. Unfabling the East. The Enlightenment's Encounter with Asia, translated by Robert Savage. Princeton University Press. A. 2007. To Change the World, the Use of American Indian Education in the Philippines. History of Education Quarterly, 47-2, 173-202. G.A. 2024. Britannica, last updated December 9, 2024. Britannica Com Biography. E.A. 2006. The Empire of Love, Toward a Theory of Intimacy, Genealogy, and Carnality. Duke University Press. Richards, R.J. 2019. The Beautiful Skulls of Schiller and the Georgian Girl, Quantitative and Aesthetic Scaling of the Races, 1771-850. In N and G. Race and Natural History, 1751-850. 2019. T. 2017. IM 82-217-235. Org 10151520170014. Van R. 2020. Language or Dialect. The History of a Conceptual Pair. Oxford University Press, online ed. Roque R. 2014. Race and the Mobility of Human Things. Science, Technology, and Human Values, 39-4, 607-612. Org 1011770162243913517146. Salmon C. 2019. Contact languages on the South China Sea and beyond, 15-18 centuries. Asian Culture 43, 2043. MJ 2017. Industrious Women and Lost Traditions, Gender, Imperial Exchange, and Handicrafts Education in British Malaya and the American Philippines, 1900-1940. Journal of World History, 28 3 and 4, 493 524. Org 10135320170040. C. 2014. Europe and the Malay World. Indonesia and the Malay World, 42 123, 129 140. Org 1010801369, 81120, 149242110. Ems 1992. A Contribution to Asian Historiography, European Studies of Philippines Languages from the 17th to the 20th Century. 44 183 202. Org 103406 Arch 19922861. Berlin, 2025. Alexander Portal, last accessed May 4, 2025. Berlin Work Ends. State Library of New South Wales. Captain Cook's Voyages of Exploration, Sidney Parkinson, 2025. Stories Captain Cook's Voyages, Discovery, Sidney Parkinson. ALS 2010. Carnal Knowledge and Imperial Power, Race and the Intimate in the Colonial Rule, 2nd ed. University of California Press. F. 2016. Racial Science and Human Diversity in Colonial Indonesia. NUS Press. HF 2015. Before Boas, The Genesis of Ethnography and Ethnology in the German Enlightenment. University of Nebraska Press. K. 2010. Common Cultures, Racism and the of Cultural Difference. Duke University Press. W. 1999. On Language, on the Diversity of Human Language Construction and its Influence on Mental Development of Human Species, edited by Michael, translated by Peter Heath. Cambridge University Press. R. 1969. Start from Count from 1. Oxford University Press. R.O. 1918. Report by Mr. R.O., Assistant Director of Education, SS and FMS, on Vernacular and Industrial Education in the Netherlands, East Indies, and the Philippines. In Proceedings of the Legislative Council for the year 1917 with Appendix. Printed at the Government Printing Office, Singapore, by J. E. Tyler, 1918. Appendix No. 22. On the topic of the anthropological role of turning culture into a carrier of racial difference after the Second World War, see for instance Kamala, Common Cultures, Racism and the of Cultural Difference, Duke University Press, 2010. For an inspiring discussion on the versatility of Malay language terms for race, and the overlapping meanings of with nation and race, see Sandra, Common Ground, Race in the Colonial Universe in British Malaya, Journal of Southeast Asian Studies 40 No. 3 October 2009, 594-5. Org 101017 S0022463409999087. Death certificates in Malaysia indicate offspring, ancestry, heredity as the equivalent for race ethnicity. According to Judith, the term originally stood for community, but in colonial times it was recoded to imprecisely denote European concepts of race, ethnicity, and nation. Judith, Boundaries of We Have Made Malaysia. Now it is time to remake the Malays, but who interprets the history. In Politics, Poetics, and Paradoxes of Eid. And a NUS Press, 2011, 18. According to Ricardo Roque, since its inception in the late 18th century until well into the 20th century, the scientific ordering of race was focused on relating bodily features with supposedly unchanging inner characteristics, mental and cultural forms. Hence, most of race science or scholarship has been organized around the idea of fixity or the permanence of race, although it actually depended on material circulation of bodies or parts thereof. Ricardo Roque, Race and the Mobility of Human Things, Science, Technology and Human Values 39 No. 4 2014, 608-9. For a discussion of racism and foundational colonial affective dispositions to it, see Laura, Carnal Knowledge and Imperial Power, Race and the Intimate in the Colonial Rule, 2nd edition, University of California Press, 2010. The massive output of critical colonial studies informed through the affective turn is impossible to cover here. Another example would be Elizabeth A., The Empire of Love, Toward a Theory of Intimacy, Genealogy and Carnality, Duke University Press, 2006. There are notable exceptions, A. and Peter Carey. Racial Difference in the Colonial Wars of 19th Century Southeast Asia, Amsterdam University Press, 2021. Fang, Making Race in the Early Modern East Indies, New Literary History 52 No. 3-4 Summer-Autumn, 2021, 509-33. Org 10135320-210024. For Indigeneity in British Malaya, see Sandra. Taming the Wild, Aborigines and Racial Knowledge in Colonial Malaya, Asian Studies Association of Australia in collaboration with NUS Press, 2015. See also Racial Science and Human Diversity in Colonial Indonesia, NUS Press, 2016. We have cited here Thomas's translation of first edition of C. On the Natural Variety of Mankind, ed. 1775 in the Anthropological Treatises, ed. And by Thomas, Green, Robertson Green, 1865, 99-104. For instance, Borneo, Manila, and Ternate are mentioned in first edition of 1776, 91. Despite this and other possible inaccuracies, we will often quote translation. There are numerous studies exploring the ways in which acquired and studied crania, or skulls, to understand human variation. For an early study on collaboration with the influential Joseph Banks, see John, Joseph Banks and the English Enlightenment. Useful Knowledge and Polite Culture, Cambridge University Press, 1994, John, Banks and the Beginnings of Anthropology in and the Development of Natural Sciences, ed. 2002, John, The German Enlightenment and the Pacific, in the Anthropology of the Enlightenment, ed. And Marco, University Press, 2007, for a recent study on the topic see Australian Studies Journal Nos. 33 and 34, 2019 2020, 35-37. Naming Polynesia, Cartography, Geography and Toponymy of the Fifth Part of the World, Journal of Pacific History 56 No. 4 2021, 2. 11. Our numbering corresponds with the author-approved manuscript available through academia.org 10108000223344420211961082. On studies in and the courses he took, see K. F. H. Marks. Life of in the Anthropological Treatises of and Hunter, ed. And by Thomas, Green, Robertson Green, 1865, 44 and 1. 1865, 99-104, italics added. In the original starting from using other, cum Magi's tum. 1781, 51. 1865, 104. In the original, the inhabitants are described as H in intense. 1781, 52. Translated here as brown rather than dark. Natural Variety 1775, 104, italics added. For some of the present-day names of the mentioned islands, see, for instance, Science, Voyages, and Encounters in Oceania, 1511-1850. 2014. For a detailed study of the two-tribe differentiation of the Pacific Islanders and the Aboriginal populations of Australia and New Zealand, see. For the original C, 1781-93. We have used translation here, 1865-123. Parkinson, who mentions here, refers to Sidney Parkinson, who accompanied Captain Cook on his 1771 voyage on the, and who made illustrations of Australian Aboriginals. For Parkinson's biography and a large collection of accessible digitized illustrations, see State Library of New South Wales, Captain Cook's Voyages of Exploration, Sidney Parkinson, 2005. Stories Captain Cook's Voyages, Discovery, Sidney Parkinson. On the career, voyages, life, and publications of John and his son George, as well as the impact they had on German Enlightenment scholarship, included c. for instance, observations made during a voyage round the world, ed. Nicholas Thomas, Guest and Michael, with a linguistic appendix by H. University of I Press, 1996, George, A Voyage Around the World, ed. Nicholas Thomas and Oliver, assisted by Jennifer. 2 vols. University of I Press, 2000, and especially The German Enlightenment, and 2018, 184-5, 230. Thomas, A Dictionary English and English, London, printed by Sam. Bridge Sick for the author, 1701. The dictionary had introduction to the Malay grammar and dialogues for the learners. It was dedicated to the directors of the English East India Company, and also to the sick, deputy sick, and committees of the East India Company. Its purpose was to promote trade in all the countries where language was spoken, and its publishing was sponsored by the East India Company. The countries where was spoken are listed too on the cover and include the country, all the South Sea Islands, India, Turkey, Arabia, Morocco, and generally in all countries. One of the leading 18th century German scholars of the Enlightenment was well informed about the history of Asian nations and was willing to include them in world history. Another historian of the period, Ludwig, was of the opinion that the human race originated from Asia, which was an ideal place for exploring its history. There is no reason to think that was unfamiliar with his influential work, which was published in 1793. Ons work see 2018 9, 51-2. See Online, Education and Career, online. Enrolled in his doctoral program in 1772, and there is no reason to believe he was unaware of his work, as the latter was already an esteemed professor. For these as well as other topics related to, and C. Martin, Des Alphabet Kultur IM 18. Carl A. Christian NTM 18, 2010, 127. Martin, Change of Paradigm as a Squabble Between Institutions. The Institute of Historical Sciences, the Society of Sciences, and the Separation of Cultural and Natural Sciences in the second half of the 18th century, in Scholars in Action. The Practice of Knowledge and the Figure of Savant in the 18th Century. Martin Stuber, 267-287, History of Science and Medicine, 2013. For an extensive study on the topic, see Michael C. Discovers Asia. Social Networking in the Republic of Letters, Johns University Press, 2019, 6, 242. Was following the example set by the Swiss botanist and zoologist, who in the mid-16th century published his Containing the Translation of the Christian Prayer, Our Father, into over 100 then-known languages. For a short bibliography of C. George A. Britannica, last updated December 9, 2024. Britannica, Biography. 2018, 174, who cited the translation to English from IM 8 No. 2, 2017, 220. Org 10151520170014. For the original in German, see 1806-21. Viewing races or human varieties in terms of hierarchies organized to reflect the stages of individual human development, in which the lowest intellectual stage corresponds to childhood, is a predecessor of evolutionism and a good early example of what came to be known as the stadial theory. Relates this theory to Adam Smith and his graduation of societies from rudeness to civilization, introduced in the second half of the 18th century. See 2014, 110. It is important to keep in mind that stadial theory, or recapitulation theory, as it was also known during the long 19th century, was used as a scientific basis for adapting curricula to the less intelligent natives inhabiting British colonies and U.S. territories, relating to both the indigenous and the African populations, with an emphasis on practical or industrial training and production on readily exploitable and skilled labor. See Thomas D. Race and the Origins of the Progressive Education, 1880-1929, Teachers College Press, 2015. We will return to education in our last section. In fact, as notes, explained to Joseph Banks that his hitherto numbered varieties would be turned into toponyms in this edition. 2019-2020-47. However, as we argue here, this logic was not applied to the Malay variety. On the works cited in X and Y footnotes on page 320 and Z footnote on page 321 C, 2014, 3940. However, translates this as Malayan Peninsula, 1865-266. May have reflected the geopolitical reality of his times, when not only Malacca but other parts of Malayan Peninsula were under the British colonial rule. Later on, however, he translates the same peninsula as the Malacca Peninsula, 275. His remarks was in fact a published letter to Sir Joseph Banks, the President of the Royal Society, and it was read on February 22, 1781. It is not recorded whether the letter was handed to Joseph Banks prior to 1781, which remains a possibility. 1782, 154. Claims that had been a part of Joseph Banks's intellectual gatherings since 1780. 2018, 195. On the life and career of William, see this collection on the website of the King's College in London. Collection. Christina argued that although is usually credited for the concept of the Polynesian language group, she believed that the idea was presented through travel accounts from Cook's Journeys by and Banks. See Christina, Europe and the Malay World, Indonesia and the Malay World 42 No. 123, 2014, 133. For the original, see 1795, 320. Louis Bougainville was an 18th-century French scholar in the service of King Louis XV, sent on a mission across the Pacific to Southeast Asia in search of new colonies for the French East India Company. For visual materials from Bougainville's travels and his short biography and bibliography, see Princeton University Library, Bougainville, 1729-1811, Static Prod Lib Princeton Visual Materials Maps Websites Pacific Bougainville. Although Bougainville's work was translated into English by George and published in 1772, cited here the original published in French in 1771. For translation, see Louis Bougainville, A Voyage Round the World. Performed by order of His Most Christian Majesty, in the years 1766, 1777, 1768, and 1769, translated into English by John, printed for J. and T. Davis, 1772. Here we cites translation, 1865-275, italics added. We return to the discussion of the italicized terms in the next section. For a recent study of the racialized nasal shape in the Malay world, see Race Manifest. Colonial Administration and in University of Malaya Press, 2022, 3640. We are grateful to our student Mohammed Bin for informing us about this reference. An abbreviated account of Alexander's life and work can be accessed on Berlin, Alexander Portal. Berlin in his Memoir of Marx mentions that Alexander was amongst pupils. See Marx 1865-22. On language, on the diversity of human language construction and its influence on mental development of human species, ed. Michael, Peter Heath. Cambridge University Press, 1999, 11. For a study on the historicized connection between the Malay and piracy, see The Making of the Malay Pirate in Early Modern European World, Humanities 9 No. 91, 2020, 114. For the migration wave theory, see 2022, 34-6. The negative assessment of Malay seafaring skills as a sign of their inherent, nomadic status was turning into the only legitimate assessment of the Malay in the late 18th century. 2029. The brothers emotionally belonged to the long 18th century, apparently, as their evaluation of Malay seafaring skills was positive. Our conclusion here reflects the opinion of who noted that rejected the name Polynesian to designate this category, i.e. the Malayan race, on the grounds it was geographical and limited, and preferred to it the term Malaysian, meaning not only the language culture but the people. See this study of the language, the proof of the existence of the Malayan Polynesian language culture, Fidelio 8 No. 1 Spring 1999, 36. Foremost, however, the intricate interchangeability of race and language in this work was pointed out by the invention of world religions. or How European Universalism Was Preserved in the Language of Pluralism, the University of Chicago Press, 2005, 156-8. For a comparative study on since linguistic explorations and theories on the Malayo-Polynesian language family, see Martin, Colonial Debates, Language, Nations, Races, and Civilization in Williams and John's Linguistics, Journal of Post-Colonial Linguistics 3, 2020, 121. The main difference between ours and approach is that we focus on a transdisciplinary categorical intertwining of race and language with regard to the Malay, whereas Foremost focuses on the disciplinary exchanges between ethnology and linguistics. F's analysis of linguistic methodology and the of languages by using agglutination and inflection as main criteria instead of the earlier syllables, in which both the Native American and the Malayan languages were ranked as transitional languages, is of particular interest here. CF and the World of Languages, Studies in Languages and Cultures 23 No. 2 October 2011, 129-47. For an extensive study of Mac's career and long-term epistemological legacy in the West, see the colossal study by World Religions, in particular chapters 5 and 7. See also Mac's Lectures on the Science of Language, delivered at the Royal Institution of Great Britain in April, May, and June, 1861. Second edition. Charles, 1862. Project Org 32856, accessed on October 16, 2024. According to Marley's scholarship prepared the way for the comparative linguists of the 19th century and who all contributed to the founding of the Malayo-Polynesian linguistics. See Marley's A Contribution to Asian Historiography, European Studies of Philippines Languages from the 17th to the 20th Century, 44, 1992, 187. The ranking of language groups in line with stadial theory reflected the purported political maturity or ability for self-government of the people who spoke them. Malay was ranked as a nomad language, higher than family languages but lower than the perfect group of state languages. See Max 1854 22, 24-5. Apart from Max in his discussion of the epistemic trajectory leading to conflation between Filipinos and Malays, also mentions C.A. Filipinos as Malay in The Politics, Poetics, and Paradoxes of N. 240-173 NUS Press 2011 246, see also 2022-55. For the spread of craniology in the U.S., see Robert J. Richards, The Beautiful Skulls of Schiller and the Georgian Girl, Quantitative and Aesthetic Scaling of the Races 1770-1850, in Race and Natural History 1750-1850, and 142-76, 2019. African Americans, in fact, were seen as inferior to Native Americans, incapable of assimilation, and with the prospect of only receiving industrial training for second-class citizenship. Cian, To Change the World, The Use of American Indian Education in the Philippines, History of Education Quarterly 47 No. 2 2007, 185-6. First Trip to the Philippines and Java, CRO, report by Mr. R.O., Assistant Director of Education, SS and FMS, on Vernacular and Industrial Education in the Netherlands, East Indies, and the Philippines, in Proceedings of the Legislative Council for the year 1917 with Appendix, printed at the Government Printing Office, Singapore by J. E. Tyler, 1918, Appendix No. 22. Richard. Start from Count from 1. An Autobiographical Memoir, Oxford University Press, 1969, 166-82. For a comprehensive study on influences of Native American basketry on Filipino-Malay basketry, C.O. Crafting Industry, Basket Making and Early American Education in the Philippines, Mapping Philippine Material Culture. S. Mapping Tour Show 37, reprinted from Back to the Future, Perspectives on Thomasite Legacy to Philippine Education, edited by D. with the original title Commerce, Indigenous Knowledge, and Museum Science in the Early History of American Industrial Education in the Philippines. The Example of Basket Making, American Studies Association of the Philippines, 2003, 232-255. This institution of higher education offered agricultural and training in handicrafts using Malay as the language of instruction, and was founded in 1922 in 1934, 6156, been Dan Sign Language in Italy and America. Souvenir book, Sultan Training College Magazine, No. 22, 1934, 5661. Figure 1 is reproduced on pages 59-60. We are grateful to our student, Matt, for romanizing the article for us. 6. Pedagogies of White Domination, Legacy and Racial Classifications in Romanian Science and Secondary Schools, 1871-914. Abstract. The following chapter provides a critical analysis of the introduction and development of racial classifications in secondary schools of the Romanian Kingdom and the Hungarian region of Transylvania during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. In doing so, it traces, on the one hand, the legacies of racial classifications within the broader scientific circles and its further ontological conceptualization as a theory of domination and assimilation of minoritized communities. The chapter further looks at how the development of race science in Romania shifted from theorizing to racially measuring the local Romani and Sudanese ethnic communities. On the other hand, it analyzes the ways in which racial classifications were adopted within the teachings of natural history in secondary schools, and how several changes contributed to the legitimization of racial discrimination. The chapter argues that secondary schools, along with other state scientific institutions, are crucial spaces for transforming social realities, shaping in this way a nationalist, anthropocentric, and racial hierarchical thinking, while legitimizing at the same time both the domination of minoritized groups and non-human species. Keywords. This research is part of broader investigation dealing with the history of scientific racism and the teaching of natural history in the Romanian and Hungarian secondary schools. The first results of this investigation were published in 2022 in an article entitled Mismeasuring Diversity, Popularizing Scientific Racism in Mid-19th Century Romania, Journal for Romanian Studies. 4. No. 1 2022, 3756. A second part of the results was published in 2023 under the title, The Tyranny of Schools, Nature and Nation in the Schools of Transylvania and the Romanian Kingdom, 1871-914 in the New Europe College Yearbook. The research was supported by a grant from the Romanian Ministry of Education and Research, CNCS, UFISCDI, project number PNIIP4 PCE 202113774, within PNCDI III. Is a postdoctoral researcher at New Europe College in Bucharest and regional representative of Romania in the European Society for Environmental History. He received his D from Oxford Brookes University in 2021 with a thesis focusing on the transnational dissemination of Darwinism, eugenics, and race science in Romania. He also received several grants and awards such as the Lisa Award for the History of Science from Royal Society of London, 2019, nominated as postgraduate member of the Royal Historical Society, 2019, and co-winner of the Best Dissertation Award from the Society for Romanian Studies, 2022. 6.1 Introduction. Scholarship on the history of scientific racism has pointed to the work of the German anatomist, 1752-1840, as the main figure responsible for the shift from a geographic to a hierarchical ordering of human diversity, from Linnean cartography to linear ranking by putative worth, 1996, 405. Although Stephen Jay's argument was problematized by several scholars for falsely attributing blame on Juncker, 1998, 2019, this chapter argues instead for a more nuanced view on the history of racialized approaches to human diversity and calls for further investigation of several case studies from Central and Eastern Europe. In doing so, the paper will analyze Partoff's own research on the physical anthropology of the region's minoritized Romani community, the impact of his legacy on various Romanian and international scientists, and the adoption of his racial classification theories in secondary schools textbooks published before the interwar period. Up until now, the German natural science of the Enlightenment and its legacy for Western thought has been the focus of debates among various authors. Studies have ventured to examine his own work and the ways in which his racial classifications have influenced both Christian and secular bodies of knowledge. Kiel, 2018, 2353, 2022, Raj 2007, 13081309, 2018. Lesser known, however, is the adoption and impact of research on the development of race science in the interimperial and semi-peripheral regions of Central and Eastern Europe. This phenomenon is important in many ways, as recent scholarship has highlighted that nation-building agendas in Eastern Europe were maturing in the context of the so-called global reach of whiteness, amid imperial expansion, the growth of race science, and an idea of Europe that was ever more tightly connected to and racial superiority. Baker al. 2024-16. On top of this, up to the 19th century, the regions of the Black Sea had witnessed a long history of slavery and various forms of unfreedom. In this case, by pointing to both Muslim and Christian persons who lost their freedom, has suggested that these forms of unfreedom ranged from domestic and agricultural slavery to other peculiar types of enslavement. However, her study further insists that the only exception to the regional norm was Romani enslavement from Moldavia and Wallachia, which shared several characteristics with North American slavery, such as the stability and self-reproduction of the slave population and the near equivalence of a certain ethnic origin with the slave status. 2022-36. Moreover, despite various forms of resistance, the oppressive institution of Romani enslavement practiced in the Romanian principalities and in neighboring regions, as well as the local intertwined discussions about national identity, eugenics, and the rise of anti-Semitism, gave new meanings to racial classifications. All these discussions led in the interwar period to the deportation of Roma together with the Jewish community during the Holocaust, 2015 and 2021. Similarly, Victoria and in examining the history of scientific racism in Central Europe, have pointed to the importance of both German and Austrian traditions of physical anthropology for providing theories of assimilation, racial intermixture, the construction of binary dichotomies, and building upon Romani. They argue that although during the 19th century there were several attempts to theorize Slavic populations as inferior races to those in the West, within Slavic countries themselves, Roma continued to be situated at the lowest levels of various racial hierarchies, opposed to other ethnic religious communities. All these debates, they suggest, have shaped the racial profile of peripheral Europe and looked at Roma from two interrelated points of view, namely their proximity to autochthonous populations and their true racial origin, and 2021, 60-65-85. Turning to his own research, he developed his racial theory in his doctoral dissertation on the natural varieties of mankind, 1775, while continuing the work of classifying human varieties into 4 types, based on climate, geography, and culture. His thesis underwent several modifications, reaching the 3rd edition in 1795 and adding a 5th variety to his initial taxonomy. In doing so, he classified human races based on skull measurement as Caucasian white, Mongolian yellow, Ethiopian black, American tan-colored, and Malayan brown, 2006, 75-76. Furthermore, when published the 5th edition of his Manual of Natural History, in 1797, he was determined to distinguish between 2 concepts, race and variety, which were initially put forward by Kant, 2006, 84. Likewise, pointing to the beauty of the Caucasian skulls of Georgian women, 2014, 163-168, 1990, 380-745, and further identifying the origins of humans in the southern region of Mount Caucasus, his classification postulated that white is the primitive of mankind, 1999, 31, 2019, 36. However, his classification also recognized that the differences between races are artificial, while his view frequently portrayed the unity of humanity, and he expressed an abolitionist stance towards slavery. Crucially important is the fact that few studies have looked at the entanglements of theory and Romani, the growth of racial anthropology, and the perpetuation of racial stereotypes within the wider Romanian scientific circles before the interwar period. Mann, 2009, 2019. For instance, after receiving a Roma skull from the Transylvanian-based Hungarian physician, II 1731-1804, in 1791, not only added what he called the rarest specimen of his 64 skull collection 1, but also reproduced and contributed to the growing trend to criminalize Romani collective identity. Equally important, 1 year after receiving a Roma skull from the Transylvanian city of Klausenburg, now, informed himself of its provenience. In his correspondence from 1792 with Daniel, 1772-1835, by then a medical student in Vienna and later a physician he discovered the following. The gypsy head sent to by doctor from Klausenburg is from one of the sedentary race and not from wandering horde gypsies or so-called. In summer, he usually stayed in the woods through which the roads pass and was one of the main thieves and of fairs. During one such operation, where he plundered a wealthy peasant, he was attacked by other peasants who were traveling the same road. As soon as they saw his deed, they chased the fugitive robber and caught him. However, the peasants so miserably beat him that he died after traveling several hours to K and spent 2 hours in prison. When the corpse was opened, 2 knives backs thick was found on the lungs, 2 quoted in William and 2012, 119-20. The ancient Germans gave formerly instances of the unadulterated countenance of nations unaffected by any union with any other nation, and today the genuine inhabitants of Transylvania do the same. And above all the nation of the Jews, who, under every climate, remain the same as far as the fundamental configuration of face goes, remarkable for a racial character almost universal, which can be distinguished at the first glance even by those little skilled in physiognomy, although it is difficult to limit and express by words. 1795, 223-34. Looking at the impact of official scientific narratives on secondary education, Morning has shown that schools have always played an important role in the maintenance and preservation of racial discussions put forward both by naturalists and lay people. While analyzing the development of school biology textbooks in the United States, Morning argues that textbooks offer an important vantage point on the confluence of scientific and popular concepts of race. They reflect, albeit imperfectly, the scientific race views of their era, and they reveal what messages about race are being widely presented to the public as scientific. Morning further stresses that textbooks embody a hybrid knowledge, informed by both expert and lay imagery. We can read them as results of a process of working out scientific ideas for public consumption and credence. As such, they offer insight into how certain racial beliefs are fashioned, made credible, and perpetuated. Morning, 2008, S111, see also 2016, 718-733. Similarly, Stephen has shown that within the English educational system, while various textbooks were praising national identity and imperialism, school children also learned that concentric circles of racial belonging and identification were present in these books, ranging from the races of mankind, based simply on to considerations of the groupings within each. 2000, 94-95. Hence, racial classifications circulating in school textbooks were an integral part of the wider interests in development of race science in the 19th century, strengthening racial stereotypes and building on representations of white identities. Based on the above-mentioned scholarship, there are clearly several gaps in understanding the role played by Eastern European scientists in the production of a scientific image of humans as divided into races and how they affected minoritized communities. The major channels for disseminating knowledge about racial classification and hierarchical thinking, namely secondary schools, remain underexamined. Therefore, this chapter will first examine the impact on Romanian naturalists and how racial classifications were first adopted within local scientific circles. It further analyzes the adaptation of race classification theories to ethnic groups and highlights the range of analogies and comparisons introduced by naturalists, which served racist prejudices against minoritized Romani and Sudanese communities living in the Romanian kingdom. Secondly, the chapter will demonstrate the ways in which the concept of a white Caucasian race remained important for those doing fieldwork in racial anthropology. It highlights how racially informed research provided answers to questions about Romanian, white, national identity. The final section explores the ways in which racial classifications influenced secondary schools, and how these institutions further shaped nationalist, anthropocentric, and racial hierarchical thinking, while legitimizing both the domination of minoritized communities and non-human species through racial language. 6.2 Legacy for Romanian and International Scientists. During the early 19th century, the first generation of naturalists to promote racial classification theories within the Romanian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia were physicians trained in German academic centers such as Heidelberg, Leipzig, and Berlin. For them, the adaptation of into the Romanian language was aimed at remedying a lack of scientific literature, as well as spreading racial classification theories and creationist ideas about the natural environment. A second generation of native Romanian scholars trained in Paris put forward their ideas soon after the creation of the modern Romanian state around the 1870s. For them, racial theories went beyond their mere adaptation to the Romanian language and overlapped with hierarchical racial ideas of Romani assimilation and narratives about Romanians' own origins and superior national identity. Similarly, after the institutionalization of physical anthropology in France and Germany, between the 1870s and 1914, international scientific networks brought physical anthropologists such as 1825-1891 and Pittard 1867-1962 to Romania, who were also eager to contribute to local debates on scientific racism. Their field research was in line with Romanian and French views on racial anthropology, giving new meanings to the idea of race by focusing on understudied ethnic groups. However, although the two German and French schools had conflicting scientific ideas in terms of approaches and often had contradictory research outcomes, both generations were influenced on the one hand by identification of the so-called genuine gypsy, and on the other hand deployed sophisticated skull measurements and further built on the of Roma, 2019, 105-106. Finally, by the interwar period, Romanian racial anthropologists and serologists, especially those working in Transylvania, had turned towards the German school, which by now offered a tightly integrated complex of right-wing nationalism, an obsession with racial purity, Nordic supremacism, and the anthropological subdiscipline of man, 2009, 102. As part of the first generation of physicians interested in physical anthropology, the spread of racial classifications in the Romania principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia dates back to the first part of 19th century. In 1837, German-born physician living in 1800-1888 published the first scientific textbook in the Romanian language entitled Manual of Natural History. Appealing to thesis and slightly changing the classification order, its adaptation from first-hand textual sources described in detail the differences between the human races, insisting on the of non-Europeans. Hence, classification mingled with comparisons between Ethiopians and Malayans, and the affinities of non-human species such as monkeys, attributing to them an extreme state of savagery. The only exceptions within the black-white polarity were Mongolians and Native Americans, which, as argued, were best seen as arbitrary abstraction. 2014, 144. In words, 1. The Caucasian race has the most regular, beautiful body form and white skin color, etc. This race is comprised by Europeans without the finish and lapse, including some Asians, Arabs, and Tatars. 2. The Mongolian race with flat face and forward projections of their cheeks are the most numerous. 3. The Ethiopian race or Negroes, more or less black, with woolly hair, prominent jaws, thick lips, flat nose, and cannot sneeze. Given their shape, they resemble monkeys more than humans. 4. Malayan race, dark skin, flat nose, big mouth, dense black and curly hair. Some of these people are extremely savage, ugly, and they eat humans, while others are cultivated. 5. American race, copper or cinnamon-colored, wide face, flattened, thin black hair, and rarely bearded, 1837, 1617. A second generation of Romanian scientists trained in Paris and interested in racial classifications put forward their arguments around the 1870s. For them, the adaptation of racial theories in Romania was not just another starting point in the enumeration of racial thinkers, but overlapped with reference to the Romanians' own mythological ancient origins and racial character. For instance, one of the first research studies of Romanians in physical anthropology and craniology was led by G. 1839-1885, who in 1874 presented his 3 skull case studies to Paris, of which one he claimed was Dacian, as it resembled the Dacian figures represented on the Trajan column in Rome, 2007, 361-377. By the use of distorted scientific evidence, he was particularly interested in associating the Romanian nation with what the French physical anthropologist renamed the Slav race, and by doing so, it upgraded them to the status of superior racial Aryans and linked them with the civilization of France. Man, 2019, 28-29. Another scientist who carried out research on craniometry in Romania was the Polish physician, 1825-1891. Crisscrossed international networks of physical anthropology, he was a member of the Paris and London Anthropological Societies and honorary member of the Society of Galician Physicians in Now. After being exiled for nationalist agitation, he ended up working in Bucharest at hospital and writing for the German. He presented himself as a homeless European researcher. As Maria highlighted, his remarks on skin pigmentation were influenced by his own research, and adopted the French chromatic scale. Referring to traditional categories of social classification, he argued, "As among the inhabitants of our land, skin does not have particular colors and differs only in the grade of the suntan of white skin. 3 terms should be sufficient for description: white, beautiful white without any suntan; buff, similar to the usual skin of our peasants; swarthy, like the so-called Eastern skin, common for Jews and Armenians and most typical for gypsies," quoted in 2019, 115. The history of Romani community reveals that, although the abolition of slavery officially ended in the Romanian principalities in 1856, after a period of 500 years, the Romanian authorities financially compensated former slave owners. Historian has shown that this process left those people who refused to work on the oppressive boyars' land and households on the streets, 2015. Within this context, around the 1870s, one of the main concerns of Romanians in the natural sciences, such as Ion 1816-1897, by then the president of the Romanian Academy, was how to deal with the newly freed Roma in scientific and racial terms. Was a natural science graduate from Paris and remained passionate about the works of Georges, 1769-1832, Beaumont 1798-1874, and Alexander 1769-1859, 1967. In terms of publishing, he began writing popular articles as early as 1844, dealing with the of various scientific disciplines. Soon afterwards, he put forward his curiosity in archaeology and humans' place in nature, and mingled his interests with racial classification in several studies written between 1866 and 1884. Human and Intellect, The Beginnings of Humans, Species or Races, Humans and the Earth, 1902, 16. In the paper The Beginnings of Humans, delivered at the Romanian Academy in 1878, shifted between various creationist explanations of the origins of the Earth and the geographical distribution of humans. His study avoided addressing the question of human evolution, arguing that the state of science had not fully reached a consensus on the issue. He instead advocated, in accordance with Georges, for the theory of catastrophism, 1878, 61-63. In the second part of his lecture, dealing with racial classification, his ambivalence was revealed. First, he promoted the view of unity of mankind by arguing, the consequence of his theory is that the populations are not distinct from savages or troglodytes. However, his presentation took a radical turn after he systematically summarized that races are best grouped into Caucasian, Mongolic, and Ethiopic, and insisted that white people, pure or mixed with other races, are without doubt the most intelligent, giving birth to the most nations, 1878, 74-75. Supporting his statement with references to work and scholarship produced by a plethora of other French racial anthropologists, famous among the Romanian late 19th century physicians, 2014. 2024, his views on the intersection of gender and racial dynamics of power went as far as to claim that whiteness remained extremely important even after the abolition of slavery in the United States. Women of, whether red or black, have an appeal to white men. The dark is considered as evidence of inferiority. Blacks feel humiliated by the of their skin. The greatest offense to them is to tell them that they are black. After the abolition of slavery in the South of the United States, black people, instead of calling themselves free, they say that they are white, 1878-84. Mr. and other anthropologists have observed that, when the third generation of the tribes in South America acquired a different appearance to those who remained savage. The same can be said about our urban gypsies, who, although they have the same bond with those from the i.e. nomadic Roma and i.e.s. nomadic Roma, they differ in their appearance. Hence, the established in have totally changed their physiognomy after their settlement, 1973, 106. 6.3 From racial theorizing to scientific practice. At turn of the 19th century, a new generation of Romanian racial scientists, in collaboration with internationally recognized anthropologists, shifted from theorizing to racially measuring existing multi-ethnic communities. In doing so, their obsession with purifying the nation also switched to the recently acquired territory of 2017, 291,340. The complexity of this multi-ethnic semi-peripheral region near the Black Sea led to new problems. Several ethnic religious communities inhabited the land, including Tatars, Kurds, Muslim Roma, Circassians, Jews, Russians, Romanians, and the Sudanese, the latter were highly debated by the period's racial anthropologists. The Sudanese, a community of 145 families, were also enslaved by the Ottoman Empire and were colonized in the 1830s in the region of Znao, as well as in other 5 villages for their agriculture skills in dry climates, 1904, 343, 2018. As the region became part of the Romanian kingdom, several attempts at colonization brought both scientific and religious white expertise. Hence the Romanian Greek Catholic priest born in Transylvania, part of the Hungarian rule of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, 1838-1897, after visiting, pleaded for the establishment of order and the spread of Romanian civilization, while portraying the Muslim community in racial terms. Traveling to the Marketov, he not only made anti-Semitic observations related to the local Jewish community, but when encountering the Sudanese, he described them as Arabs black as ink, with sneered teeth and lips as those of horses that grow old in spear houses. His racial views overlapped with his anthropocentric observations and were contrasted to the so-called vigorous Romanian peasant from Transylvania. He insisted on tropes that depicted regional culture as mired in a primitive and animalistic state of evolution, 1885, 321-322. Similarly, when the same Sudanese community was discussed in 1907 in one of the most important Romanian literary journals, Literary Talks, the article in the anthropology section argued, "Today, in most countries, you have the opportunity to see people of different races. Conquered from the Turks, brought under our rule, besides the Tartars, even some blacks from Sudan." Moreover, after exclaiming, "Who would believe that black people exist until he sees a black man?" The article pointed to the importance of research by arguing that it's only been 100 years since the of human skin became better known. Hence, it was the first to divide humans into white, black, yellow, red, and olive, 1907, 110-111. Sudanese peasants from photographed by racial anthropologist Pittard. Source Pittard. Contribution, Arabs. Inns Globe. Review Tome 52, 1913. 147-162 Courtesy, Sig. I38339-352-1913. Pittard's central argument was ultimately circular. He tried to identify the core original gypsy physical anthropology by excluding those who were not true gypsies, but ultimately, in a different intellectual climate, had to concede that nomadism was not a preserver of racial purity, and that the diversity of the data might indicate a complex origin. Acton, 2015, 5-7. 6.4 Representations of whiteness and racial classification in schools. It is not condemned that the Romanians from the Hungarian state learn in their schools also the Hungarian language. As a proof, there are 500 young Romanians learning in high superior Hungarian schools. They learn in Hungarian language with much effort, however in their chest is boiling the racial hatred, which is pushed by the intolerance of Hungarian chauvinism, 1906-24. As previously argued, handbooks of natural history and science popularization journals during the 19th century introduced children and the urban population to racial classification theories, which in turn popularized the idea that the white European was situated at the top of human hierarchies. At the same time, looking at the history of the Hungarian kingdom, historian has rightly observed that the idea of race was still in place during the interwar period, due to the biology teachers who taught morphology and taxonomy along the line of thinking, 2003, 66, 2005, 193. Going back to the 19th century, a central part of the pedagogical tradition included the school textbooks authored by the Austrian botanist, 1826-1886. Was a teacher who taught biology in the Viennese gymnasium and was the great-grandfather of the liberal economist, 1899-1992. His biological textbooks, famous for their racialized description of human diversity, were further recommended by Romanian pedagogues working in the schools of Transylvania. When dealing with natural history, divided the teaching material into 3 sections. The first 2 dealt with the 3 natural kingdoms, while the third touched upon human anatomy, taxonomy, and morphology. After describing human anatomy in anthropocentric terms, the section dealing with human races explained that all humans live in society, and through sociability, he established the moral basis of his family by uniting with its own nation and state. However, differences between the features of human races were pointed out in essentialist terms. focusing on factors such as skin color, the form of the skull, teeth, and hair. Coupled with visual representations, the so-called human races were presented in a hierarchical order, starting from Caucasian race, European, Mongolian, African, and Indian, which was followed by several sub-races. Eventually, school textbook was translated into Romanian and circulated in the Orthodox and Greek Catholic primary schools of Transylvania, 1910, 189-191. Handwritten notes on racial classification theories, created while preparing for the schoolteacher's training final exam in Budapest in 1911. Source Archive BCU Dossier MS6262-2. An excerpt from Zoological Textbook, issued in 1893, depicting five-race scheme with the European race as the most perfect and supported by anthropometric argumentation. Courtesy of the Central University Library. The crow is the most forsaken and the most mocked bird, for its ugliness, for the sound it makes, and for the harm it brings. All the defects of this bird have been projected on the gypsy, who is called in mockery a crow. When someone is black, it is said he looks like a crow, the same when he sings ugly. He makes the sound of a crow, and several other mockeries and hoaxes. To the Romanians are saying sing crow from the violin and from the under the arm, 1910, 101. 6.5 Conclusions. As shown in this chapter, its legacy in the Romanian region was crucially for shaping and promoting local racial scientific taxonomies. This legacy was made possible by the first generation of physicians, such as, who were trained in Germany and ended up working in the Romanian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia. Whereas text was a direct adaptation from his own work, later manuals were adaptations of secondary German sources, which discussed the same racial taxonomies in versions. Important in many ways, all these narratives overlapped and later reproduced ideas previously part of the oppressive institution of Roma enslavement, still in place throughout the Romanian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia up until 1856. A second generation of native Romanian scholars trained in Paris appeared shortly after the creation of the modern Romanian state, around the 1870s. For scientists such as Ion, and racial theories went beyond their mere adaptation to the Romanian language, and overlapped with hierarchical, racialized ideas of Romani assimilation and narratives about the Romanians' own origins and superior national identity. Similarly, after the institutionalization of physical anthropology in France and Germany between the 1870s and 1914, international scientific networks brought physical anthropologists such as 1825-1891 and Pittard 1867-1962 to Romania, who were also eager to contribute to the local debates on scientific racism. Their field research was in line with Romanian and French views on racial anthropology and gave new meaning to the idea of race by focusing on understudied ethnic groups. Equally important, although the two German and French schools had conflicting scientific ideas in terms of approaches to race, both generations were influenced on the one hand by identification of the so-called genuine gypsy, and on the other hand, they deployed distorted anthropometric measurements and further built on there. Finally, through the teachings of natural history, schools were the main institutions that complex anthropometric racial research for. In doing so, schools legitimized the idea of white anthropocentric domination of both human and non-human species, all the while promoting racial slurs and racial theories, which uncritically circulate in Romanian biological school manuals to this day. I would like to thank the editors of this volume, Victoria, for providing critical feedback, and to the anonymous reviewer for important suggestions throughout the various stages of this chapter. I am also grateful for reading this chapter, for her precious help with translations from German, for transliteration from Cyrillic, for reading recommendations, and to Adrian for his patience and further discussions on the history of Roma enslavement in Romania. I would like to acknowledge support of my research endeavors and for his clarifying comments, as well as the librarians at the Central University Library, for their help. Special thanks are due to the curator and director of the online project, and Dr. for further providing me with valuable information related to skull collection and further clarifying part of his correspondence. Any remaining errors are, of course, my own. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 40. which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1907, 41-1, 110-111. V. 1998. The Roma in Romanian History. Central European University Press. Acton AT 2015. Scientific Racism, Popular Racism, and the Discourse of the Gypsy Lore Society. Ethnic and Racial Studies. Org 10-10800-1419872020 151105988. B. 2006. The Rise and Fall of the Caucasian Race, A Political History of Racial Identity. New York University Press. Baker C. B. I. A. and Mark J. 2024. Off-White, Central and Eastern Europe and the Global History of Race. Manchester University Press. C. 2014. Race en la fin XIX milieu XX. 1 235-265. 2013. The Politics of Early Language Teaching, Hungarian in the Primary of the Late Dual Monarchy. Central European University Press. R. 2006. Kant and Polyps, a neglected chapter in the history of the concept of race. In S and M. The German Invention of Race. 7390. State University of New York Press. Ems 1999. Scientific Racism and the Biological Concept of Race. Literature and Psychology 4512, 2943. J.F. 1793. Gentium Illustrate. Christ. J.F. 1795. Anthropological Treatises. Reprinted in 1865, Green and Roberts. W. 2019. In Gesellschaft und Ed. Annals of the History and Philosophy of Biology. 23. 329. A.M. 2016. Representations of Race and Racism in the Textbooks Used in Southern Black Schools During the American Civil War and Reconstruction Era, 1861-1876. 52-6, 718-733. R. 2015. A School Subject Serving the Nation. Geography Textbooks in Romania, 1864-1945. History of Education and Children's Literature, 10-1, 155-176. A. 1902. La Din. A.D. 1910. J. 1837. Manual. C. 2017. Diplomacy and the Making of a Geopolitical Question. The Romanian-Bulgarian Conflict over 1878-1947. In R.D., A. and S. Entangled Histories of the Balkans, Concepts, Approaches, and Self-Representations. 291-340. Brill. S. 2014. The Caucasian Slave Race, Beautiful Circassians and the Hybrid Origins of European Identity. In S. Wide. Reproduction, Race and Gender in Philosophy and the Early Life Science. 163-168. State University of New York Press. A.N. 2020. From Roma Slavery to World War II, Roma Resistance in Romania. In A and J. Rethinking Roma Throughout History, Recounting Stories of and Bravery. 197-215. European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture. I 1967. I 1878. II Tom XI 6163. SJ 1996. The Mismeasure of Man. W. and Company. V 1885. Den. Familia 21 321 322. J 2018. The Chief Eunuch of the Ottoman Harem, From African Slave to Power Broker. Cambridge University Press. S 2000. For Home, Country and Race, Gender, Class and Englishness in the Elementary School, 1881-914. University of Toronto Press. IM 1889. Anu. IV 60, 237-238. MD 1904. In Al Exexley. IV. C 1902. Ian. Carroll. Junker T 1998. Racial Geometry. ISIS 89-3, 498-501. Kiel T 2018. Divine Variations. How Christian Thought Became Racial Science. Redwood City. P 2002. Whiteness Studies, The New History of Race in America. Journal of American History, 89-1, 154-173. J 1872. Den. 5 267-324. C 2022. Mismeasuring Diversity, Popularizing Scientific Racism in Mid-19th Century Romania. Journal for Romanian Studies, 4-1, 3756. C 2023. The Tyranny of Schools, Nature and Nation in the Schools of Transylvania and the Romanian Kingdom, 1871-914. New Europe College Yearbook, 245-280. IP 1903. Albert. Mann R. 2009. On the Margins of International Science and National Discourse, National Identity Narratives in Romanian Race Anthropology. European Review of History, Review 16-1, 101-123. Org 101080135074808026554444. Mann R. 2019. National Races, Transnational Power Struggles in the Sciences and Politics of Human Diversity, 1841-945. University of Nebraska Press. M. 2022. At the Roots of Racial Classification, Theory and Iconography in the Work and Legacy of Internationale, available online at Article 2546. RG 2014. Skin and the Origin of Physical Anthropology, 1641-850. In S. Lloyd. Reproduction. State University of New York Press. V. 1906. Den. Morning A. 2008. Reconstructing Race in Science and Society, Biology Textbooks, 1952-2002. American Journal of Sociology, 114 S1, 106-137. PIT 2003. 1317-66. PIT 2005. 1867-1945. 1567-192. A&M 2022. Creolizing the Modern. Transylvania Across Empires. University Press. P. 2015. La Nord 1371-914. National L. 2019. Crania. La Del 1781-930. Social 93, 103-122. Pittard E. 1908. La Shea 837. Influence Lattale Sur. In Din 1903. Pittard E. 1913. Contribution Arabs. Globe. Review 52, 147, 162. Pittard E. 1913b. La VI Arabs. Bulletin Las Sciences, 2245, 307, 328. A. 1910. FJ 2003. Integration in Saxon in 1867-1914. Raj B. 2007. The Beautiful Skull and Its Errors, The Birth of the Scientific Concept of Race. British Medical Journal, 335-7633, 1308-1309. A. 2018. Overcoming the Racial Hierarchy, The History and Medical Consequences of Caucasian. Journal of Racial and Ethnic Health Disparities, 55, 907-912. M. 2019. A Matter of Place, Space, and People Anthropology, 1871-920. In R. Mann, AIDS. National Races, Transnational Power Struggles in the Sciences and Politics of Human Diversity, 1841-945. 105-140. University of Nebraska Press. F. 2022. Introduction. In F. Lloyd. Slavery in the Black Sea Region, c. 900-1900, Forms of Unfreedom at the Intersection between Christianity and Islam. 118. Brill. M. 1986. Den bis 1900 Unpublished Doctoral Dissertation. University of Freiburg. N. 2019. The Origins of Scientific Racism and its Rule. In N and G. Race and Natural History, 1751-850. 232-247. A. 2019. Superior, The Return of Race Science. Bacon Press. L's 1990. The Anatomy of Difference, Race and Sex in 18th Century Science. 18th Century Studies, 23-4, 387-405. V and BN 2021. Historicizing Roma in Central Europe, Between Critical Whiteness and Epistemic Injustice. V. Bay 2013. The Ethnic Project, Transforming Racial Fiction into Ethnic Factions. University Press. M. 2007. From Craniology to Serology, Racial Anthropology in Interwar Hungary and Romania. Journal of the History of the Behavioral Sciences, 43-4, 361-377. M. 2018. A 30. M and N 2021. Roma and the Question of Ethnic Origin in Romania During the Holocaust. Critical Romani Studies 2-4, 833. M. 2022. ALS is 1901-919. Academia. M. 2024. In a Perfect Specific. C. 2015. DIN 1869-1918. 4 118-125. N. 1924. Jockey Club. W. 1997. In Search of the True Gypsy, From Enlightenment to Final Solution. William F. and P. 2012. In N. Rev. and The Correspondence of Volume IV, 1791-1795. 640-5965. Notably sent the skull to when his own son, III 1765-1824, was studying medicine in since the winter semester of 1787. However, 2 other Romani skulls from the Russian Empire were received from Thomas, 1729-1807, in 1790, and after his death, the collection reached a total of 5 Romani skulls after it received 2 others in 1830, including a women's skull from Transylvania from a certain Alexander, c. 2019, 329. All 5 skulls are kept today at the Anatomy Center of the Medical University of. I would like to express my gratitude for further clarifying the development of this collection, and to Dr. for providing access to this valuable information. The letter written by Binder also revealed that Daniel had prepared the skull for collection purposes and had been forced to leave his old quarters because the landlord thought that the house had been haunted ever since. William N. 2012, 220. At this stage in my research, I neither located further information on these tragic events nor discovered the identity of the person studied by and. It is important to note that the ibis was called by Hungarian ornithologists, which means the Jewish bird. 7. Imperfect evolution, a formative force in Soviet studies of. Abstract. This chapter traces ideas of development interlaced with the Russian reception of, in the 18th and 19th centuries, and their response in the Soviet concepts of in the middle to end of the 20th century. United by a focus on the transformations caused by damage and disease, as well as the capacity for language and abstraction, descriptions of monsters and studies of, are positioned in a specific intellectual tradition of imagining deviation as a means of explaining evolution. I begin by outlining the ideas and contexts influencing the adaptation of that were significant for Russian and Soviet understandings of mental abnormality, then focus on the Soviet scientific framing of as a primarily biological phenomenon, supported by its grounding in terms of human evolution. Keywords. 7.1 The formative drive, degeneration, beauty, and predetermination. The historiography of works on generation situates the formative drive, or within the natural historical quest for the laws of development, and critically reevaluates anti-racist attempts to identify human differences. While the accounts of experiments with the regenerating polyp, 1792, illustrating a common introduction to the 18th century discussion on epigenesis, evolution, and the downfall of their meaning for human is less perceptible than studies of skulls and the construction of races. A focus on generation, degeneration, and regeneration falls within a natural historical understanding of common qualities amongst all living organisms, whereas the associated anthropological measurements are considering rather the results of a crude reception of theory. However, the image of an ontologically different Caucasian race organizing itself in contrast to other races, which emerged through degeneration, 2019, 138, challenges the very possibility for conceptualization not juxtaposed with a sense, Richards, 2000, of developmental differences. Degeneration, even in its primary 18th century meaning as deviation from the original, was an ambiguous tool for assessing the development of posterity as well as the recovery of damaged parts. Within the history of modern biology, the debates concerning the predetermination of the formative drive outline positions regarding the development, from the idea of perfection to the uncertain nature of transformation. Studies on the mutual influence of Kant and in a teleological understanding of generation, along with the history of mechanistic organicism and the separation of biology from physics, and 2016 Framing Living Organisms Through a Dilemma of Design and Purpose, Resolved in Self-Regulation, 2019, 115. Despite denying the Great Chain of Being, and 2004, and the divine plan embedded in living matter, empirically rich experimental descriptions of transformation have shifted the formative drive from the heuristic realm into the Newtonian forces, mysterious but real in their consequences. The formative force is part of a teleological model, without an original ideal pattern or predetermination, still had an inner structure. A Kantian understanding of harmony as the unity of the basic laws of nature, 2007, as well as of beauty expressed in physiological symmetry and harmony apprehended from experience, Richards, 2019. Along with the focus on organisms in terms of their history, connecting 18th century German biology with 19th century evolutionary theory, Sloan, 1979, issues of structure, purpose, and the predestination of development shaped the concept of formative force. 711 in 18th and 19th century Russia, unity and perfection. In Russia, likely became widely known after he had won the competition of the Russian Academy of Sciences for works on nutritive power in plants, in 1782 in Petersburg by Kasper, 2007. By that time, Hulong had developed his own theory of the vital force, associated with nutrition and the capacity for assimilation. In contrast to, it was a simple force predisposing growing organisms to future, rather than structuring it from within. 2007. Although disagreeing on many occasions and differing in their versions of epigenesis, and both figured monsters to demonstrate alterations. 2019, 86-87. Its works, however, in the 18th and early 19th centuries were known to a narrow circle of specialists, unlike texts published in Russian at the end of the 18th century, 1796-1797. Drawings from the USSR Academy of Science archive, published with his theory of monsters. Source: KF 1973. V.S. Leningrad. Courtesy of the National Library of Russia, St. Petersburg. Human bodies may alter so that they will no longer be as human. However, what constitutes the true human form will always be preserved in these monsters. The soul will always remain the same human soul no matter what external form and internal structure the monstrous man receives. 1973, 84-85. After some months, the parts of the brain situated near the anterior superior region of the forehead grow more rapidly than the other parts. The forehead from being flat becomes prominent, and the child begins to fix its attention upon external objects, to compare and form abstract ideas, to generalize. 1828-69. The leading prerogative of the human mind consists in this, that it alone possesses the exclusive power of reason, by means of which it is able to judge, to form abstract ideas, and see, and which exerts also the greatest influence over most of the other faculties of the mind. In place of this divine power, other animals are endowed with various instincts, or blind and involuntary impulses. 1795-199. In the 19th century, human development was shaped by an emphasis on health and disease, highlighting deviance in the formative force. Conflated the sense of both, sense forces in his own understanding of life and health. He was a student of at the University of, and stayed in touch after he moved to Russia to practice medicine, where he developed the idea of assimilative ability, or the capacity of organisms to absorb substances without changing internally and turning them into a part of itself, and 2004. Following his other teacher from university, Schelling, in Understanding the Unity of Nature, 2004, defined disease as a state of the organism between life and death, both self-preservation and the impossibility to fully assimilate substances. Known in Moscow as the Holy Doctor, he was one of the most prominent figures in medicine and philanthropy of the 19th century, participating in of public health and creating healthcare inside the penitentiary system, in a sense embodying Schelling's Romantic Medicine project in 1989. A mid-19th century naturalist and medical scientist, made most of the theoretical references too. When he was situated amongst pre-Darwinian evolutionists in the mid-1950s, his variation of as appeared as the projection of upward progressive development, 1951, 424-425. Although the Soviet context of the time clearly influenced image, his understanding of normal and abnormal development indeed combined the formative force with recapitulation. Introduced as the latest development in theories of generation in his 1837 book Zoology, based on zoonomy and applied to general use, especially to medicine, with the addition of a general and a brief anthropology, 1837, following both and making the effect of the formative force dependent on nourishment, 1837-18. When the formative drive is disturbed, according to, it deviates from the natural order in the development of the parts. And as a result of aberrations of the formative drive, aberrations, monsters, ugly hermaphrodites, bastards, and essential or accidental modifications appear. Human monstrosities are natural, added, because they occur if development is suspended on one of the lower forms changing on the way to the perfect form, and they correspond to the normal shapes of the lower animals, 1837-31. The original particle of an organic body is gifted with a special power to take nutrients into itself, to resemble its individual, and to reach a certain degree of perfection by continuous destruction, separation, and regeneration. Observing animal activity in more perfect and complex organisms, we find that some of them are common to all organic bodies, while others reach perfection only in animals and man, 1837-27. The transformation of the organism that tends to perfection is called progressive. But if it deviates from its path due to natural or accidental, more or less harmful causes, and shows damage or excess, unusual forms and phenomena in relation to the same or similar bodies, then such transformation is called wrong met. And its different types, etc. This is the basis for the origin of ugliness, of freaks or differences, bastards and diseases, 1837-29. Sea sponges can be likened to skin or jointed hair, algae to the ligaments of the uterus or of plants, fungi to the parts of a flower or the reproductive system, i.e. one organ combines the elements of various organs of the most complex organisms. There are no absolute opposites in nature, and all the diversity of organisms merges as if into one common organism, harmoniously concentrated in man, 1837, 107-108. Illustration of and theory, elaborated by, about the origin of the brain from a vertebra in the Russian language edition of Basis of. At the top are images of a brain of a carp, a leguan, a sheep embryo, and human embryos. In the middle are an adult skull and brain, and at the bottom are proportions of an adult human head. Source KG 1844. Courtesy of the National Library of Russia, St. Petersburg. The interplay of perfection and degeneration went far from neutral formative force, and more so from simple forces, which supported the development of body and soul. As both the cause of disease and the drive from one organic form to another, 19th-century interpretations of took on the meaning of a natural and cultural force of development. Widely known by biologists and anthropologists, his works crossed the boundaries of specialized knowledge. Perhaps most of the future Russian intellectual elite of the 19th and 20th centuries was familiar with shortcut views through the popular children's textbook, Natural History, by Christian, a graduate of the University of. He emphasized in the preface the novelty of his approach, 1778, and the book was published in Russia, 1796, at the same time as his first translation in 1796, Physiology or the Science of Human Nature, 1796. Its work with its pedagogically expounded system later became the basis for the natural history part of The Children's World, and 2017, a classic textbook for younger, first published in 1861, the year serfdom was abolished and republished in the Soviet Union, 1948. 7.2 and the Prospects for Human Development. 7.2.1 Harmony, Comprehensiveness, and Integrity. Back in the Russian Empire, the 19th century ideal of development, reconciling spiritualism and sensualism, body and soul, called for the duty of every human being to strive for the full, perfect, and harmonious development of capacities, 1845, 194. Post-revolutionary materialist social and physical harmony embodied in the progressive development and elaborated functions, divided into higher and lower, but connected in norm and pathologies. In the second half of the 20th century, comprehensiveness cast harmony aside. Its sociality and connection with the tasks of improving institutions emphasized the priority of external factors of psychophysiological development until the end of the 1960s, when biological and social accounts aligned in conceptualizations of integrity. Harmony, comprehensiveness, and integrity took turns as markers of the aspiration for the completeness of form and function. Human mental development was always at the center of evolutionary debates as a qualitative difference in mankind, even in the period of ban-on. Ivan's suggestion, adopted in the 1930s and reinforced in the 1950s, to study the foundations hidden in the normal state through pathologies, 1955, differed from the Marxian view that in the 1920s inspired to examine the anomalies in child development. Marx's well-known quote that human anatomy is the key to the anatomy of the ape, and the lower can only be understood if the higher is already known, still made sense for the projection of development, in which the oligophrenic state is an underdevelopment of mental functions relative to their adult norm. But pathology, as an opportunity for the manifestation of a hidden basis, offered the comprehension of the norm. The accounts of norm and pathology within the history of the psychophysiological evolutionary development were occasionally focusing on the asynchronous development of organs and functions. The stability of evolutionarily ancient and newer functions in Soviet experimental psychophysiology became a point of divergence in positions concerning the possibility to compensate for developmental defects. It also resonated with the long-term debate about voluntary action, 2006, which in the 1950s and 1960s was at the center of theoretical struggles amongst experts forced to speak in Pavlovian language and deal with this idea of the inner and outer environment balance, 1995. At their intersection, an understanding of self-regulation was formed as a human quality rooted in the evolution of the human brain and language. Genetic anomalies later build up on this theorizing in the biogenic chronology of individual ontogeny and evolutionary phylogeny development. Studies have brought together physiological development, its aberrations, and an evolutionary perspective on human ability. The qualities of evolutionarily ancient and new functions have structured the imagination of oligophrenic development throughout the 20th century. 722 Asynchrony of development. In the first third of the 20th century, one of the founders of Soviet evolutionary morphology described evolution as changes in organs at the embryonic stage, adding to the pages of phylogenetic history in the works of Jean and Ernst, 1939, 459. About the role of a concept defining biological time and evolutionary drivers, 2017, in the generation of new traits, its importance for development. According to, in the first stage of morphogenesis, organs are formed, and in the second stage they develop harmoniously. The closer to the beginning of embryogenesis, the stronger their progressive or regressive phylogenetic changes, leading to an increase in adaptation or to a reduction and disappearance of organs, 1939, 483. The time and sequence of development could also change, reflecting in the correlation for associated growing body parts. Student Ivan later emphasized that the morphology of the embryo is more than just recapitulation, since it reproduces the correlative connections of its actual parts and those that have gone into the evolutionary past but remained of development, such as the cord analoga in vertebrates, 1982-71. Versatile development, as the possibility of progressive and regressive deviations at one stage and obligatory harmony at the next, has in a sense fused norm and pathology. The discussion about ancient and new organs introduced into the study of psychophysiological functions assumption about their different evolutionary ages. Associated developmental epistemologies have often implied that pathologies lead not merely to deviance, but to evolutionary recoil. However, in the 1920s, it did not have a strictly negative meaning, and rather created a point of equilibrium in assessments of viability. For more practical discussions, human physiology raised a biogenetic question about the evolutionary chronology of organs and systems and its importance for proper functioning. In 1927, Soviet physician and theorist of evolutionary pathology gave the most elaborated answer, calling it the basic principle, according to which the stability of organs, their parts, characteristics, etc., and their ability to recover are proportional to their mutual phylogenetic, Al. 2017, 158. This definition was related to his understanding of races and their hybrids, which, due to variability of the endocrine system, had different capacities to complete the metamorphosis of phylogenetic shapes to the latest versions. Basically denying the Mendelian rule for the transmission of traits, made the endocrine system responsible for ontogenic speed, affecting the organs on their development from past to future shapes. The type of the future is complete recapitulation and complete inheritance of progressive characteristics, is the least stable and often exhibits a number of pathological conditions. In the natural order of things, these individuals are subject to weeding out elimination in the process of natural selection. Culture preserves them as pathological variations. The type of the past represents a somewhat incomplete recapitulation when inheriting a large number of characteristics common to our direct ancestors. This form is harmonious, capable of reproduction, and like the more ancient type, more stable, and 2017, 158. Illustrations from the Russian translation of, showing the transitivity of intersexual unstable forms of the past, left, and more stable forms of the future, right. Source Mates P. 1927. V. The tip. Courtesy of the Russian State Library, Moscow. 723 in the balance of ancient and new. The Soviet understanding of, as an imbalance of evolutionary old and modern functions took shape after the Second World War, but its ideological, theoretical, and empirical foundations appeared much earlier. The idea of recapitulation, emerging since the late 19th century as connected with evolutionary theory, inscribed the stages of development in a history of transformation of shapes and abilities from the lowest to the highest, ND. Therefore, the concept of associated by Soviet experts with the abnormalities of embryonic development described by appeared in the evolutionary perspective of the specialized literature since the 1950s. Along with identifying the main syndrome of as an impaired capacity for abstract thinking, began to refer oligophrenic development to its physiological and social evolutionary incompleteness, in many ways continuing the pre-revolutionary studies. Abstract thinking in terms of the fitness of academic disciplines for mental development has been a traditional argument in debates on education since the 18th century. In the 19th century, it was reinvented in psychopathological descriptions such as whose work illustrated to Soviet experts the link between the absent abstraction of idiots and the lack of will, 1962. This image was also empirically supported by Ivan, one of the founders of Russian psychiatry, known for his studies of idiocy. In 1880-1882, he supplemented the 3-volume textbook of psychiatry by Richard Ebbing, written on extensive empirical material, with his own observations. Kraft, 1882. The distinction between idiocy and imbecility in the ability to form concepts combined Austrian and Russian data into a well-grounded theory. For Soviet experts, remained a significant figure also because of the dilemma of an ontogenic and phylogenetic focus in understanding the origins of, positioning microcephaly as proximity to apes for, or to the human embryo for 1957. As an incomplete biological and social development in the Soviet historiography connected the pre- and post-revolutionary period in the recapitulation model. When published the 2-volume Anthropological Bases of Education, Comparative Psychology of Normal and Abnormal Children in 1915, dedicating it to, he believed that a biological perspective was most suitable for special psychology. He regarded judgment, or the act of ordering reality, as an adaptation to the environment, considering the thought of idiots, imbeciles, and debiles as a part of evolution and associating underdevelopment with its previous stages. 1915, 69-71. Books aimed at a complete picture of variations in psychological development included all the classic chapters, such as sensation, perception, the ability to generalize, speech, perception of time and space, will, memory, aesthetic and social feelings, etc. The rich description of children's norms and deviations was focused on the evolution from primitive primal to higher processes. This work remains significant for Soviet studies of, which, however, were often less integrated into general psychology and focused on more detailed descriptions of physiological features and the etiology of deviance. Although studies of mental retardation were carried out by a variety of specialists in the post-revolutionary period, texts devoted specifically to began to appear mostly in the mid-20th century. This was largely facilitated by policies aimed at controlling homeless children and integrating the retarded and disabled into education and work. The new challenges required engaging all possibilities of development, reproducing classical ideals, and drawing on the latest scientific advances. Emphasized the unity of body and mind, revealing how unsuccessful physiological development affects the shaping of the central nervous system and cognitive abilities. Scheme of oral and written speech, according to Source FD 1937. Moskva. Courtesy of the Russian State Library, Moscow. So on the one hand, the intimate connection of the autonomic nervous system with organs, lungs, heart, kidneys, liver, spleen, etc. On the other hand, the controlling work of consciousness, CNS, in cases of complete consistency, creates harmony of the individual. In cases of the slightest violation of such consistency, we get a ladder of types of children who deviate from the average norm. Life experience and personal harmony are the result of the growth of all parts of the nervous system, but mainly are a result of the growth of consciousness and subcortical centers with which the autonomic nervous system is connected. In order for this harmonious activity of intelligence and emotions to occur, it is necessary to have certain areas of the brain in a mature and healthy state. 1937, 42-43. Distancing from the bourgeois and too biologically oriented pedology, and virtually prohibited after 1936, researchers between the ban on biological and social determinism and the need to create the necessary tools for child development. Since anomaly articulated in the practical tasks of more accurately assigning children to institutions, physical evidence of deviations had become useful. In his 1939 book Psychology of the Mentally Retarded Child, emphasis deviations in the structure from the very beginning of the abnormally developing brain of oligophrenics, with pathologically simple, too intermittent or merging cerebral fissures, with fewer small nerve cells and in general more typical for embryos. The material basis of the deep uniqueness of the mentally retarded child's psyche is anomalies of the structure and activity of the central nervous and endocrine system. Studies of the central nervous system of deceased oligophrenics have revealed insufficiency of the brain of oligophrenics from various sides. Thus, pathological deviations in the structure of the furrows and gyrus of large hemisphere cortex were found. The pathological simplicity of the furrows and gyrus is noticed. The furrows of the large hemispheric cortex of severe oligophrenics often resemble a pattern characteristic of a certain stage of embryonic development, 1939-10-11. In the 1950s, interest in resurfaced, finding a basis for psychophysiological and later for genetic theories. In her 1957 Neurological Characteristic of the Syndrome, 1957, described as a coherent defect that impacts vision and hearing, motor skills, and sensitivity, and concluded that it is necessary to study not individual elementary functions, but entire functional systems. 2 years later, Maria argued that instead of studying numerous symptoms, it is useful to focus on the main symptom, to establish a pattern, and to look at the structure of the defect as a whole, creating true natural science correctional education. In her 1959 book Oligophrenic Children, Study of Oligophrenic Children in the Process of Their Upbringing and Education, 1959, published in English 2 years after, 1961, outlined a category of children with severe deficiency of the frontal cortex. It is here, she believed, that most researchers located phylogenetically newer higher human functions associated with underlying functions. Like many others, I.G. 1958 defined it as underdevelopment of the extracting and generalizing function, that is, analysis and synthesis or thinking in concepts. Pathology, mainly occurring after diseases or injuries in the embryonic period or in the first months of life, halted the ontogenetic development that should have repeated the psychophysiological evolution of the frontal lobes, increasing in size and connecting to all parts of the brain. Comparative anatomical data show that the frontal lobes belong to the most recent formations of the brain. There is a significant increase in the frontal lobe in the ascending phylogenetic tract, especially in humans. The frontal cortex is connected by associative ties with all areas of the brain. Fibers from the frontal cortex stretch not only to the cortex of other areas of the hemispheres, but also to the underlying formations. The richness of ties in the frontal part suggests its particularly great functional significance. The frontal lobes emerged last in a long process of evolution. In humans, they occupy up to a third of the cerebrum. Thus, it becomes clear why higher specifically human forms of behavior were associated with the function of the frontal lobes, 1959, 376. When in 1958, in a collection of experiments with mentally retarded children conducted under his supervision, Alexander demonstrated the power of the evolutionarily younger function of speech, examples of set its boundaries, 1958-38. He also stressed the importance of studying, as a peculiar condition to narrow the clinically diverse category of mental retardation, 1963-22. The word is always a complex stimulus, including both nonspecific inducing or inhibiting and specific selective, meaningful component stimuli. We have seen how in evolution the former gradually recede into the background and give way to the lating, dominant place to the latter. The specific feature of that functional system's defect, which is precisely in the fact that this predominance of selective, abstracting and generalizing word connections is formed here too insufficiently and primitive nonspecific word functions easily begin to dominate, 1958-39. Can we then expect that an attempt to include this defective in its structure and inert in its dynamic speech as a regulating mechanism can lead here to any significant effect? Could we expect that the permanently inhibitory cortex of severe oligophrenics would allow us to turn to their defective speech as a compensatory means? 1958-38. As noted in her lectures for advanced training courses of child psychiatrists, in idiocy, the deepest degree of mental retardation, all mental life is in its embryonic state, 1961. Diffuse and total oligophrenic feeble-mindedness affects all processes of cognitive activity and is combined with the underdevelopment of personality, motor deficiency, and often with the underdevelopment of organs in general. At the same time, ontogenetically and phylogenetically young functions are affected, whereas more ancient functions remain relatively intact. This pattern is general in the pathology of the central nervous system, 1961-11. Oligophrenic development also impaired the accuracy and gracefulness of movements, made impossible elaboration of some senses and complex emotions, as well as associated volitional purposeful action, and in cases of severe idiocy led to the inability to think. The focus was on the development of the central nervous system, and any etiology of dovetailed into a pattern of old and modern functions. In textbooks and lectures from 1961-1962, published 3 years later in one volume, 1965, included the basics of genetics to introduce scientific descriptions of hereditary causes. Despite the different origins of developmental abnormalities, all variations have added up to a common picture of the nervous system, or disrupted ontogenesis. There is no sharp boundary between exogenous and endogenous factors, she argued, based on studies of various pathological influences, from viruses and toxic substances to the brain underdevelopment caused by radiation in Hiroshima. Because in all cases there is a metabolic disturbance with a time difference, the germ cells of parents or ancestors are affected. Therefore, birth dysplasias, i.e., obvious physiological abnormalities, are similar to hereditary ones, which could be explained by the concept of phenocopies, 1962-56. 724 Genetic Turn in Studies of. Set of pictures from the training guide for a psychiatry course on, and its border cases with other diseases. In the photos are a girl, with her hands and chromosomes as the illustration of Turner syndrome, and a mentally retarded woman with chromosome damage with her normal son. Source: VV 1969. I Formy. Moskva. Courtesy of the Russian State Library, Moscow. The theories of phenocopies, and combined with the idea that developmental problems depend on the time periods of development and harmful exposure, 1972, balance the inability to establish an etiology in most cases of. Such, however, were in line with an understanding of, as a disorder of a consistent process that, given all the right conditions, tended towards a predictable outcome, whether normal or abnormal. Its holistic sense adjusted later and heterogeneous descriptions, supported by explanations of familial accumulation of numerous different possible causes of, or a combination of inherited disorders and adverse environments, 1974. The understanding of, as lagging behind the evolutionary modern state of psychophysiological functions, remained unchanged despite the emergence of new classifications unifying etiology and pathogenesis. Thus, in the 1975 collection published by the Research Institute of Psychiatry of the Ministry of Health, the classification of had types built in the evolution of cognitive activity according to the criterion of damage to evolutionarily new and old systems, 1975. In a way, the book became an intermediate result of many years of biochemical screening, and psychophysiological, pedagogical, cytogenetic, genealogical, psychiatric, neurological, and various other studies, through which tens of thousands of children diagnosed with and their families had passed. The understanding of the oligophrenic defect as only in a small number of cases monogenically inherited, and in many cases polygenic and multifactorial, extended it beyond the limits of individual development. The damage affected an individual organism, but the etiology, shaped by an epidemiological framework, involved the accumulation of the genetic load due to frequent inbreeding of isolated groups, facilitating the pooling of deleterious mutations leading to metabolic abnormalities, which could also be aggravated by trauma, disease, or harmful environments. determining whether in each individual case an external influence such as toxic exposure, maternal Rh factor, radiation, hypoxia, or hereditary factors became the leading cause of could become a potential diagnostic possibility in future. The epidemiological framework in the 1960s and 1970s shaped perceptions of abnormalities, underpinned by the parallel development of medical geography. As an international trend and the basis for the joint statistics of medical, psychiatric, and psychological assessment of populations around the world, e.g. Bash and Bash, 1987, Emerging Genetic Epidemiology, and the works of one of its founders, Newton Morton, became a legitimate reference for Soviet experts. Seeking to encompass all possible sources of, they combined it with family studies such as the Elizabeth and Sheldon Reed Project, continuing the research of Charles B. Davenport Reed and Reed, 1965. And Lionel's understanding of mental defects being an interplay of heredity and environment encouraged a shift in focus, from the earlier interpretation of, as primarily an externally caused disease, 1966-11. Isolates socially and geographically closed populations, one were of particular interest to account for all factors leading to as much as possible, and such a study, and 1975 was included in the 1975 collection, as well as in a collection published by the Ministry of Healthcare on clinical genetics and its practical use in, and, 1975. A locality in the Komi Republic attracted attention because of the frequency of medical and mental abnormalities, and years of research expeditions began. Psychiatrists, neuropathologists, a psychologist, biochemists, and health made genealogical, clinical, and laboratory studies of children and some of their relatives. Rural genealogies had been investigated since the first half of the 18th century to estimate the index and the percentage of inbreeding. A psychiatrist, a neurologist, and a psychologist examined organs, systems, physical development, and did anthropometric measurements. The psychologist used experimental methods graded by age to judge the state of thinking, memory, mental efficiency, learning ability, attention test method, sequence of events method, blank method, learning experiment method, adapted method, and 1975, 154. Laboratory diagnostics, which included sex chromatin testing, blood groups, qualitative urinalysis, amino acid concentration and quality, and review of existing medical records, was impressively broad. Additionally, dermatoglyphics too was studied, showing that patterns on the finger skin of mentally retarded children and their relatives differed from the control group. Amongst the many physiological abnormalities of both normal and mentally retarded children, such as impaired hearing, vision, skin, teeth, muscles, and bones, the researchers particularly highlighted the stigmas of the Gothic palate, anomalies of the ears, and so on. The similarity of anomalies in families and the statistics of mental retardation showing that it was 6 times more frequent in inbred marriages allowed researchers to assume that there was a hereditary nature to in the village. In 1983, the outcome of expeditions between 1971 and 1978 in 3 Komi villages reflected the researchers' confidence that of unidentified etiology was largely the result of hereditary biochemical abnormalities. Al. 1983. Between the 2 descriptions of the northern isolate in 1975 and 1983, studies took a turn toward largely genetically based explanations. The tasks of developing medical and genetic counseling on mental retardation, set back in the 1960s, were carried out not only in studies, but they also had theoretical support in medical genetics. Vladimir has been developing its clinical part since the mid-1960s, after the victory over Lysenkoism. Genetics of Psychosis, Epilepsy, and 1978, written with Marina in 1979, united Soviet and international theory and practice. World statistics drew out the main causes of, aligning various possible factors, and with IQ measurement. The foreign literature of recent years has paid much attention to the role of child nutritional disorders, in the first years of life, in the development of mental retardation. It has been found that in South Africa, children who had severe dystrophic disorders in early childhood were mentally retarded compared to their peers despite recovery of their physical condition in the following years. Their IQ intelligence quotient, by school age, was 20 units lower than that of children who had not suffered debilitating conditions in early childhood. Similar results were obtained in Mexico and Guatemala, and 1978-18. An important feature of brain ontogenesis is a large gap in the timing of maturation of its different sections, as well as different basal nuclei and even cortical layers. In the same stage of ontogenesis, it can be seen an unequal degree of differentiation between various brain systems and unequal stages of development of nerve elements within the same systems. This fact determines the almost inevitable brain damage of the embryo and infant when exposed to genetic or exogenous harm at any stage of the central nervous system development. The structure of mental defect relating to the time of brain damage to different stages of ontogenesis can differ significantly. But in all cases, the late maturing brain systems responsible for higher mental functions are particularly affected, and 1978-23. The understanding of as a failure of a consistent step-by-step process, combining bad genes, external influences, the disorder of brain structure, and inability to develop abstract thinking in its ontogenesis, went through a period of changing focus from function to structure and back again in late and post-Soviet period, and has generally remained unchanged until now. The harmony of the first half of the 20th century, however, was mostly lost, along with its humanitarian part. 7.3 Conclusion: Unfinished evolution. Critical studies the teleology behind, and his followers theorizing the shapes as goals and the blurring line between epistemology and ontology in the imagination of the generative process via the concepts such as formative drive. The Soviet case of studies also shows that physiological descriptions of deviance were essential in the reception and adaptation of, illustrating the transformation and visual differences produced by degeneration and regeneration. This idea of the formative drive helped to assemble more complex phenomena into integrity, based on an individual's belonging that has never been limited to physiology and anatomy. As part of human generation, it explained the difference between humans and animals through instinct, abstract thinking, and language. In the 18th and 19th centuries, became an element of the recapitulation of naturally and historically aligned biological forms. Development as the striving for harmony, which includes functional stability, internally rooted but affected by external conditions, disease, and damage, unites the epistemologies of Soviet studies of in the 20th century and the Russian reception of the formative drive in the 18th and 19th centuries. As the discussion on evolving functions in the 20th century combined criteria for shaping and development, the idea of stable ancient and fragile new functions merged the imagination of changing forms with the established intellectual habit of emphasizing progressive and exclusively human mental faculties, above all abstract thinking. As unfinished development upheld binding of form and function, which, since the middle of the 20th century, integrated the language of physiology and genetics. But although emancipated in the second half of the century, rapidly developing Soviet psychology barely dealt with the boundaries of mental development that were difficult to bring into the understanding of human progress and human species in general. The humanistic ideal in the mid-20th century, assuming that even in the most severe cases people were able to develop, could not accommodate the variety of new ways to describe anomalies. Besides, it barely fit for purpose as it was underpinned by a vision of evolution that placed humans simultaneously in the cultural, physiological, and genetic dimensions of an epistemology based on the ideal of the completeness and coherence of forms and functions. Such a vision excluded a number of them from a version of human history as the unfolding capacity of the mind to master the abstract constructs. Defining the force affecting psychophysiology as external, Soviet scientists in general supported the assumption that the difference between humans and other species was due to the fact that the physiology of the human brain is evolutionarily linked to the ability to analyze and impossible without language. Biological and social development was embedded in the interpretation of the norm and outlined by grouping visual and functional differences. Since was recognized as a non-condition, it was regarded as insufficient recovery from damage rather than as a progressive illness. The non-of, when it was considered to be the result of isolated exogenous causes, made oligophrenic development an endless process of recovery from a traumatic event. The goal of achieving normal development over time expanded the possibilities for the correction and defined the boundaries for hopeless children. But in the absence of restrictions on biologically based explanations from the 1960s, could no longer be discussed in terms of mainly external causes. It became a complex condition in which genetic origins played a meaningful and later crucial part. One thing remained unchanged. Research methodology and expert descriptions were dominated by physiological, psychiatric, genetic, and other perspectives that made a subject of the natural sciences rather than the humanities. The focus on deficits was strong, and in the 1960s and 1970s, research on became much more widespread, rich, and advanced. Although its key quality was the underdevelopment of abstract thinking, the aesthetic dimension of physiological defects of abnormality also defined the boundaries for the applicability of the term. Physiological deviations in psychophysiology served as lasting markers of multiple divergence from its course. The advancement of medical examinations together with statistics created a complex image of biologically rooted underdevelopment, understood as unfinished evolution. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: YI and LZ 1975. UAV in AA Lides 151-62. Moskva I and I 1975. Moskva IL 1983. U in MGL Formi IU 7583. Moskva Bash KW and Bash J 1987. Developing Psychiatry, Epidemiological and Social Studies in Iran 1963 1976. Springer G.S. Al 2017 1888 1945. Ta in Bell M 2010. Carl and the Science of the Unconscious. In A.S.M. Thinking the Unconscious. 19th Century German Thought. Cambridge University Press. VG and MV 2017. 2 GKK KD. INS 343 5870. JF 1792. An Essay on Generation. Edinburgh. JF 1795. Elements of Physiology. 1. Philadelphia. JF 1828. The Elements of Physiology. London. IF 1796. O. Moskva. IF 1797. K. MG 1986. U. Moskva. KND. Culturing the Primitive Mind, Echoes of Race in Soviet Education. JC 2007. Pre-Kantian Revival of Epigenesis, Caspers 1768-69. In P. Ide. Understanding Purpose, Kant and the Philosophy of Biology. 3750. University of Rochester Press. VP and MG 1978. Moskva. A. 2017. 1779-1851 and the Reform of Natural History. In the British Journal for the History of Science, 52, 329-340. A. 1982. Moskva. A. 1961. KFIO. Moskva. VV 1963. Leningrad. P 1837. No IKEKSI. M. and David D. 2004. The Philosophy of Biology and Episodic History. Cambridge University Press. D&D 2016. The Metaphor of Epigenesis, Kant and Herder. In Studies in History and Philosophy of Science Part A 58, 98-107. P. 2007. Reflexive Judgment and Wolffian Embryology, Kant's Shift Between the First and the Third Critiques. In P. Id. Understanding Purpose, Kant and the Philosophy of Biology. 75-100. University of Rochester Press. M. 2006. The Origin of Voluntary Action. History of a Physiological Concept. C.R. Biologies 329, 354, 362. M. and J. 2003. In G.S. Al. VXX 4970. KG 1844. T 2019. Race Science in the Light of Christian. In N and G. Race and Natural History 1751-850. 123-140. GL 1983. SSSR. Moskva. N 1845. Via N. S. VV and VA 2013. Chelyabinsk. 1881-1882. Noah I. Craft T13. H. 2025. Not Those Who All Speak with Pictures, Kant on Linguistic Abilities and Human Progress. In L and K. Kant on Language. Cambridge University Press. VI 1955. VIU. Moskva. AR 1958. VI. In AR Eads. 546. Moskva. AR 1963. The Mentally Retarded Child. Essays based on the study of the peculiarities of the higher nervous functioning of child oligophrenics. Mates P. 1927. V. to Tip. MB and NN 2004. In Eyes 1 4953. A. 2017. The Timing of Development. In C. Bouton and P. Time of Nature and the Nature of Time. Philosophical Perspectives of Time in Natural Sciences. 359-390. Springer. M.S. 1959. V.I. Moskva. M.S. 1961. Mental Deficiency in Children. Springer. M.S. 1966. S.V. Moskva. M.S. 1972. Moskva. M.S. and K.S. 1979. Moskva. A.A. 1975. Moskva. Yay. N. 1957. Moskva. G.C. 1778. Kinder Elf. G.K. 1796. S11. Bayoye. 1951. Du. Taitu. Moskva. Reed E.W. and Reed S.C. 1965. Mental Retardation, A Family Study. Saunders. Richards R.J. 2000. Kant and On the A Historical Misunderstanding. In Studies in History and Philosophy of Science Part C, Studies in History and Philosophy of Biological and Biomedical Sciences, 31-1, 1132. Richards R.J. 2019. The Beautiful Skulls of Schiller and the Georgian Girl. Quantitative and Aesthetic Scaling of the Races, 1771-850. In N and G. Race and Natural History, 1751-850. 142-175. Richards, R.J., 2020. Romantic Biology, Carl at the Edge of the Modern. In I.E.D. The Handbook of German Romantic Philosophy. Richardson, A. 2001. British Romanticism and the Science of the Mind. Cambridge University Press. V.V. 1969. I. Formy. Moskva. A.N.'s 1939. Moskva-Leningrad. I. 1982. V. Ohm I. Moskva. T. and T. 1970. A clinical and genetic population study of a North Swedish isolate. A follow-up investigation 30 years later. Acta 46 S219, 198-208. Sloan, P.R. 1979. German Biology and the Historical Interpretation of Biological Species. In British Journal for the History of Science, 1241, 109-153. J. 2019. Experimenting at the Boundaries of Life. Organic Vitality in Germany around 1800. University of Pittsburgh Press. G.L.A. 1961. Po 1. Moskva. G.L.A. 1962. No 1. G.L.A. 1965. The Po and Moskva. G.Y. 1915. IT1. Petrograd. K.D. 1948. Tai2. Moskva, Leningrad. K.F. 1950. Moskva. K.F. 1973. V.S. Leningrad. M. 2004. City of Health, Fields of Disease. Revolutions in the Poetry, Medicine, and Philosophy of Romanticism. M.G. 1995. Ivan I. 655-65. V.M. 1974. Formy. Tashkent. F.D. 1937. I. Moskva. J.H. 2017. The Gestation of German Biology, Philosophy and Physiology from Teschelling. University of Chicago Press. L.V. 1939. Moskva. L.V. and T.L. 1989. In F.P.'s Na. Stavropol. Similar studies were, for example, conducted earlier in Sweden and 1970. Dermatoglyphics developed in the USSR mainly within anthropology, 1983. Notably on the cover of a recent textbook titled Mental Retardation, the authors placed an image of 1926 polar light depicting torn fragments of naked female figures against a backdrop of sand dunes, and 2013. Conclusion, Legacy and the Continuing Reconsideration of Race in Science. Abstract. The final chapter discusses the challenges in historicizing scientific racism and the battle against it. The intellectual biographies of scholars who, were uncompromising fighters against the main political embodiment of racism in their time bring about the question of the driving forces behind the mutually opposed political affiliations of scientists. The chapter brings forward a conceptualization racism and anti-racism in terms of immanent critique as a promising lens for addressing the task of historicizing race in science. Keywords is one of the first thinkers whose legacy opened up space for a mutually controversial of the scientist's impact on scientific racism and the fight against it, and 2018. A recent trend in the history of science has been to the legacy of scholars who were previously considered committed anti-racists, to identify their influence on the development of a racist worldview and the legitimization of racist practices. Boas, who stood in direct opposition to openly racist anthropologists such as Baker, 1998, and established the tradition of opposing a cultural anthropological perspective to physical anthropology, has recently become the target of such critical Pollock and 2023. The wide range of criticism concerning Boas's legacy varied from rigorous adherence to his arguments and their scientific reliability, 1989, to revising the complex and internally conflicted positions of Boas regarding indigenous and black scholars, and 2018. Comparable work can be recognized regarding many other scholars and thinkers, such as Ernest and Ann 2020, Richards 2019, Mead Freeman 1998, or 2013. The coexistence of historical evidence in favor of classifying the same scientist as both a racist and an anti-racist has become a source of frustration, clearly expressed in the Questions of Martin, 2019, 156-157, biographer of the Swedish leftist geneticist. If so, is it possible that simultaneously battled racism, while in another way being partly responsible for building the foundations of that very same phenomenon? Exploring race in science often posits thinking framed by racism and framing racially informed practices against scientific arguments operating against racism, 2023. Opposing race-informed and anti-racist arguments has reduced the history of race in science either to a transcendental timeline that treats the idea of race and racism as being always there, or to reductive contextualism on the verge of relativism. The transcendental vision performs as categorical imperative, which relegates to on the margins the communicative nature of operationalizing race in science and the related task of historicizing it through mapping different interest groups in different periods in different contexts who produced pro-racist and anti-racist arguments. Relativism remains within the framework of disparate historical anecdotes, and even the comparison of which does not bring us closer to a dialectical understanding of the process of developing scientific arguments regarding race. Neither of these extremes can systematically contribute to the study of the role of scientific progress in explaining human diversity and racial politics. Guided by moral criticism, the question of why embraced an abolitionist position, while other members of the school continued to recognize slavery, Van, 2022, often leads to a questionable and univocal interpretation of racial intermixture as an argument against racism. Apparently, this argument, based on the assumption of human variation as transient, attacked the theoretical foundations of slavery, the central institution of racism in its time. The intersectionality of race and class, which shaped multiple policies aimed at applying selection among and within minorities, typical of the post-slavery imperial period, should be seen as one of the crystallized pro-racist elements of its legacy. Along with racial classification and skull collection, which already brought racism into the focus of debates, his transitory view on races laid down the track for approximating the Caucasian race as the most desirable for the rest of humanity. Straightforward influence on the next generations of thinkers was coined in the debates regarding either the positive or the negative role of racial intermixture in the destiny of humanity. The division into adherents and critics of racial intermixture persisted as a main arena for producing arguments for and against surveillance over the reproduction of those seen as the genetic load for nations, and even for humanity. Even though the legitimization of extermination in the name of racial purity is a well-known part of the historiography of race in science, the strict surveillance of isolated groups nevertheless requires a more systematic historiography. Remarkably, the boundary between supporters and opponents of racial mixing was, and remains, very blurred. Even those who came out as the most active champions of racial purity, like the ideologist of racial hygiene Eugene Fisher, recognized mixed European races as the result of a positive development. Fisher himself considered himself to be of the newly discovered race, 1937, 163. Conversely, Eastern European anthropologists who proclaimed racial mixing as the only possible trajectory for human progress, 1934, could not accept mixing with Jews, especially those who were seen as genetically and culturally isolated from progressively developing humanity. I am for free competition between races, although I could not change my opinion about the Jews, and I would not allow these people free competition with our European races. 1934b, not occasionally, was one of the popularizers of the race and even a student of during his stay at the Kaiser. Such a relational understanding of views on racial intermixture became even more complex when the population groups seen as racially pure and isolated at the end of the 1950s started to be considered valuable for discovering the mystery of human origins. Accompanied by an audible motif of extinction, studies of isolates resulted in the complex stigma of these populations being known as non-adaptable. The research on isolated groups determined the agenda of several international research networks, including the International Biological Program, 1964, and the Racial History of Mankind, initiated by in the 1960s and finished by in the 1980s and 1968. These projects initiated the application of systematic analogies between ethnic groups such as European Roma and various tribes in Latin America and Africa, which directly shaped a new wave of these groups, seen as less adaptable due to their complex isolation. And 2020. Obsession with the search for a scientifically proven and genetically informed explanation of adaptability brought biologists face to face with a further dichotomy, namely between classical and balance explanations for genetic variation. Even the contest between different approaches to the role of natural selection in human variety was established earlier, after 1945, attributing a decisive role to either undesirable mutations or desirable diversity, responded to the new, post-genocide challenges of genetics. The awarding of the Nobel Prize in Biology in 1946 to J. Muller for the discovery of mutations due to radiation became one of the drivers of the escalation of the rift between him and the geneticists led by, who was confident about the positive role of mutations. Muller's conceptualization in terms of genetic load and its various manifestations operated in favor of legitimizing negative eugenics, and 2025. In his Nobel lecture, Muller 1946 directly linked the high probability of more rapid genetic degeneration with the higher frequency of genetic mutations, opening the door for justifying surveillance over such risks. In his turn, challenged Muller's idea of as a strategy for improving humanity, and insisted that variety would be a core prerequisite for the survival of humanity. Crow, 1987. The Muller controversy, which nurtured an agenda, was confronted by Richard, who revised both classical and balance explanations of genetic variation, with the assistance of new discoveries in molecular biology, 2021, 1011. The pitfalls of adaptationism, including its high potential for producing race-informed arguments, shaped one of the most recent anti-racist agendas in human biology, developed by Stephen J., Richard C., and Richard Levins. One of the starting points for the destruction of adaptationism was the mixing of different notions of adaptation, which led to confusion over the social and biological genetic signifiers of adaptation, 1979. The proponents of adaptability emphasized the central, albeit non-monopolistic, role of adaptation as crucial for human evolution. In their turn, and focused on the historical significance of non-adaptation, or rather on which profile of reproduction could be defined as inconsistent with the expectations of adaptationism, and 1979. Anti-programs included multiple notices against the predominance of the biological deterministic view on human diversity, Shen, and 2022, and very limited options for validating historical adaptive hypotheses, 2009. The debates between and anti, along with the development of anti-programs, continue to align with further progress in the research on human variation and human origins. Smith, 1999, 2009. The heated debates between the proponents and opponents of adaptation echo the tension between, and the proponents and opponents of racial mixing such as Pritchard, and those who trusted in the power of assimilation like Boas, and those who rejected such ideas regarding the many migrants who arrived in the United States from Central Europe. However, the ongoing reproduction of the pattern of biologists using their knowledge to defend mutually exclusive views on the politics that form the core of racism in a given period is not the only direction in understanding the continuities and interruptions of the history of race in science. The destiny of this approach to human variation, along with praise for racial intermixture, fighting for preserving isolates and improving human adaptability, calls for investigating the explanatory importance of the social structures that construct race in the production of knowledge. Recognizing race in science as the product of a plurality of such structures involves the deconstruction of dichotomies between bad and good science. Through revising the controversy between Muller and as reflecting their commitment to explain behavioral differences by genetic difference, 1987, provides more general insights regarding the task of exploring the driving forces that link scientific and social values. For dedication to the ideal of bettering humanity operated as a filter for scientific tasks. The question of what gives rise to the tendency to deconstruct such filters leads to the mechanisms of immanent critique within knowledge production that aims to explain human diversity. Philip Sloan, 2006, reviews Kant's contribution to the development of better methodologies in biology and draws attention to the role of sensitivity to the distance between the descriptive category of variety and the explanatory concept of race, which aims at setting boundaries. In his detailed revision of Kant's input, Sloan reconstructs the driving forces that directed Kant to practicing immanent critique regarding the methodologies to produce biological knowledge, which he encouraged but also recognized as problematic. Bringing in the focus of the social ontology of Kantian critique, Sloan discusses important facts previously relegated to the margins of Kant's intellectual biography, such as the development of distinction of abstract and physical truth. Moreover, in Sloan's reading of the debates between Kant and regarding the category of race, widely examined historians of race, Strack, 1996, are not just one more clearly unsuccessful attempt to emancipate scientific argument from moral judgment. Through following the formation of a Kantian critique of, and Herder's approaches to race through spatialized time, Sloan convincingly demonstrates the role of Kant in the formation of not only individual methodologies, but also the positioning of relations between them. Sloan's of Kant successfully confronts the dichotomy of contextualism versus unification with regard to race, Ludwig, 2019. Furthermore, it shows that moving away from what David Ludwig defines as simple contextualism, in historicizing race toward producing an entangled history of racial ontologies, is a promising strategy. Any discussion of the options for exploring the entangled history of race in science calls for geopolitical approximation, vital for connecting local, inter-country, transnational, and global contexts. Accepting this challenge requires explicating a historically informed vision of such geopolitical approximation. In this vein, the main purpose of historicizing race in science is to reconstruct and explore the complex interrelationship between the pros and cons of social practices associated with racism, such as slavery, racially informed surveillance, and genocide. If there is a possibility to find the solution to move beyond the dichotomy between racism and universalism of its negation, it should be historically and contextualized, not least because of the high probability of being adopted by proponents of racism. One of the main challenges in examining racism and anti-racism is to move beyond both reductionism and simple non- or anti-reductionism. And 2006, 280. To be precise, racialized arguments have played an important role, and they continue to be one of the main driving forces in the ongoing reproduction of colonialism. Meanwhile, anti-racism itself stands out as a racially charged practice. This case clearly affirms this fact. Further, approaching these tasks with the assistance of critical inclines us to follow the path of complex, which would solve global-level problems in the context of a critical rethinking of the history of certain geopolitical clusters. The entangled history of race in science contains hitherto unappreciated or even unknown transnational connections that can only be revealed through a continuous reconsideration of our approaches to mapping progress in science and its interplay with colonial power. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: J.S. 1989. Boas's Physical Anthropology, The Critique of Racial Formalism Revisited. Current Anthropology 31, 7984. Baker, L.D. 1998. Columbia University's Boas, He Led the Undoing of Scientific Racism. The Journal of Blacks in Higher Education, 22, 8996. R.B. 2006. Interdisciplinarity and Disability Research, A Critical Realist Perspective. Scandinavian Journal of Disability Research, 84, 278-297. Zen and I.L. 2018. Indigenous Visions, Rediscovering the World of Boas. Yale University Press. E.J. and D.Y. 2025. The Unraveling of a Nobel Prize, How Muller was awarded the Nobel Prize, A Front for Eugenics. Journal of Occupational and Environmental Hygiene, 22-3, 149-168. Crow, J.F. 1987. Muller and Journal of the History of Biology, 23, 351-380. M. 2019. Anti-Fascist Race Biology and the Long Farewell to the Nordic Master Race. In K. N. and J. A. Anti-Fascism in the Nordic Countries, New Perspectives, Comparisons and Transnational Connections. 143-159. Freeman, D. 1998, The Fateful Hoaxing of Mead, A Historical Analysis of Her Samoan Research. Press. L. 2013. And the Genetic Race Concept. Studies in History and Philosophy of Science Part C. Studies in History and Philosophy of Biological and Biomedical Sciences, 44-3, 252-61. S. 2023. The Remnants of Race Science, UNESCO and Economic Development in the Global South. Columbia University Press. Smith, P. 1999. Adaptationism and the Power of Selection. Biology and Philosophy, 14, 180-1194. Van J. 2022. End's Challenge to Kant. Critical Philosophy of Race, 10-2, 295-311. S. and R. 1979. The Spandrels of San Marco and the Paradigm, A Critique of the Conceptual Issues in Evolutionary Biology, 205-79. M. 1937. Heads and Tails in Many Lands. GSU 2020. Ernst and the Racial Controversy over the Papuans. Frontiers in Zoology, 17-120. T. 2009. 7 Types of Adaptationism. Biology and Philosophy, 24, 161-182. R. 1979. Sociobiology as in Program. Behavioral Science, 24-1, 514. Ludwig D. 2019. How Race Travels, Relating Local and Global Ontologies of Race. Philosophical Studies, 176-10, 2729-750. Muller, H. J. 1946. The Production of Mutations, Nobel Prize Lecture. R. 2009. Adaptionism 30 Years After and Evolution 6310, 2487-2490. D.B. 1987. Our Load of Mutations Revisited. Journal of the History of Biology, 23, 321-335. Pollock, S. and R. 2023. Boas Between Antiracism and Reification. IAZ 57-1. Org 1054-799, RGBN 4865. Richards, R.J. 2019. The Tragic Sense of Life, Ernst and the Struggle over Evolutionary Thought. University of Chicago Press. N and G 2018. Introduction, A Brief History of Representation. In N and G. 315. K and I 1968. R. Shen H and M.W. 2022. Diversity and Its Causes, on Racism, Biological Determinism, and the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, 377-1852. V and BN 2020. Historicizing Roma in Central Europe, Between Critical Whiteness and Epistemic Injustice. B. 1934, December 2. Die in the Races of Central Europe, Outcomes of Anthropological Research in Yugoslavia. B. 1934, Bay, November 3. Letter to Archive of the Group of Anthropology, Department of Biology, Faculty, University of Ljubljana, Fond of Sloan PR 2006. Kant on the History of Nature, The Ambiguous Heritage of the Critical Philosophy for Natural History. Studies in History and Philosophy of Science Part C, Studies in History and Philosophy of Biological and Biomedical Sciences, 37-4, 627-648. Strack T. 1996. Philosophical Anthropology on the Eve of Biological Determinism, Kant and on the Moral Qualities and Biological Characteristics of the Human Race. Central European History, 29-3, 285-308. J.S. 1964. The Biology of Man in the International Biological, the Human Adaptability Project. Current Anthropology 5-3, 191-195. R.G. 2021. 1972. In Remapping Race in a Global Context, 947.